Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Without Warning by Reese Knightley. Narrated by Declan Winters. Love is our true destiny. We do not find the meaning of life by ourselves alone. We find it with another. Thomas Merton. Chapter 1. Harrison.
Who sent them?
I don't know, he lied. And he wasn't sure why, but the thought of his uncle finding out how much he'd been duped didn't sit well. And God had he been duped.
That's it. I'm hiring you a bodyguard, his uncle bellowed.
Don't, please. A bodyguard is the last thing I want or need. His childhood from the age of 10 had been filled with security off and on. Uncle Dean looked troubled.
Harrison, I must.
The last time I had a bodyguard, he was killed, he said faintly.
I know how hard this is for you.
Really? He gazed down blindly at his hands and then lifted them, palms up to his uncle, as if the man could see how much blood had once covered them. Then he pressed his trembling fingers to his lips, and the room blurred. I don't think you do. Dean hadn't been present when someone tried to kill him. Mitchell, his bodyguard, had been there, though, and had been killed. In the end, Mitchell had killed the gunman, but not until 2 people had been wounded and Mitchell had lost his own life. I gotta get to work. He hurried from his uncle's office.
Harrison, I'm calling a trusted friend.
Wiping at his face, he struggled to push the memories away. To his uncle it seemed so cut and dry, but it wasn't. Harrison longed to feel safe without putting others in harm's way. Was that too much to ask? Reaching his office, he met Toby coming down the hallway. Everything okay? No. Shit can't get any more complicated. He hurried into his office and shoved his fingers between his neck and tie to loosen the noose a bit and tossed his briefcase onto his desk. Fumbling with the top drawer, he took out several bottles of pills. Complicated how? Toby asked, following him into his office. Seeing the bottles, Toby grabbed a water from the small personal fridge in the corner and handed it to him. Harrison twisted the cap off the bottle and the pink disc-sized pills spilled on the desk. He snatched up several and chewed them to ward off the nausea, and then noisily twisted the cap off the ibuprofen to ward off his pounding headache. Swallowing a few in one gulp along with the water, he drew in several deep, noisy breaths. He couldn't get Mitchell's dying smile out of his head. No matter how much he'd screamed at Mitchell to hang on, it hadn't mattered in the end. Shutting out Toby's concerned face, he turned abruptly to the row of windows that looked out over the city and took in a long, shaky breath. The people of Denver, Colorado looked like little ants from the 26th floor of his office building, but even a view he normally enjoyed disappeared. What's the matter? Closing his eyes for a brief moment, he turned. What's the matter? Try everything. Could he let his overprotective, loving uncle win this battle and potentially have another death on his hands? He lowered slowly into his office chair and lifted his favorite pen. Carefully, he tapped it against his very full desk calendar. Work. He needed to work. Harrison, Toby frowned. It's Uncle Dean. He nodded his lip, but it wasn't Dean's fault. He wasn't the one that messed up. I brought this into my life. Is he interfering again? Concern etched the big guy's face. Of course he is, and he's throwing money at the problem like usual, thinking that will fix it. He knew that was an unfair statement. Dean cared about his safety above everything else, but his uncle was throwing money at something that couldn't be fixed. Nothing was going to fix this. He was flawed, and there was no fixing that. Toby's brow creased. How? What? He frowned, having lost his train of thought. How did he throw money at it? Toby pressed. It's too long to go into. There was no sense in worrying Toby. Harrison spun the chair around to the window, not really seeing anything. The first threat had been a small typed note with the words "You'll pay" written on it, delivered to his office in a sealed envelope. Harrison knew with certainty that Edward had sent it. Bastard. His back spasmed and he reached behind to rub at the soreness, willing the pain meds to kick in. It wasn't that he'd opened his heart to Edward. Thank God. He'd done something much worse. He'd trusted him. Embarrassment over bad choices had kept his mouth shut about the previous note, but the hatefulness behind what was delivered today left him feeling concerned. So much so that when the dead flowers and the same sick note arrived in his office this morning, he'd made the mistake of showing them to Marty. His assistant, never any good at not interfering, had immediately taken the ominous items to his uncle. Pressing his lips together, he swiveled back around to his desk and Toby. His friends had squeezed his large frame into one of the small office chairs in front of his desk and sat quietly, looking over a printed report. The man worked in his video feed department and had his face buried in a report more often than not. What Harrison needed to do was come up with a plan to thwart his uncle, because he didn't have it in him to deal with putting another life at risk. Call him a coward, but he just couldn't do it. Mitchell's life had ended over death threats from an unhappy employee. This time, the death was a bitter ex-boyfriend playing a stupid and childish game with notes. Nobody was getting hurt or killed this time. Not over a few stupid notes and dead flowers. "We've run out of time for an early breakfast," Toby looked up from the report, reminding him that they were supposed to hit the cafe down the block for coffee and food. "I know, and it'll need to wait until tomorrow," he agreed. Ignoring the way his stomach gnawed on itself, he pulled his day planner over and flipped through the pages. "I can stick around," Tony said, leaning forward and jogging his attention back. His friend was a worrier. "I have appointments starting now and throughout the morning." He gave a small smile. A quick rap on the door filled the room, and Marty Baker poked her head inside. Her green eyes held concern. She wore her messy hair in a bun, and her expensive pantsuit had more than a few wrinkles. He couldn't survive without her. The 40-year-old woman was a top-notch assistant and had been with him since the day he'd come to work with his father after college. Harrison should have anticipated her move to tell his uncle about the damned delivery. "Your 11 o'clock is here, Mr. Trudel." "Thank you, Marty. Give me 5 minutes before sending him in." Marty eyed him and stayed in the doorway. Toby stood, ran his fingers through his bright red hair, and approached his chair. "Call me if you need someone to hang out with or talk." His friend squeezed his shoulder. "I will." Marty continued to eye him after Toby left the room. "You could have warned me," Harrison grumbled at her. "If I had done that, you would have found a way around it. Now it's done." She nodded decisively and snapped the door closed. He sighed and tapped his pen on the desk before spinning back to the window. While his personal life was a mess, he found comfort in the order of his job. As Trudel Industries' technical operations manager, he met with and vetted future clientele and generated new business for their real-time security software program. Running his father's company alongside of his uncle was rewarding, and he was sure his dad would have wanted that for them. Only Henry Trudel wasn't here to ask. His father was gone and had left him in an extremely difficult situation. "Oh, God, Dad, what were you thinking?" A lump formed in his throat. No matter how much he wished at that very moment for Henry's guidance, nothing on earth could bring his dad back. Knuckles rapped on the door. "Come in." He squared his shoulders and stood, straightening his tie. The elevator pinged to a stop on his floor of the parking garage. Just before lunch, the place was deserted. He stopped because the area looked darker than usual. Frowning, he pulled out his car keys and cell phone. "Security," the desk answered on the first ring. "Renee?" "Hi, Mr. Trudel. Hey, can you have the lights checked in the parking garage? My level seems to be dimly lit." The place was packed with cars in every spot, but nothing moved in the quiet space. "Sure thing," the perky woman said. Smiling, he tucked his phone away and approached his BMW. Hitting the button on the key fob, his foot kicked something on the ground. Whatever it was, it broke with a light tinkling sound. Frowning, he reached down and then jerked back with a quick, sucking breath at the sharp, stabbing pain in his hand. "What the hell?" he hissed. A red, sticky substance covered his palm, and in the dim light, an open cut oozed blood. He held his hand to his nose, and a sweet, familiar scent of strawberry filled the air. Something dark on the windshield drew him around to the front of his car. The same sticky substance streaked across the white hood with a large red X, and words had been painted across the windshield. "You'll pay." Okay, he wasn't afraid to admit that he was freaked out. Darting a quick, jerking glance around, he took several rapid steps away, back toward the elevator. His mind raced. He didn't know what Edward was playing at, but he was done. Cradling his hand in his other one, he juggled his keys, careful to keep his wounded palm away from his dress shirt. The elevator loomed in the distance, and a sourness churned his stomach as he quickened his pace. A noise came from behind him, and he turned. But before he could get a look, something struck the back of his head, sending pain splintering his skull. Ah! The momentum of the blow slammed him forward and took him to the ground. He tried like hell to keep his face from hitting the pavement, and just managed it by landing on his hands and knees. Pain lanced in his right knee when he hit the floor. The next second, a person landed on his back, taking him to the ground and knocking the wind out of him. The guy's hand fisted in his hair and forced his face cheek down, grinding into the asphalt. The world narrowed down to getting air back into his lungs, and he panicked when his lungs refused to expand. He fought for oxygen until finally air rushed back into his lungs and he sucked in huge, gulping breaths. He tried to turn his head to see out of the corner of his eye, but the man's fist tightened and his face stayed tucked against Harrison's nape, out of his line of vision. The attacker's harsh, panting breath suddenly wafted near the edge of his ear and rushed alongside his neck. The man's crotch ground down hard against his ass. "No, fucker, no," Harrison bucked, clawing at the hard ground, and he felt a nail break. The smell of asphalt punched through the sour taste filling his mouth. A strange animal-like sound filled the parking garage, and it took him a second to realize it was coming from his own throat. He drew in a heaving breath and cried out with every bit of strength he had. His cry echoed sharply through the garage. The attacker froze, then shoved off of him. Harrison lay frozen, hearing footsteps running away over the pounding of his heart. He rolled over and scrambled to his knees. "Get up! Get the fuck up!" Gazing frantically around, he dashed at his cheeks and struggled unsteadily to his feet. He stumbled to a nearby SUV and leaned a shaking hand against it. Gazing wildly around, he took a few wobbling steps before he spotted his keys on the ground. Bracing a hand on the hood of a pickup truck, he grabbed a hold of them. "Harrison!" He whirled around, ears still ringing, and gasped. The keys he'd just picked up flew from his numb fingers and skidded to the floor with a jangle. "Shelby! God, you scared me." Spotting the familiar face and dark hair, tears of relief sprang to the surface. Shelby Clark, the team leader of Trudel's video feed department, jogged toward him through the parking structure. The man was dressed in wrinkled coveralls. "Oh my God, are you okay?" Shelby glanced around as he rushed closer to take his hand and look him over. "Did you see anybody running past you?" "No, why?" "Shit, you're hurt." "Cut myself on some glass." He blinked away the moisture in his eyes and brushed a hand down his filthy shirt, leaving a trail of strawberry goo and blood behind. Before he could retrieve his keys, Shelby lifted them from the ground and handed them over. "It looks like more than that," Shelby said, curling an arm around his shoulder and urging him toward the bench that sat next to the elevators. "Sit down for a minute. Let me see." "I'll never get the stains out." He eased gratefully down to sit and glanced up at Shelby blankly. "Your face is scratched." Shelby yanked out a handkerchief from his pocket and dabbed at the scrape on his neck. Harrison reached up and held the cloth against his cheek. "He hit me over the head." He slowly reached up and gently ran his fingers over the back of his head, feeling the knot forming. "Who hit you over the head?" Shelby frowned, squatting near him. "I don't know." He swallowed thickly. "Damn it, your hand's bleeding." He glanced down again and his voice shook. "I better get something to clean this up." His voice cracked and he handed Shelby the handkerchief. "Let's get inside. I'll come with you." Shelby tucked the handkerchief away and gently took his arm and helped him from the bench. Thank God he was no longer alone. Shelby's big presence felt comforting and reassuring. "Thanks," he whispered. "You shouldn't be alone," Shelby said. "I'll be okay. What's with the coveralls?" Shelby looked down and smirked before he unzipped them. The guy was cute in a boy-next-door kind of way, with a quiet smile, dark brown hair, and light blue eyes. "I keep several pairs down here. We all do, the technician said. And as he continued to pull the front zipper down, it caught on the material of his tie beneath. Shelby took several moments to finagle the teeth from the silk. The coveralls were removed to reveal a shirt, tie, and dress pants beneath. I know we keep them on hand. I paid the bill for them, he frowned. Why are you wearing them today? I needed to check the mount structures for the new camera placements. Oh. He lifted a hand and held it to his head. Yeah, that's something that can't be done from behind a desk. He knew that, but didn't bother correcting Shelby. Every camera placement was hand-done by his staff. The level of care they took made them number one in the industry. It was also what made them damned good at what they did. Shelby guided him with a hand to his back the few steps to the elevator and punched the button. Harrison, wait up! Harrison turned as Toby hurried toward them. Hey, Toby. His voice wobbled at the sight of his friend. Toby looked him over from his face to his rumpled suit and filthy shirt. What happened? His friend stepped closer. Someone hit me over the head, he said, moving farther into the elevator. Your face is scratched and your hand needs care. Toby growled, followed them into the elevator and placed a hand to his shoulder, turning him toward the light above. Yeah. He held his bloody palm up, but he was more concerned about the attack. Shelby, can you pull the video feed from the parking garage? I can't. The upgrade started today, remember? System and cameras. It's going to take 2 weeks at least. Damn it, he sighed shakily, having forgotten all about the upgrade. Which was odd because it was a massive change. He felt like he was losing it. Shit. Don't lose it here. Get back to your office before you break down. Sorry, it started about 2 hours ago, the team leader said quietly. Shelby stood a lot taller than him, almost as tall as Toby, and they both had a lot more muscle mass than him. Harrison felt instantly safe with the two bigger men as he glanced back through the elevator doors and into the dark parking garage. Where are you now when I have protection, you fucker? He punched the elevator button to his office floor. What are you doing down here? Harrison asked Toby. Left this in my car earlier, Toby said, holding up his cell phone. Thank God you're both here, Harrison said. Releasing the breath he was holding, he leaned against the side of the elevator, looking at his protectors. Toby and Shelby ignored each other. For some reason, the two men didn't like each other, and he couldn't figure out why. Because the pair worked in the same department, he'd once asked Toby about the issue, but all he got from Toby was that nobody liked Shelby. Harrison didn't see it. Shelby was nice, efficient at his job, and his peer reviews were always excellent. The elevator zipped upward. Hey, you're shaking, Shelby said as he turned toward Harrison. Are you sure you're going to be okay? Okay? No, definitely not. It shook me up, he finally admitted. Shelby stepped closer to Harrison. We should get a drink after work. It'll help you calm down. Before he could gently turn Shelby down for the 100th time, Toby interrupted. Can't you see he's hurt? You told me someone hit your head, but how'd you cut your hand? Shelby ignored Toby and frowned, reaching for his hand. Hey, be careful, Toby stepped forward. That finally got Shelby's attention. Before another moment passed, the two men were standing chest to chest just as the elevator doors opened on the 26th executive floor. With his path blocked, he gave an irritated sigh. It wasn't the first, nor did he imagine the last time these two would butt heads. Stop it right now, he ordered tersely, out of patience. Sorry, Hare. Toby looked contrite, nodded to Shelby, and stepped off the elevator. Harrison? Yes? He turned back around and Shelby was standing close. Have you thought more on transferring him out of my department? The man's voice was low, making sure Toby didn't hear. I have. We'll need to talk later about it. He frowned. Shelby wanted Toby gone. It was clear that Shelby returned Toby's dislike, but that didn't mean Toby wasn't good at his job. Okay, sure, Toby had a bit of a temper, but he'd never taken it out on anyone at Trudel Industries. Shelby opened his mouth as if to argue. Mr. Trudel. The head of the building security team, Brian Sanders, came down the hallway, cutting off any response from Shelby. Brian took one look at his disheveled appearance and face before the big man turned and scowled at Toby and then Shelby. What is going on here? Hang on, Brian. He tried to calm his head of security. Shelby, we'll talk later, Harrison said. Okay, Shelby replied with a curt nod. Have a good day. You too, he said. Shelby hesitated before giving him a small smile and a half salute. Toby snorted from behind Harrison. Brian scowled again at Toby and then at Shelby. Toby leaned against a nearby wall and crossed his arms. Having missed the elevator, Shelby stabbed at the button on the wall. Harrison turned back toward Brian, cupping his injured palm in his other hand. I had a bit of trouble. I called Renee. We need bulbs replaced in the parking garage downstairs. Your cheek is scratched and your shirt. That's more than a bit of trouble, Brian said abruptly, stepping closer and looking him over. I was attacked and my car was vandalized. The lights are dim and security wasn't around. It's a good thing Toby and Shelby were there. Otherwise, I don't know what would have happened. He swallowed the sour taste in his mouth. The security update started this morning. I can't look at the footage. Brian scowled. I know. What about the bulbs? Are they out or missing? Brian questioned. They're all up there, but some of them are not working. He rubbed the back of his good hand across his mouth, as if someone had unscrewed a few of them. Okay, I'll check it and place extra security in the parking garage, and I'll inform the police. Thank you, Brian, but don't worry about calling. I'll have Marty call the police. They'll want my statement. Then I'll send them down to the garage and you. Very good, then. Get that hand looked at. I will, he said, giving a half smile. I'll ride down with you, Mr. Clark, Brian told Shelby, who had just stepped inside of the elevator. The wound on Harrison's hand stung more than anything, really. He'd stopped bleeding, and on closer inspection it appeared shallow enough to not need stitches. The back of his head ached as he made his way through the reception area to the restrooms. Toby hurried over and entered the bathroom with him. Harrison walked straight for the sink. He studied himself in the mirror while he ran cold water over his scraped hand, washing away the crap from the wound. The scratch on his cheek was only a scrape he was sure would heal in a few days. His shirt and pants were ruined, the material of one knee ripped from where he'd fallen. The blood and red pasty strawberry substance on his white dress shirt wasn't something he imagined would come out. Grabbing several paper towels, Toby placed them beneath his hand, bringing his attention back to the sink. Thanks. He shut off the water and hurried toward the door. Toby was there opening it for him. They moved back into the receptionist area. The room was circular, with Marty's desk at a central point facing the elevators. The woman was not at her desk. Office doors fanned out behind her desk. Each office was its own large room with windows that faced the Rocky Mountains. He'd personally helped with the redesign several years ago. The layout gave the space an open feeling. Harrison! Oh my God, what happened? Marty's voice drew his head up as she hurried from the direction of the kitchen and approached him. He lifted a hand to press against his throbbing head. I was jumped in the parking garage and I cut my hand on a piece of glass, he said with a tired sigh, and brushed in vain at his stained shirt. What? For goodness sake, sit down in your office, I'll get the kid. Marty's face was a mask of worry and fear. She hurried back into the kitchen that served as a break room. Better call the police. Someone did something to my car and they hit me over the head, he said, calling after her. But even raising his voice hurt. Shit, I'm starting to repeat myself. Ow! He grimaced. Come on, in here. Toby pulled the door open and Harrison gratefully stepped through it and into his office. Easing into one of the two large chairs that sat at a small, cozy conference space inside his office, he leaned his head back. Marty rushed in a few moments later with the first aid kit and handed it to Toby. She took his car keys from him. I called the police and they said they'd send someone as soon as they can. I'll have them check inside your vehicle. Harrison stared at her. Had the attacker gotten inside his car? Drawing in a deep breath, he rubbed his good hand over his mouth and nodded. Thanks, Marty. Toby dropped the first aid kit and Marty hurried out of the room. I can do it, he croaked. Let me, Toby insisted gently. He opened his mouth to argue, but suddenly ran out of energy. Relenting, he nodded and Toby knelt at his feet with the kit and gently took his hand. It felt nice having someone help him. Your tie is frayed, he pointed to the small tear at the edge of Toby's gray silk tie. Yeah, caught it in the zipper of the coveralls. Maybe I need to order bigger sizes. Might be a good idea. I want you to be nicer to Shelby, he said. Toby frowned. Why? Because I'm asking you to. Toby squinted and tore off a piece of gauze. He grimaced and then winced when Toby started dabbing at the cut with antiseptic. Okay, but the guy has it out for me, Toby said. What makes you say that? Surely Toby didn't know about Shelby's email to transfer him. Toby rolled his eyes. Are you kidding me? He criticizes my work and he's jealous of us. Of our friendship? He frowned. Yeah, think about it. How many times has he asked you out? A lot, Toby shrugged. Yet you never go. No, I don't, he murmured. He waited for Toby to explain, but the man dropped into silence. There, all better, Toby said a few moments later and secured the tape firmly on his hand. Harrison flexed his fingers and stared at the white gauze. He'd be stupid not to hire someone for protection after this, and keeping silent about his suspicions was no longer an option. Chapter 2. Ryder. The bastard wasn't getting away from him this time. Sprinting around the corner of the two-story home, Ryder jumped over a small red bicycle and sprinted through the Colorado Springs early morning. The suspect jumped a fence and landed awkwardly, then broke into a running limp. Ryder was up and over the split-rail fence and on the suspect's ass in seconds. He leaped, closing the distance, and slammed into the guy's back. The perp grunted and cursed when they hit the ground and skidded across the grass. Gritting his teeth, Ryder brought his arm down hard on the wrist that held the gun. The weapon flew from the guy's grip and skittered over the edge of the curb, landing in the gutter. The suspect heaved beneath him, gasping for air. Sirens pierced the area and flashing lights whirled as the cops arrived. A moment later, the morning was filled with men shouting. "Get on the ground!" one cop yelled, which was stupid. They were already on the ground. Ryder grabbed one of the perp's hands and then the other until they were behind his back. With a knee pressed to the guy's back, Ryder slapped on the handcuffs. "I said, get on the ground!" the high-pitched voice of what sounded like a rookie cop yelled this time. Ryder snorted and finally rolled off the suspect and onto his back in the grass. Panting for breath, he gazed up at the blue sky as the cops swarmed the now cuffed suspect and hauled the guy to his feet. The next second, the blue sky was blocked suddenly by the good-looking face of his partner, Felix Acosta. "Damn, Ryder, I didn't think you could run that fast." "Fuck you," he smirked at his partner and let his friend pull him up. Felix barked with laughter and slapped him on the shoulder. Ryder winced and gripped his shoulder, and then swung his arm around in its socket to loosen up the muscles. "Good job, Freeman," Lieutenant Paul Walsh said from where he stood leaning an arm on the open door of a police cruiser. "Thanks, Lieutenant. You slumming?" Ryder grinned. Walsh wasn't usually found in the field. Walsh's weathered face crinkled with laughter. "Nah, I was on my way to the station when I heard you were chasing down a suspect. I thought I'd see some action. See if you were as good as your old man." Ryder grinned at his father's longtime friend. "Nobody is as good as my old man." Walsh's laughter rang out again, and he slapped the top of the patrol car. "See you later," Walsh said, sliding into the car and pulling out, following the patrol car that carried the suspect. A large white Suburban pulled down the street and parked. A man got out and hurried over with his hand outstretched. "Mr. Freeman," his current client said, coming toward him. "Thank you so much." "Just doing my job, Mr. Phillips," he said briefly, and shook the client's hand. "I'm glad for Cobalt Security. My brother and I wouldn't be alive if it weren't for you. Like I said, all in a day's work." He spun and stalked off, not wasting any time to gain distance between him and the client. He wasn't taking up the offer he'd seen in the guy's eyes from the first day he'd taken the job. He made it a point to never get personally involved with clients. He'd seen that happen to his friends, and it made shit messy. "Not gonna collect your payment?" Felix grinned. "It's direct deposit," he grumbled at the overly chipper man. "I wasn't talking about the money." Ryder slid into the passenger side of his partner's SUV and slammed the door, effectively cutting off Felix's loud laugh. The morning was brisk when Felix dropped him back at his house. The 3-bedroom, 2-bath house sat nestled in the outskirts of Colorado Springs. Kicking the morning newspaper inside, he juggled the mail and his keys. Stepping through the door, he kicked it shut and dropped the mail on the counter. He shrugged off his leather jacket, tossed it onto the couch, and kicked off his boots near the door. Snatching up the mail again, he thumbed through it and wandered from the kitchen and into the living room. This was the best part. The time after a client had been kept safe from harm and the bad guy was headed to jail. Now he could enjoy the rest of the day and just relax. Maybe he'd even take a few days off. He sure the fuck could use one. A large yellow envelope stuck out like a sore thumb from the stack of mail, and he pulled it from the rest of the pile. His stomach soured at the return address. Ripping it open, he scanned through several legal documents. Tossing the finalized divorce papers onto the wood pile near the fireplace, he turned toward the front window and pushed the curtains aside to allow light into the room. The view was spectacular, and once, not too long ago, he'd wanted to share it with someone special. Not now, though. He turned from the view. He might be legally divorced, but he'd felt single for the past year. That document just made shit final. A sharp knock sounded on the door, interrupting his dark thoughts. Ignoring the knock, he strode into the kitchen and yanked open the fridge. A half carton of milk was plucked out, and a bag of Oreos was snagged from the cupboard. The banging grew louder and louder. "Come on, Ryder, open the damn door. I know Felix dropped you off." Logan Cobalt, his boss, yelled. He growled and carried the carton of milk along with the cookies to the door and flung it open just as Logan's fist was raised mid-strike. "What? California getting old?" He scowled and stuffed a cookie into his mouth. While they did take bodyguard and security jobs all over the U.S., his boss and head of Cobalt Security was based out of California. "I was in the area." Logan smirked and strode on past him, bringing the cool outside air in along with an overnight bag. Ryder slammed the door. Logan dropped the bag near the door, strode into the kitchen, and took a soda from the fridge. On his way back into the living room, Logan grabbed a cookie from the bag in his arms and then dropped down to sprawl on his couch. "Make yourself at home," Ryder grumbled at not only his boss, but one of his closest friends. "I usually do, and I'm spending the night." Logan munched on the cookie before opening the can with a slight snap. Bubbles hissed, and Logan quickly slurped the liquid to keep it from running over. "What do you have?" Ryder hitched his ass up on one of the tall stools at the bar that separated the room from the front door. Logan rarely showed up right after a case was finished. That the guy was spending the night spoke volumes. "I have a dead man's son receiving threats. They're escalating," Logan said after taking another quick swallow of soda. "So much for taking time off." "Where?" "Denver." "Oh, hell fucking no." His gut clenched. "No." "Yes." He made an annoyed sound in the back of his throat. "I don't know why you want me. You get more complaints about me than anyone else." Stalling, he mentally ran through every excuse he could think of to get out of going to Denver. "You're right. I get more complaints about your smart mouth from the clients than any other team member. That's one of the reasons I keep you busy," Logan said smugly. So what if he didn't pull his punches? Some of the clients were, well, the expression thick as a brick came to mind. "No," he repeated, rubbing at the back of his neck. "Come on, Denver's not that far. It's a little over an hour drive from here. You need the money, don't you?" Logan was right. The city wasn't that far. But it wasn't the distance that kept him away from Denver. It was the damned memories that came with the place. "You may have won this place in the divorce, but you still need to keep up the loan payments," Logan pressed on, gesturing to his house and then waving a hand at the yellow envelope and papers on the woodpile. "Thanks." He scowled and stalked into the kitchen, making a mental note to stop sharing personal shit with Logan. "I didn't mean it that way. I'm just trying to keep you employed." Through the opening provided by the kitchen bar, Ryder smirked at Logan. "You could just give me the money to buy this place. Done." "Screw you." Ryder huffed a laugh. "You know I won't take it." "I know," Logan grinned. "So take the job in Denver. You need the money, and I need the help." Fuck. He did need the damned money. "You got 3 complaints from Phillips," he reminded Logan. "Sure, but I also got a call from him on my way over, and he had nothing but praise for your cutthroat tactics in catching the blackmailer." He snorted. "Harrison's father was a friend of mine from college.
He passed away 18 months ago. We lost touch, but when his brother called me, I couldn't say no. Meh. I'll think about it. He chugged more milk and ate 2 more cookies before he replaced the jug in the fridge and the snacks in the cupboard. He came back to lean a shoulder against the door jamb and crossed his arms. I need your cutthroat tactics on this one. Logan's phone buzzed, interrupting him. Cobalt? Yes, I understand. I have just the person. We'll be there first thing in the morning. Logan hung up and stared at him. Harrison was attacked an hour ago. They're heading to the local hospital. If someone hadn't interrupted, he might have been raped, abducted, or killed. Take the case, Ryder. They need someone like you. Making a growl sound in his throat, he shoved from where he was leaning and prowled in stocking feet across the living room to the wide window that faced the mountains. Logan stood and trailed after him. Harrison was almost killed 2 years ago. A disgruntled employee was out for blood. The perp was caught and killed, but Harrison's bodyguard, Mitchell Anders, lost his life in the process. Logan spun and headed to his luggage, pulling out a report. Killed right in front of Harrison. I remember hearing about it. He took the report and looked it over. Something like that didn't go unnoticed in the bodyguard industry. Anders had been gunned down on the streets in front of the client. Why weren't we guarding him at the time? Harrison wanted to make his own decisions and hired someone else. Ryder grunted but stayed silent. He hasn't had a personal bodyguard since, Logan continued. What do you want me to say? He squinted at his boss and tossed the report on the small table in front of the couch. The guy's life is a fucking circus. The press won't leave him alone. They're dogging his steps every minute of the day. Putting me on the job isn't going to make the press go away. It's going to make it worse, he pointed out. True, but you know how to deal with them better than anyone I know. Plus keep Harrison safe at the same time. Logan returned. Whoever is doing this will try again. It's only a matter of time, you know that. I'd really like you on this case. When he stayed silent, Logan went on persistently. This guy only has his uncle and his stepmother, neither of whom can protect him. There's nobody I'd trust more than you to handle this. The divorce papers on the wood pile caught his gaze, and he sighed. Jackson lives in Denver. Why me? You've lived in a wealthy society. You know how we think. Shit, don't remind me. Ryder squinted at Logan. Not everyone thinks alike. Please, Ryder. Logan put his hands together like he was praying. Damn it, the guy knew how to turn on the charm. Logan Cobalt was one of the nicest men he knew. The guy was also the wealthiest, which put holes in his belief that all rich people were assholes. No. Logan was the exception to that theory. The following morning, the sun glinted off the glass of the high-rise building, reflecting back the Denver skyline. Massive silver letters across the front boasted Trudel Industries. He'd done his homework the night before. The company was on the cutting edge of a new surveillance software program that had taken the country by storm. Trudel Industries had single-handedly shut out the competition by handling both the application software and installation of real-time camera placement for their customers. Entering the front double-glass doors, the overly decorated lobby looked expensive. Using money on useless shit. His lip curled. The place dripped with wealth. Even the people walking around smelled like Saks Fifth Avenue perfume and fresh-off-the-rack Armani clothes. Ryder eased his leather jacket open for the security guard to scan him for any additional weapons. He and Logan were then both presented visitor badges with a sticker that gave them the okay to keep their firearms. Clip those to your jackets the whole time you're in the building and keep those tucked away. The head of security, who'd introduced himself as Brian Sanders, handed them back their weapons. The heavily muscled man in his mid-50s wore what looked to be a permanent scowl. Get the feeling he doesn't like his territory encroached on, Ryder murmured, sliding his gun back into his shoulder holster as they stepped into the elevator. He can't protect Harrison at home. Doesn't the guy have surveillance cameras at home? That's something you'll need to check and determine. His company produces cutting-edge security video surveillance, Ryder pointed out. Logan gave him an irritated look on the ride upward. Which wasn't long. The elevator shot like a rocket to the top floor. "What have you gotten me into?" Ryder growled, stepping into a luxurious reception waiting area. "Just meet Harrison." "Come on," Logan said and led the way to the front desk where they met a woman with a lanyard that identified her as Marty Baker. "Right this way," she stated and hurried across the wide room to one of the office doors. He and Logan were ushered into an executive-type office. The view from here was spectacular, and it took a moment for him to yank his gaze away to study the people and the room. It was the tousled-haired young man sitting in a lounge chair that suddenly and completely held his attention. Wind-blown dirty blonde hair swept away from a face that would make any red-blooded man or woman sit up and take notice. He could only think of one word that described the whole package. Elegant. Great. The day couldn't get any fucking worse. Harrison Trudel, his new client, was fucking eye candy. In the slim fingers of his left hand, Harrison clutched an incident report with a Denver Police Department emblem stamped to the upper right corner. On a small table to his left sat papers from a Harbor General Emergency Room visit. A forgotten first aid kit sat tucked between two chairs near his size 9 shoes. A red-haired, larger man sat in a chair next to the client. The guy's lanyard lay turned around with the blank side facing out. "You're being difficult," an older man with thick salt and pepper hair said, and then turned when they entered. "Oh, thank God you're here." The lanyard identified him as Dean Trudel, his face, filled with worry, creased with wrinkles near his eyes, along his cheeks and around his mouth. One half of the company's CEO pair, Dean ran the company alongside of his nephew. The man had been with the company for the last 3 years. Dean hadn't received any shares of his deceased brother's company. As far as Ryder could tell, it was through the grace of his nephew that he remained on staff. "I'm Dean, Harrison's uncle," the uncle introduced himself. Ryder shook the guy's proffered hand but remained in the doorway. Logan, ahead of him, stepped further into the room. After shaking Logan's hand, Dean spun back to the room. "Toby, get back to work," Dean snapped at the man sitting next to the client. Toby stood up but kept his eyes on Harrison. After a brief once-over of the red-headed sidekick, Ryder turned his attention back to Harrison Trudel. The son and heir to the Trudel fortune reeked of money and prestige in the expensive suit and lavish surroundings. The silk tie sat tightly notched around Harrison's graceful neck. He'd probably drop to the floor like a marionette doll if it were loosened. Ryder smirked at the thought, and across the distance Harrison glared at him. The slicing glance of anger from crystal blue-colored eyes drew him up short. Ryder squinted, crossed his arms, and planted his feet apart. He pushed aside his personal feelings about spoiled rich men. It was only a job, he reminded himself, and put on a bored look. Having had the night to research, Ryder had taken the opportunity to read up on Harrison. 25, single, gay, and not much of a partier. Considered one of Denver's most eligible bachelors, he was the darling of the tabloids and newsworthy. The guy couldn't take a piss without some reporter breathing down his neck. Harrison Trudel never stayed with one man for long, which fueled the stories. There had been a recent exception. Harrison had dated one man exclusively for 3 weeks, and it had ended 2 weeks ago. Ryder suddenly wanted to know why the relationship had only lasted 3 weeks. The Trudel financial statements Logan had shown him were impressive. Harrison Trudel was considered to be part of the 1%, and that added to his newsworthiness. The man had gone through several security firms and bodyguards before Mitchell Anders, but none since. Harrison had inherited 25% of his father's fortune when he turned 25. He stood to inherit the remaining 75%, but under some fucked-up, shady circumstances. What kind of man forces his son to marry? Via the grave, no less. Harrison risked losing most of his fortune if he didn't marry by the time he turned 26, in 8 months' time. There were rules and stipulations to go with that, but Ryder had gotten the gist of it. He hadn't read through everything yet. One thing was for certain. Henry Trudel's last will and testament had forced his son to hunt for a husband. And that may have brought a stalker into Harrison's world. Harrison Trudel stood to become beyond ridiculously wealthy. Yeah, and hadn't earned a penny of it. He scowled. Men like that irritated the hell out of him. This was the part of the job he hated, interacting with self-entitled rich people. Of course, he hadn't always felt that way about the wealthy and powerful, but he'd paid the price. Refusing to follow that fucked-up train of thought, he put a halt on thinking about his ex-husband and turned his attention back to the room where the uncle and the friend were vying for Harrison's attention. "Harrison, why do I need to leave?" The friend's voice softened, clearly not wanting to be overheard. "We don't pay you to stand around. Get back to work," Dean said with more force. Harrison opened his mouth as if to say something, but then hesitated and gave a nod. "Toby, please." Harrison's voice was a soft, rich baritone. Other than the brief flick of those blue eyes, Harrison hadn't looked at him again. Ignored as if he were beneath the man's notice, and it annoyed him. Screw this. He was turning down this job once he got Logan alone. There was no way in hell he was subjecting himself to being treated like trash. Logan would need to understand he was asking too much of him. Toby spun around and squinted at him and Logan before stalking toward them at the door. Ryder kept his gaze flat, unreadable. He was taller than the guy, but they shared the same muscle mass. With a bullish expression and flexing of muscles, Toby stalked closer, clearly posturing. Reaching the doorway, the man shoved past and shoulder-checked Ryder hard. A company employee marking his territory? Well, isn't that interesting? Ryder braced and returned the shoulder check with enough muscle and force to bounce the other guy off the opposite door jamb with a satisfying grunt. Before the guy could respond, Ryder gripped the office door in his fist and shoved it closed, just barely missing the guy's broad back. Okay, he might have closed the door with more force than necessary by the looks he received from the room. Oh, the fuck well. Chapter 3. Harrison. The showdown at the door had been intense, and it was a showdown, of that he had no doubts. His stomach dipped and swirled at the savage display of muscle. Surprise held him mute. Had the guy just shoved one of his friends into the doorframe? He jumped when the dark-haired man slammed the door. Lifting a hand to his throbbing head for a moment, he closed his eyes. Thankful at his uncle's insistence, he'd made a trip to the emergency room the previous day, but his head still ached dreadfully. The ER doctor confirmed he had a slight concussion, rewrapped his hand, and told him to take it easy for a few days. The noise and lights were making him nauseous. What he really wanted to do was return home, crawl back into his bed, and sleep the day away. "He's around too damned much and not doing his job," Dean bellowed at him. "Please stop yelling." He held up a hand. "If not for Shelby and Toby showing up, the guy might have raped me." His uncle raked his hand through his bushy black hair with a gasp and growl. "Oh boy, here it comes." "You're too damned reckless," his uncle said, but at least this time he kept his voice down. "How the hell is walking to my car being reckless?" He squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. "Where's the hospital papers and incident report you filled out yesterday?" His uncle held out a hand and Harrison handed both to him. "Looks like your friend's got a bit of an anger issue." The big man standing near the door spoke up, and Harrison's eyes narrowed. He'd been avoiding looking at the giant after that first look. Of course, now he glanced over, ready to defend his friend, only to be caught off guard by the man's intense, dark eyes. Dark hair lay rumpled around his head as if impatient fingers had thrust through it, leaving the strands in an attractive mess. Stubble covered a strong jaw, showing the guy either didn't know what a razor was or didn't care to use one regularly. Harrison glanced down and flicked a piece of lint off of his cleanly pressed pants before sparing the bodyguard a dark look. "Who asked you?" he said tartly. The guy knew nothing about his friends. Not only did having Toby around make him feel safe, but the guy was good at keeping people away. Harrison stood 5 feet 10 inches, and it helped to have larger friends. Too bad Shelby and Tony hadn't arrived earlier in the parking garage to prevent the attack. Harrison fought back a shudder and angled his head sharply away to hide the tears swimming to the surface. Shit. Don't lose it in front of this guy. Still feeling the attacker's breath on his neck sickened his stomach and turned the taste in his mouth foul. "Be polite. These men are here to help," his uncle chastised, and heat filled his cheeks with embarrassment. But at least the tears were kept at bay. He opened his mouth to apologize when he caught the dark-haired man's amused smirk. Harrison straightened his spine with a snap and turned to his uncle. "How are they going to help?" I told you I called Logan. I hired you a bodyguard."
"Good grief,"
Harrison groaned, rubbing at his shoulder as exhaustion set in.
"Hello, Harrison. My name is Logan Cobalt, and I own Cobalt Security. This is Ryder Freeman. He works for me," Logan said, stepping forward.
Harrison offered Logan a brief smile and shook his hand. Logan turned and took the police incident report from his uncle. "They can protect you," Dean insisted.
"Look," he told his uncle, trying to keep his voice polite and clasping his hands in his lap. "I appreciate your help, Uncle Dean. I really do, but I am more than capable of hiring protection on my own."
The silence felt suddenly awkward, but he refused to feel guilty. He'd rather call Rent-A-Cop than have that bodyguard anywhere in his vicinity. The guy already rubbed him the wrong way with his stupid, smug face. "It's already done," Dean said with finality.
"Of course it is,"
he muttered, grinding his teeth at his uncle's insistence. No matter how many times he'd asked Dean to stop acting like his father, the man wouldn't listen. Dean let out a frustrated-sounding sigh.
"Logan, can I speak with you in my office?"
"Of course." His uncle and Cobalt left his office, but the one called Ryder stayed.
"You can go with them,"
he snapped, refusing to let his gaze linger on the muscles that bunched and corded beneath the bodyguard's shirt or the way the dark leather jacket perfectly fit his wide shoulders. Ryder's hands were massive, knuckles scarred.
"Probably got those punching someone's face."
Ryder smirked. "Oh, I think I'll stay. It looks like the action is in here." The cocky bastard folded arms that resembled those of a heavyweight lifter. Ryder's arms were bigger than his own thigh, which probably made the guy good at what he did. He'd bet money that if the bodyguard had been with him in the parking garage, his attacker would probably be dead. Harrison tapped his fingers against his chin. Perhaps, and only since Uncle Dean had already hired the guy, he might as well make use of the beast. As long as Ryder Freeman stayed out of his way when doing his job, he might just tolerate the intrusion into his life. That sounded reasonable.
"You should be nicer to people."
Or maybe not. He squinted at the guy and fingered the white bandage wrapping his hand. The bodyguard's dark brown eyes followed the movement. "Logan Cobalt was a friend of your father," Ryder continued. He knew that. Harrison tipped his chin up and then froze when Ryder stalked over, crouched down, and took his bandaged hand in his own.
So much for personal space.
"Is it broken?" Ryder's brown eyes held tiny flecks of caramel on closer inspection, almost like tiny bursts of sunlight filtering through the warm chocolate color. When the tips of Ryder's fingers ghosted over his wrist, a twinge of electricity zipped over Harrison's skin. Yanking his hand away, he squealed.
"It's only a cut. I'm fine,"
he yelped. Sounding like a teenaged girl, heat crept into his cheeks.
"Oh, God, just kill me now."
"So I see." Ryder gave that damned smirk again before heading across the room to lean on the wall next to the closed door.
"What are you doing?"
Harrison warily eyed Ryder and rubbed at his tingling wrist. "I'm your bodyguard. I go where you go."
"Can't you sit down or something?"
He waved at the couch that sat against the office wall.
"Or stand in the hallway?"
His previous bodyguards had lounged in the lobby near the kitchen or Marty's desk. "I prefer to stay right here."
"Of course you do, because you know it annoys the hell out of me."
"Let's get something straight. I don't want you here," he spat.
"I'll keep that in mind."
Ryder eyed his injured hand, and those brown eyes traveled to his face. Harrison lifted a hand to touch the small scrape on his cheek and the throb in his temple.
"See that you do, and just—"
He waved his good hand again.
"Stay out of my way."
"Of course, Your Majesty," Ryder said dryly.
Was this guy for real?
He gaped at the bodyguard and snapped his teeth together so hard the sound was heard in the room. Carefully easing to his feet, he turned and lifted his jacket and briefcase. Every muscle in his body ached from being slammed to the ground, but he had a job to do and no time for his own pity party. At least that's something I do right. Most of the morning had been a waste, and now he'd needed to work through an early lunch as a result of the delay. "You're wobbling," the bodyguard said abruptly.
"He hit me on the head,"
Harrison said sharply. "What did the doctor say? Concussion?" The guy looked concerned. Harrison softened his words. It's only a minor one." Approaching the door, he waited for the bodyguard to step back before he moved through and into the hallway. He immediately felt the giant shadowing him. Reaching the elevator, Harrison stabbed a finger at the elevator button for the ground floor. It took them seconds to reach the lobby. Stepping off the elevator, he saw John pushing a mop across the entryway and waved. "Harrison!" The janitor dropped the mop and offered a big smile. "Good morning, John." He smiled at the young man wearing a pair of the company's overalls and sporting a buzzed haircut. "The floor looks great." John bent to pick up the mop and gave him a big smile and thumbs up. "Thanks, I used extra soap," John said happily, and started mopping with more vigor. John had been with them for 2 years. The 20-something-year-old had been injured in a car accident during high school and lived with his mother within walking distance of the building. John loved his job. Harrison loved the bright smile John always sported no matter what. "The floor sure looks wonderful." "Thanks. Bye, Harrison." "Bye, John." He smiled and stepped past John as he moved across the lobby. "Harrison?" "Yes?" He paused and turned when Shelby called his name and hurried across the lobby toward him, careful to stay out of John's mopped section of floor. "I was just coming to see how you're feeling and if you wanted to get a bite to eat." Shelby stepped closer. Harrison stepped back to put space between him and Shelby. Ryder must have been watching him very closely, because his one tiny step had the bodyguard moving forward. Ryder placed a hand against Shelby's chest. "Please step back, Mr. Clark," Ryder ordered. Harrison watched with fascination as Shelby gasped and stepped back, blinking with surprise at the bodyguard. "How do you know my name?" Shelby gaped. Ryder nodded to the man's lanyard. Shelby closed his hand tightly around the plastic. "Shelby, this is Mr. Freeman. He's my bodyguard," he said. "Thank you for the lunch invitation, but I'm extremely busy today." "Oh? Where are you going?" "A working lunch, I'm afraid." "Well, maybe another time?" Shelby asked hopefully. "Let's make it a unit lunch next week." Harrison wouldn't give Shelby any hope. "I'll have food brought in and we can invite your team." He murmured with a nod. "Oh, yeah, sure." Shelby took another quick look at Ryder and turned away. "Bye, Shelby," John called. "Bye, John," Shelby called back and disappeared through a far door. Harrison finally reached the front door, tugged out his hat, and pulled the brim low over his face before he stepped forward. "Wait," Ryder said. He waited a bit impatiently while Ryder checked the outside steps and held the door open for him. "Nobody knows it's me. I walk to lunch every day," he hissed in passing when the security guard gave them a strange look. Several more employees began exiting the building. "That might soon change," the big man drawled and gave his soft wool hat a skeptical look. "Why? There's a ton of people out here. Everyone knows there's safety in numbers." "And any one of them could be a threat if your flimsy hat disguise fails." He froze, staring at Ryder, and swallowed. On the far side away from foot traffic, a few reporters stood near the bottom of the steps, but he tucked his head down and got away unnoticed. It was only the hand on his elbow that had him heading in the right direction. The return of the sudden tinge of awareness had him pulling free and marching down the sidewalk. Feeling a bit ridiculous, Harrison slowed his pace a bit and released the tight grip he had on his briefcase. The bodyguard prowled at his side. Careful not to fixate too much on the man, Harrison still drew comfort from his powerful presence. Just for a few days, he reasoned to himself. He would only need a bodyguard until they arrested this lunatic. And now that he'd given the police Edward's name, he wouldn't need to put up with the bodyguard for long. Ryder shadowed him silently the whole way to his favorite place. Moving through the upscale restaurant, he shrugged off his coat and hat before taking a seat at his usual window table that overlooked the lake. "Not here, please," Ryder's deep voice rumbled. "What?" He glanced up and found Ryder speaking to a brightly blushing and smiling hostess. "Oh, of course," she tittered and lifted Harrison's menu. "Where would you like, sir?" "This is fine," he said between his teeth, trying to keep a hold of the menu, but the girl tugged it free. "Perhaps the table at the back of the room." Ryder's smile flashed at the hostess, and for a moment Harrison thought the woman was going to hyperventilate. "Oh, certainly, sir," she said, and hurried down the aisle. Ryder stood waiting for him to get up. That dark eyebrow was quirked. What the hell is with this guy? Harrison clenched his teeth. Rather than make a scene, he stood, snatched his briefcase, hat, and coat, and marched down the aisle. About to take the chair on the end, he found himself herded like a piece of prime beef into the chair with his back to the room. Ryder took the seat with his back to the wall. "That window seat is the best spot in this place. I hate sitting with my back to the room," he complained as he lifted his menu. "I need this seat so I can watch your back. Unless you'd rather I stand." Ryder studied him with something akin to derision. Harrison flushed beneath the look and lifted his menu to block the man's face. "No, that would be even more awkward." The silence stretched as their orders were taken, and he buried himself in his laptop to avoid staring at the guy. He ate his meal when it came and opened up a spreadsheet he needed to get finished for a meeting at the end of the week. About an hour later, he glanced up and found Ryder studying the room behind him, like he'd been doing the entire time they'd been at the restaurant. "Do you know everything that happened?" Ryder's eyes zeroed in on him. "Yes." "And?" "And what?" "Do you think this guy might kill me?" He hated to think Edward would harm him, but he couldn't be sure. "I don't know," Ryder said quietly. "If it had only been the harassment, I would have said not likely. When he attacked you, he crossed the physical boundary. He could have hurt you badly or killed you." Harrison looked away quickly, studying the stark white bandage. "I cut my own hand picking up the glass." "It doesn't matter. When he attacked you, he sealed his fate," Ryder growled, eyes roaming the room. Harrison swallowed, blinking away the moisture that threatened at the protective words. Even if Ryder was only doing his job, the man's deep and raspy voice made him feel safe. Did anything seem familiar about the guy? Harrison pulled at his bottom lip. The fear he'd felt during the attack had overshadowed everything. Harrison shook his head. No. He barely remembered anything past the hand fisting his hair and the hot breath on his neck. His stomach turned sour again, and rather than lose his lunch, he thought about the state of his car. "I need to have my car washed." "Why don't you have the service come to you?" Ryder suggested. He blinked. "I never thought of that. He usually had his assistant take it to get washed." Ryder looked at him oddly. "You haven't?" "No, I haven't." Was the guy judging him? Tossing his napkin down, he loaded up his laptop into the briefcase. "Harrison." "What?" Suddenly riveted by deep brown eyes, his heart thumped. "The come-to-you car wash was only a suggestion. Hell, we can take it and wash it ourselves if you'd like." "We can?" Now, wasn't that an intriguing idea? Ryder's lips twitched in that mocking smirk. That made Harrison want to slug the guy. He was sure of it. The asshole was laughing at him. Harrison glared, yanked on his hat, and stalked down the aisle toward the restaurant doors. Chapter 4. Ryder. What a hell of a temper. The pretentious rich boy was easy to get a rise out of. He really shouldn't do it, but he couldn't stand the look of fear on Harrison's face, and poking at him got a rise of temper that replaced the fear in those wide blue eyes. And the fucking hat? That wasn't going to do shit to keep his stalker away if it ended up being someone he knew. It might keep the reporters away once in a while, but he doubted it. He was surprised the reporters hadn't already figured it out. Why the hell he'd stayed after telling himself to get out was a mystery. Maybe it was because of the vulnerable look on Harrison's pretty face, or the way the young man's slim fingers trembled when he thought nobody was looking. Nobody should have to walk around fucking scared like that. Don't forget, the guy's a rich snob. Taking the best seat in the restaurant and ordering shrimp cocktail for lunch. It reminded him of Warren, which didn't help his mood. Wait. He caught the younger man by the arm and pulled him abruptly to a stop. What? Harrison glanced up with that temper sparkling in his expressive eyes, but at least he didn't pull away. I need to check outside. He dropped his hand. There's a billion people out there. It's a freaking city filled with people. What are you going to check? Just stay behind me, he snarled at the smart mouth. Stepping outside, Ryder scanned the area and put Harrison between him and the building as they began the short walk back to the Trudel high-rise. You really think he'd try something out here? Stalkers react differently in each situation. I have no idea if he would try something out here in the open or not, but I won't risk your life. They reached the stoplight, and Ryder scanned the people and the surrounding area. When someone tried to step between him and Harrison, he blocked the move. The only thing he could do was hope he could put himself between Harrison and danger if the time came. Out here, they were sitting ducks. "From now on, we're taking a vehicle," he growled, his hand firm on the man's elbow. "Aren't you being a bit paranoid?" "Don't you think you should be?" he snapped back. Harrison gasped, and even in the noisy street, Ryder heard the catch in the man's throat. "Look, in a car, I can control the environment," he said bluntly. The light changed, and Ryder drew a suddenly quiet Harrison across the street with the rest of the crossing pedestrians. When they reached the opposite curb, Harrison yanked his arm away. Ryder angled his steps until Harrison was once again herded next to the building while walking. He doubted the man even knew he was doing it. "I can just hire a car," Harrison argued several hours later. "There's no need. I'm driving you." Ryder tucked the argumentative man into the passenger side of his Jeep he'd parked out front of the office building. The man worked late hours. That might change, but he'd bide his time. He didn't like them leaving the office building this late at night. Reaching Harrison's apartment building, he pulled into the entrance of the 5-story parking structure that sat to the right of it. Punching in the parking garage's code Harrison gave him, he followed his directions and parked in a vacant spot on the top level of the structure. Ryder didn't like the setup. The apartment building was separate from the parking garage. In order to get to the apartments, the residents had to take the parking garage elevators or stairs down to the ground floor lobby and walk along a hallway before they got to the apartment lobby. From there, an elevator or stairs took them up to the apartments. It was clear the parking garage had been added on after the apartments had been built. Entering the deserted lobby, they took the elevator up to the very top. With only one apartment door in the distance, it appeared Harrison's apartment took up the whole upper floor. He noted the cameras positioned in the hallway. The building was older, but the security appeared top-notch. "What kind of security do you have here?" "Trudel Industries. Nobody can get me here. You can relax." Harrison rolled his eyes. "I would relax, but your system is being upgraded." "True, but the attack end notes came to my office, not my home." Ryder frowned. 90% of the time, stalkers were someone the person knew, and a good majority of the time, attacks happened in the person's own home. He held his tongue, not wanting to burst Harrison's bubble. Shit. He clenched his jaw. Why the kid gloves? With his other clients, he'd immediately lay down the law so they'd know he meant business. "It might be better if I stay with you," Ryder began, but Harrison shook his head. "No." Harrison unlocked the door. "Stay here and let me check the place." Harrison froze and then nodded. Ryder did a quick sweep of the large apartment that did indeed cover the whole upper floor and returned to the hallway. "I should stay," he said. "I'll be fine." He studied the smaller man. Harrison's chin tipped upward. Ryder let out an annoyed sigh and pulled out his business card that included all of his contact information. "Here's my cell phone number." He couldn't force Harrison to take things seriously if the guy was set on treating everything casual. Harrison took the card and glanced at it. "What time do you leave for work in the morning?" 7 a.m.? Can't you just meet me at the office?" "No, I'll pick you up. Jackson will be on guard tonight." He hoped. "Good night," Harrison huffed out a loud breath and snapped the door closed. Ryder stared at the closed door, irritated as all hell at being treated like the hired help. Okay, so maybe he was the hired help, but Harrison was big on giving orders. That sure the fuck wasn't going to last when it came to the man's safety. He pulled out his phone and called Jackson. "Busy?" "No, what's up?" his best friend responded. "I need to catch some sleep. I need a babysitter outside of my current client's apartment door. I thought since you're just down the street..." "Give me the address." "Thanks, Jax." "No problem." The big, dark blonde-haired man arrived and stepped off the elevator about 15 minutes later. "I'll leave this for you," Jackson said, setting up a folding chair. "Thanks." He smirked when Jackson carefully lowered his massive frame into the chair with a creak. He'd met Jackson years ago when the guy had come to work for Logan. Jackson matched his own height and build and had dark hair. Tattoos covered his upper arms to add to his bad boy appearance. Not to mention, Jackson rode a custom Harley-Davidson. His best friend was a chick magnet. I shouldn't be too long. Get some sleep while you can. Thanks. Ryder left and located a hotel a block away, tossed his bag on the bed, and called Logan. Are you back in California? No, I'm staying here for a few days. Are you at Harrison's apartment? Logan asked. Hell no. He wouldn't even let me through the door. Logan laughed. It's not funny. It kinda is. His fucking security system for both the office and the apartment building he lives in is down for an upgrade. Did you know that? Okay, that's not fucking funny. Tell me you're joking, Logan said flatly. I'm not. I put Jackson at his door while I get some sleep. Shit. Dean said the company was upgrading. I thought it was only the office building and parking structure. It's not. I'll check in with you tomorrow. Night, Logan said and rang off. Ryder took a quick shower and headed back to check his phone. Harrison had sent him a squinty-faced emoji. All okay? He replied. Yes, but there's a beast outside of my door. Ryder chuckled. That's Jackson. He'll protect you until I return. Okay. He sighed and set his phone on the end table and stretched out on the bed. He relieved Jackson around 3 a.m. Kicking back in the folding chair Jackson had left, he skimmed through Grindr. If he could ignore the smart-ass snob he was assigned to protect, this might turn out to be a kickback job after all. He might even get a hookup while he was in Denver. The job seemed fairly easy if they kept to this routine. Perhaps he could catch a nap on that comfortable-looking couch in Harrison's office. Sure, it was against procedures, but Logan kind of expected things like that from him, and really, who was he to disappoint? Good morning, Harrison said, stepping out of his apartment at 7 a.m. and locking his door. The man was dressed in an expensive light gray-colored suit with his blonde-tipped hair gelled and spiked. Morning. He hastily shoved his phone away and stood. Striding to the elevator, he pressed the button for the ground floor. Good morning, Mr. Trudel, the doorman called out, standing behind a small podium when they reached the lobby. Hey, Thomas, this is Ryder Freeman. He's my bodyguard. Are you having trouble, Mr. Trudel? The older man's brow creased. With shock-white hair and a long mustache, Thomas was dressed in all black except for a burgundy-colored waistcoat. It's nothing I can't handle, Harrison smiled and patted the older man on the shoulder. Yes, he is having trouble, Ryder cut in. I'd appreciate it if you could let me know if you see anyone going up to Harrison's apartment who doesn't live here, or if you see anything suspicious, he told Thomas, giving him his cell phone number. Harrison glared at him and crossed his arms with an angry-sounding huff. So what? The guy needed to start taking this shit seriously. Very good, sir, Thomas said as he took the number and offered his hand. Thank you. Ryder shook the older man's hand and stepped ahead of Harrison. They entered the hallway to the parking garage. 30 minutes later, he found a spot out front of the office building to park in case they went to lunch later. A few moments later, he had Harrison safely tucked into his office without incident. One thing he'd already noticed about Harrison, the guy didn't talk endlessly. You can wait in the reception area. There's a table in the kitchen, too, Harrison said, and dropped his briefcase on the desk with a snap. I'll stay in here for a while, he smirked. Harrison glared, bopped a few pills, and buried himself in his work. Ryder could have waited in the reception area, but he knew it irritated the guy, and for some reason, he enjoyed seeing Harrison's temper way too much. The view from the office really was spectacular, and from where he stood near the door, he could see all of Denver and the snow-capped mountains in the distance. A few minutes later, a rapid knock sounded on the door before a woman burst through. Have you talked to your lawyer about changing the will? Ryder spun and blocked the woman's path. She shrank back with a stumble. It's okay, Ryder. Meet Sheila, my father's widow. Harrison's tone sounded flat, a tone Ryder had yet to hear him use. Widow, not stepmother. He filed that fact away and observed the woman. Sheila Trudel dripped with jewels. The purse she clutched cost about 3 months of his wages. Not one strand out of place on the perfectly coiffed, fake blonde hair. Ryder gave her a bored look and crossed his arms. She sniffed at him, nose angled with disdain, and then turned on Harrison. Well, did you see the lawyer about the will? No, Sheila, I haven't. Why not? I've been waiting a year for you to fix that damned thing. Harrison gave a tired-sounding sigh and rubbed at his face. A face too young for fucking worry lines. You're well compensated. It's ridiculous. I was his wife, she argued, keeping her voice down as if afraid of being overheard. Of 2 years. You promised, she hissed. I did no such thing, Harrison said, and tossed the pen he was holding onto the desk. Twin red spots rose on the woman's cheeks and her fake nails dug into the expensive purse. You and I both know the will is ironclad. There's no way out of it, he continued. You could try, she pressed, fluttering her fake eyelashes. You get a $10,000 a month expense account for the rest of your life unless you marry. That's it. I'm sorry. What's going on? The guy from yesterday, the one called Toby, stepped through the door. Ryder shifted, making sure to step in the other man's way. Toby's nostrils flared and a muscle ticked in his jaw. Harrison? The redhead swung his gaze from him over to Harrison. Let him through, Ryder. Ryder gave the guy a flat stare and stepped back. Toby puffed up and strode on past. What's going on? Toby asked Harrison. None of your business, Sheila said haughtily to Toby. Harrison? It's nothing. You after his money again? Toby sneered at the stepmother. You stay out of this, you leech, Sheila whispered harshly at Toby. Ryder's gaze slanted back to Harrison, and by the look on his face, this type of scene wasn't a new one. He zeroed back in on Toby, the biggest potential threat in the room. Leech? That's rich coming from a gold digger, Toby said with a face that had turned almost as red as his hair. Sheila advanced on Toby, presumably to slap the guy. Stop it! Harrison's voice rose, and Sheila stopped and visibly collected herself. Toby's mouth dropped open and snapped shut. What the fuck? How many times a day did this shit happen? Ryder? Yes, Ryder rasped, unable to stop the sudden urge to shield the man. Can you please show Sheila and Toby out? Harrison answered, sounding relieved. Of course. He turned and gripped the door and gave the pair a ruthless stare. Sheila huffed and marched past him and disappeared down the hallway. But the friend didn't move. Harrison, I thought we were getting breakfast, Toby said, and placed a hand on Harrison's arm. Ryder tensed but held back. Just because the asshat rubbed him the wrong way didn't make Toby a threat to Harrison. Not this morning. I'm sorry, Toby. Maybe tomorrow. Harrison sighed, smiled at Toby, and then turned back to his laptop. Yeah, okay. Toby frowned at Harrison's bent head and then stalked out the door. Ryder carefully closed the door and made his way over to the small, comfortable chairs he'd first seen Harrison in. He dropped down to sit. Feeling eyes upon him, he glanced up, but Harrison looked away. They spent the rest of the day pretty much in silence. Harrison ordered lunch in so they weren't on the streets. That was a plus. Around 5 o'clock, Harrison packed up his briefcase. That surprised Ryder. He'd expected the man to work until 10 again. It was a quiet ride in the elevator. Ryder silently categorized all the people he'd observed coming and going in the young man's life. With friends, family, and people like the stepmother and friend, it was a wonder Harrison had any patience left. He studied the quiet man beside him. Even if the guy was rich and spoiled, the sad droop of Harrison's pretty mouth made Ryder's hands tighten. The elevator doors pinged and they stepped out into the front lobby. The janitor waved at them and Harrison waved back. They reached the door and Harrison made a move to go out first. Look, he gripped the man's arm hard. I go through every door first. Harrison made a noisy sigh but nodded. Tugging on the ridiculous hat, the man waited with a pointed look. Ryder gnashed his teeth and surveyed their surroundings. Once satisfied, he guided Harrison down the sidewalk. Reaching his Jeep a few cars away, he tucked Harrison inside. With a casual glance back toward the building, he found the friend Toby and the janitor John on the steps looking their way. He'd seen the janitor, but he hadn't seen Clark. Had the guy been watching for them? Snapping the door shut, he lifted a hand and waved, letting them both know he'd seen them. Toby turned away and John lifted a slow hand to wave back. Striding around the Jeep, he slid behind the wheel. Does that happen a lot? He murmured to a very quiet Harrison. What? The episode this morning. Blue eyes glanced up at him with confusion, as if the man had been deep in thought. Oh, the embarrassing scene with my stepmother and Toby arguing in my office? Harrison's laugh sounded harsh. Yes, try every other week. Money does bring out the worst in people, Ryder said gruffly. Harrison's shoulders drooped.
Tell me about it.
Why not let the money-hungry widow have it, then? He started the Jeep, but sat there while it idled.
I couldn't if I wanted to. If I don't inherit, it's forfeited and the company is sold off to the public.
What? Okay, he couldn't stop the bit of surprise in his voice. That must have been in the unread details. Harrison sighed.
My father's wish was for me to control Trudel Industries as a married man or not control it at all.
He wanted to say shitty, controlling, overbearing, and definitely downright strange to have a father governing his marriage from the grave. But he didn't, as it wasn't his place.
Crazy, I know.
Harrison fiddled with the air conditioning vent.
Money causes nothing but problems.
Ryder almost snorted. Harrison sounded just like his ex, always bitching about money problems while possessing a wealth that made most people's mind boggle. Big, sad blue eyes gazed at him. Refusing to respond to the small heart tug, Ryder suddenly regretted starting the damned conversation. What the hell was the guy trying to do? Gain his sympathy? Poor little rich boy. Yeah, right. Give me a break. He checked the surrounding area before he pulled away from the curb. He had no doubt Harrison would be singing a very different tune if the guy suddenly found himself penniless. Chapter 5. Harrison. Early the next morning, he stood clutching the incident report and hospital papers from the other day, his head pounding from the noisy police station.
Why can't I do this later, like tomorrow?
He complained for the 10th time. Not that it did a damned bit of good, as Ryder just ignored him. So he was a bit surprised when the bodyguard finally answered. Because they've assigned detectives to your case this morning.
How do you know?
It's my job to know. Harrison made an annoyed sound in his throat. You need to speak with the detectives, and I want to go over the evidence. I can't protect you adequately if I don't know what I'm up against, Ryder responded.
Okay, that makes sense.
Several minutes went by where he stood toying with the white bandage on his hand. The hot and heavy breathing on his neck was so sudden, he whirled around with a gasp. His hat toppled to the floor. Nobody was there. The space was empty, but that didn't stop him from gazing wildly around. Okay? Ryder picked up his hat and closed a hand at his elbow. Yeah, he croaked. It had been happening to him over the past few days. Just keep feeling like somebody's behind me. That'll take time to go away. I've got your back, the big man said, his grip and words reassuring, but still, Harrison tugged away. He took his hat back and turned to face the front desk, his growing awareness of the man only added to his anxiety. The busy station did nothing to calm him down. Just about ready to demand they leave, he heard his name called.
Mr. Trudel?
A woman's voice drew him from his panic.
Yes?
He gulped as a young dark-haired woman walked around the entryway desk with her hand outstretched. Her hair was in a smooth, tight ponytail, and she wore a smart-looking suit with low heels. Her smile looked a bit tired. He shook the woman's hand.
Thanks for coming down. I'm Detective Sue Williamson, and this is Detective Don Carson.
The woman gestured to a man behind her.
Hi, Mr. Carson.
Harrison smiled with relief at the familiar face of the older man. Harrison, how are you holding up, son? Carson's mustache twitched as he quickly tucked in the tails of his wrinkled shirt and reached for his hand.
I'm doing well.
He returned the firm handshake.
You know each other?
Williamson asked.
Carson investigated the yacht explosion that killed my father 18 months ago.
What was the cause? Williamson asked Carson curiously. Turned out to be a faulty gas leak on a new stove, the detective replied, shaking his head. As wealthy as his father had been, Henry Trudel had insisted on doing most of the work on the yacht himself instead of hiring a professional.
This is Ryder Freeman, my bodyguard, he introduced the quiet man at his side.
Do you mind if Mr. Freeman accompanies us into the interview? The questions may be intimate, Carson asked.
Harrison chewed his lip and shook his head. No, that's okay. He needs to know in order to protect me.
Carson reached out and shook Ryder's hand, and then clamped Harrison on the shoulder before leading the way into an office at the end of the hallway. The door shut out the noisy bullpen, and Harrison took a seat along with everyone at the table. He ran his fingers through his hair to fluff the flattened strands, but the gel he'd used that morning just made them stiff. Giving up, he folded his hands on the table. The letter he'd received, along with the dead flowers, were in protective coverings and sitting on the table. There looked to be samples of the red substance on his windshield, and the glass bottle he'd kicked and broken was in a plastic container marked evidence. The words "You'll pay" written on his windshield had been captured by a 5x8 photo. He turned his eyes away from the evidence. All of it gathered together was more than a bit alarming. "I'm part of the crime unit assigned to investigate your stalking threats, and Carson has asked to help if that's okay with you," Williamson said. "Thank you," he told Carson, who gave him a kind smile. "Stalking?" Harrison rubbed at his arms and shifted in his chair. "Any type of continuous threat such as the notes, dead flowers, appearance of blood on the car, and the following attack is considered stalking," Williamson said quietly. "As you probably realize, this type of suspect's behavior can often have dangerous consequences." He stared at her mutely. What was he supposed to say to that? "We understand that your security system and cameras are being upgraded, so there's no surveillance video from the parking garage," Williamson said. "That's correct. Everything is offline for 2 weeks at least." "I spoke with your head of security, a Brian Sanders. He confirms that the parking garage bulbs in the ceiling from the elevator to your car had been unscrewed." He stared at her. Carson grunted and wrote in his notebook. "What is the red stuff?" he finally asked, gazing again at the evidence that was gathered from his car. "Strawberry jelly preserves. We dusted the broken glass on the bottle and the letters for prints, but there were none. The only DNA we retrieved was from where you had cut your hand," she said. "Well, that freaking sucks." He swallowed and rubbed his uninjured palm on his pant leg. The woman, Williamson, tapped on the written statement he'd given earlier. "On this incident report, you wrote that cards and flowers came anonymously and regularly since February, and continued for the past 4 months. Then you state the card and flowers changed a few weeks ago. Can you clarify?" Harrison cleared his throat. "I started receiving the anonymous flowers and "You'll Be Mine" cards about 4 months ago around February. I didn't think anything of it. They were nice, and it is a common Valentine's phrase." "Can I sound any more incredibly stupid?" He pressed his fingers to his mouth and stared at them. "Understandable," Carson said with a nod. "How often did they come?" "Maybe once a month, so 3 total of the nice ones." Carson wrote on his tablet again. "You also stated here that you suspect Edward Crane of sending the cards and flowers. I contacted Mr. Crane and he's agreed to meet with us later this morning, but we wanted to speak with you first. Can you explain why you believe he has anything to do with this?" Williamson asked. It was all there in writing. Did she want him to say it out loud? Clenching his teeth when she remained waiting, he sucked in a breath and recited what he'd wrote. "Edward Crane and I travel in the same social circles. He's been asking me out for years. About 5 weeks ago, I agreed to go out with him. We hit it off at first and dated exclusively for about 3 weeks. Then about 2 weeks ago, I broke it off. That's when the nice cards changed from 'You'll Be Mine' to 'You'll Pay.' I received 2 of the 'You'll Pay' cards one week and then the next." Nobody spoke for a full minute. "Did you keep any of the cards other than this one?" Williamson asked, holding up the note he'd received with the dead flowers. Was she serious? "No, I didn't keep them. I threw them away. I only kept that one." And only because Marty had taken it from him. He pointed to the one she held. "Did anything about the man in the parking garage remind you of Edward or someone you know?" Williamson asked. He darted another look at Ryder before glancing back to Williamson. "No, I keep going back over everything, trying to recall a smell or anything. All I remember is he was big, but then so are most of the men I know and date." He sighed. He had a type. "What about anyone else? Has someone been persistent? Someone who was always around?" Shelby at my work is always asking me out." "Shelby who?" "Clark." "Did you go out with Shelby Clark?" "About a year ago. I went to coffee with him." He tugged at his bottom lip. "He's been asking me out ever since." "For a year he's been asking you out?" Carson asked. "Yeah, but he's harmless. I always turn him down. He's nice about it," he finished lamely. Carson nodded and wrote in his book. "On your statement, you wrote that you suspect Edward Crane of writing the cards and sending the flowers. You broke it off with him.
Can you explain why you believe he's responsible? Williamson asked. Because he's a psycho bastard who gets off on hurting people who aren't as big as him? He cleared his throat and glanced at Ryder's expressionless face. Harrison glanced back over at Williamson. It was clear she was waiting with her eyebrows raised and a pointed look. He twisted his lips. He didn't take the breakup well and gave me this. Might as well show them, get it all out there and let them see I'm a fool. Standing, he self-consciously pulled his dress shirt from his pants and slowly turned, showing the room the slight scrape and bruises across his back. There was no way possible to stop his shaking. I don't know if you can still see them very well, he said quickly. I can see them, Williamson said quietly and moved closer. I got them the day I broke it off with him. His heart thundered. Did they want to know the rest? Of how he'd almost said yes? If for no other reason than to get it over with. Marry someone to satisfy the requirement of the will. It wasn't like anyone was going to love him anyway. Hell, even his own mother hadn't stuck around. In the end, though, he couldn't do it. He wouldn't marry for money. Edward had grown angry and violent, shoving him against the railing of the man's high-rise apartment balcony. Harrison squeezed his eyes shut. He thought he was going to topple over the side, but he hadn't because Edward had been there pulling him back. Watch out. You'll go over. Edward gripped his arms hard. You pushed me, he stared, gasping for breath, one hand placed on his throbbing back where something hard on the railing had ripped his shirt and gouged him, cutting into his skin. I saved your life. Edward's face resembled a thundercloud. You should be thanking me, the guy insisted. Edward's hands had come up to make a grab for his face as the guy tried to kiss him. Harrison brought his knee up and hit Edward in the balls as hard as he could and ran. The sound following him out the door was of Edward gagging. The silence in the room drew his gaze over his shoulder. Williamson stood with a camera in her hands. I got them when he shoved me against the railing on his apartment balcony, he mumbled. Carson made notes on a notepad. Ryder? Well, the guy hadn't said a word. Ryder didn't ask any questions. He liked that about the guy. Even grouchy bodyguards knew when to be quiet. His stupidity felt embarrassing enough without having sympathetic words or gestures. Did you press charges against Crane? Carson asked with a frown. No. Thank God Carson didn't say anything about how stupid he sounded. Turn so I can take a picture of your front, please, Williamson said. Harrison turned and stood still while she took pictures of where the pavement had scraped his stomach. The room blurred and he blinked rapidly. Stupid tears, damn it. She had him pull up his pant leg to expose his scraped knee, and then palms out to photograph the cut on his hand. You really should have told the police to take these pictures the day they took the incident report. What could he say? He'd been feeling bruised and battered at the time and hadn't wanted any further intrusions. That the whole thing was overwhelming. Sorry, he whispered, and lowered his shirt when the camera stopped whirling. Tucking it in, he slipped back on his suit jacket and readjusted his pant leg, then retook his seat. Several moments passed while he collected himself. If Edward Crane is your stalker, he may feel scorned. He perceives you were intimate. We were intimate, he interrupted Carson, heat filling his cheeks. The one and only time he had been a disaster. He'd wanted to feel connected to someone. Was that so bad? Of course it was, he chastised himself. Look at what happened. He'd regretted more than anything not calling it off. The whole thing had felt cold. The night of fumbling clothes, little preparation, and very big misgivings made him feel sick. Reaching inside of his suit jacket, he pulled the over-the-counter bottle of nausea pills and popped the lid. Pills toppled onto the table and he made a grab for them. Ryder reached over and scooped up some of the little pink discs and quietly handed them to him. Williamson lifted a bottle of water from a nearby cart against the wall and held it out to him. He chewed the pills and swallowed down the water in the silence. Okay, Carson said quietly after a moment and nodded slowly. Crane, who you've been intimate with, may feel that you've scorned him, rejected him. I tried to end it nicely, he whispered through the knot in his throat. Ryder suddenly shifted and Harrison's eyes darted to the big man, but the bodyguard's hard and unyielding face was angled away. Do you want to press charges against Mr. Crane now? Can't you have the police warn him or question him first? And then if you find he's responsible for any of this, I'll press charges?" he asked Carson. Carson's gaze was kind. "If that's what you want." "One more thing," Williamson said. "Can you explain why you ended your relationship with Edward Crane?" "That might help us rule him in or out as a suspect," Williamson said. "My father's will." "What about your father's will?" Carson frowned, obviously not following. "Crap. Here goes nothing. It stipulates that I need to marry by the time I turn 26 in 8 months, or I forfeit everything." He tossed a quick look at Ryder. "Does Edward Crane know about it?" Williamson asked, drawing his attention back. "Yes. He's having a financial crisis."
"Isn't Crane a self-made millionaire?" Carson's brow furrowed and bushy mustache twitched.
"He's on the verge of bankruptcy. He thought an advantageous marriage with me would work in his favor. I saw it differently. He regretted more than anything telling Edward about his father's will. And now it was common knowledge to anyone who listened to Edward talk about him. His phone had blown up the day after the breakup with Edward. Acquaintances Harrison had known for years began calling, offering sympathy mixed in with some very uncomfortable offers. The first man he'd slept with since college, and he'd picked a gold digger. Was he unconsciously following in his father's footsteps? The hum of Ryder's Jeep filled the silence, making the drive almost as quiet as the conference room had been when he'd shown his injuries to the group. The man barely spoke, but suddenly Harrison couldn't stand the silence any longer. "Have you seen something like this before?" After a moment, Ryder responded. "Yes." "How often?"
"More than you can imagine," Ryder said gruffly.
"Did you catch them?" He gazed at Ryder's profile.
"Not all of them, no."
Closing his eyes for a second, he turned his face away and stared blindly out the window. "They said stalkers could be someone I know. It could be Edward."
"It could be."
"Do you think it is?" Struggling to make sense of it all, he turned back to Ryder.
"I don't know, but the cops are good at this stuff. They'll figure it out."
He pulled on his lip for a moment. "Maybe Edward will confess. That's possible, right?"
"You rejected him. If he's your stalker, it'll only get worse."
"If he's the stalker? You don't think he is?"
"It's possible. Let's just see what happens after the police question him," Ryder returned.
Damn it. There went his hopes that Edward would be arrested and he could end this nightmare. Chapter 6. Ryder. The next day, around late afternoon, found him roaming the small office break room in search of coffee. Marty set him up with a cup when she heard the noise. "Thanks," he said, taking a grateful swallow. "You're welcome. I'm glad you're here." She smiled and headed back to her desk. He re-entered Harrison's office and found the man just as he'd left him, at his desk, his fingers tapping on the laptop. Making his way to one of the two comfortable chairs, he sat sipping his coffee. He fought with his urge to demand Harrison press charges against Edward Crane. Give Crane a warning? What the fuck good would a warning do? It wasn't his place, he kept reminding himself. It didn't take away the facts, though. There was a 99% chance that anyone who put their hands on another person in anger would do it again. Crane deserved to be locked up or at the very least get a fucking beatdown. But that wasn't his place either, and he needed to damn well remember that. If he didn't get his sudden overprotective urges under fucking control, Logan was going to fire his ass. The guy's not some damsel in distress that needs saving. 5 o'clock came quickly and Harrison wrapped up work on the dot. Not working late, he breathed a sigh of relief they wouldn't be leaving in the dark. No, not tonight, Harrison said almost absently as if his mind was someplace else entirely. The ride to the apartment building was quiet, and Ryder parked in the same spot as before. Wait for... His words trailed off, and he clenched his teeth when Harrison popped out of the Jeep and shut the door. They were seriously going to have another talk about procedures. Rounding the end of the Jeep, he found Harrison waiting. Thankful for that, at least, they took the elevator down, walked down the short hallway and into the front lobby. "Hey, Harrison," a voice called, and Ryder turned swiftly to find Shelby Clark approaching from behind. "I saw you guys drive in." "Hey, Shelby,"
Harrison stepped into the elevator and smiled at the guy like it was no big deal. Like he hadn't told the cops that Shelby asked him out obsessively. It was no wonder Harrison needed a bodyguard. The guy actually needs a fucking keeper. Ryder waited until Shelby followed Harrison into the elevator and then stepped inside. He placed his back to the wall, keeping an eye on Shelby. "I emailed the Matthews report. Did you get a chance to look it over?" Shelby asked. "I did. I'll send the updates tomorrow," Harrison said with a nod. "And about that other thing? You haven't responded all week." "I can't make a decision based on your email. I need evidence of misconduct. His reviews have been good." "I know. It's more of a feeling," Shelby said. "I can't fire someone over a feeling." "I get it. I'll see you later," Shelby said, sounding impatient, and got off on the 5th floor. "He lives here?" Ryder asked. "Yes." Harrison gazed up at him. "How long?" "I don't know. A year?" Harrison's brow creased. The doors closed and the elevator started moving again. "Don't you realize that he could be your stalker?" "Based on what? That he asks me out?" "Obsessively," he reminded the guy. "So? What am I supposed to do? Walk around not talking or interacting with people or my staff because I think they might be my stalker?" Harrison threw up his hand. "Besides, isn't it supposed to be innocent until proven guilty?" Harrison's sigh sounded frustrated. Ryder drew on his patience and swallowed back words about stupidity. No sense in getting the man any more roiled up than he already was. The elevator doors dinged and opened, and he stepped out first. A few yards from the front door, Ryder stopped when he noticed the piece of white paper stuck on the whitewashed wood. "Stop." He reached out and gently drew Harrison back. "What is it?" Harrison said impatiently, still gearing for a fight. "Stay still." Ryder's grip tightened. "Oh my God. Not another one." Harrison's tone changed from argumentative to shocked. "Stay here." Ryder stepped to the door and studied the letter dripping with something wet and sticky smearing the big red letters. "You'll pay." Tugging his phone out, he called Detective Carson. "Carson," the detective answered. "Carson, it's Ryder Freeman. The suspect has left a letter taped to Harrison's apartment front door." "I'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't touch it." "We won't." Hanging up the phone, he dialed Logan and held up a hand when Harrison stepped closer. "Logan, I need outside surveillance put on Harrison's building." "What happened?" "A threatening letter taped to his front door, in a place that shouldn't be accessible to strangers." "Looks like the perp did his business on it," he growled. "Shit, okay. Felix came up from Colorado Springs last night. He's between jobs. I'll put him on it. Meet him out front and let him know what's going on." "Thanks." He hung up and returned to a wide-eyed Harrison. He cupped the man's elbow and drew him closer. "Unlock the door, but stay out here." He kept his voice even and calm. "You think he got inside?" Harrison's blue eyes filled his suddenly pale face. "Probably not, but let me check it out." Harrison swallowed and rubbed a hand over his mouth. "I'll be right back," he said. Harrison suddenly clutched at him. Ryder paused and looked down. "I promise I'll be right back," he said gruffly and drew his gun. After a moment, Harrison nodded and released him. Ryder took one last look at Harrison and gave him a slight twitch of his lips in what he hoped looked like a smile. It must have worked because the answering smile Harrison gave him stayed with him long after he moved inside. Stealthily, he combed through the large apartment. Nothing looked disturbed. He did it in less than a minute and was back for Harrison. "Come on." He drew the younger man into the apartment and partially closed the door, leaving the note outside attached. "Is it safe?" Harrison's voice sounded strained. "Yes." "Do you see anything out of place?" Harrison stood stock still in the middle of the room and glanced wildly around. "No." "Come check everywhere." He led the way to the master bedroom. Harrison looked around, checked the bathroom, and then moved back through the living room to the other side of the apartment that held 3 guest rooms and 2 additional baths. "Nothing out of place." "That's good. Maybe the bastard hadn't gotten inside." Ryder led the way back to the living room. Harrison walked into the kitchen and filled a glass with water before setting it aside. Turning back toward the room, Harrison gripped the edge of the kitchen island bar that separated the kitchen from the living room. The man's knuckles were white with the grip he had on the counter. "You have a nice place." Ryder tried to get Harrison thinking about something else. "Thanks." Harrison offered him a tight smile. "It's going to be okay." Harrison nodded and reached for the discarded glass. He took several gulps of the water and left the glass on the counter before coming around the island. The young man dropped into one of the wide chairs that faced the west windows that provided a view of the Rocky Mountains. "Not a good time to have a system upgrade," Harrison rubbed at his forehead. The lines bracketing his mouth clearly showed the stress and strain on the man's face. "Was the upgrade a sudden thing?" Ryder asked gently. "No. This kind of thing was talked about last year and planned for this year, and then the dates were selected about a month ago." "Who plans for something like this?" "The department heads, and from that point it's rolled out in email to all the staff and residences." "Great. That's 350-some-odd suspects. Plus anyone that may have inadvertently got a hold of the dates of the upgrade." The elevator dinged in the distance, and Ryder eased to the partially open door with his gun drawn. "Harrison! Ryder!" Detective Carson's voice called out on approach. Ryder opened the door completely and holstered his weapon. "Come in, Detective," Harrison said, rising and stepping gracefully toward them. "Where's Williamson?" "She had another case she was wrapping up." Along with Carson entered an evidence technician. "I brought Sam here. He'll collect the evidence." While Carson took their statements, the CSI tech collected the letter from the door. "Anything else disturbed?" Carson asked, tapping his pen on the tablet. "Not that I can tell." Harrison thrust his fingers through his hair, leaving the gold-tipped strands sticking up. "I'll dust the dresser and bathroom. That's where perps usually tend to linger," Sam said, and handed the plastic-covered letter to Carson before stepping past them and down the hall. "I'll show you the master bedroom," Harrison said, following the tech. Ryder scowled at the blotchy letter in the plastic with clear evidence that the stalker's semen stained the paper. "How'd the questioning with Edward Crane go yesterday?" "He denied he had anything to do with any of it. He says that Harrison fell into the railing. I'm checking into the guy's alibi around the time of the attack in the garage." "Fell into the railing." Ryder squinted. "Not fucking likely. He may not know Harrison Trudel very well, but the man didn't come across as a liar." "My thought as well." Carson held up the letter. "Whoever did this is getting bolder. This looks like the stalker's DNA. I'll run it through the system. If I don't get a hit, I'll see if Crane will consent to a DNA swab." "Good. I noticed the surveillance cameras," Carson said. Ryder shook his head. "They run the same system here. Everything is offline until the upgrade is complete." Carson held his gaze. "Well, isn't that convenient?" "My thoughts, too," he returned, and told Carson how the upgrade is rolled out via email, company and residence-wide. "Thank you," Harrison said to the CSI tech, re-entering the room. "I've questioned Edward Crane. He denies any involvement in your attack in the parking garage. He's provided an alibi. I'll let you know if it checks out," Carson told Harrison. Harrison turned a bit pale. "Okay, Carson. Thank you." "Anything to help. I'll leave you in Ryder's good hands," Carson said, shaking first his hand and then Harrison's. "Call me if anything further happens." "I will." "Thanks, Carson." Ryder followed the detective and CSI tech to the door, shut it, and turned the lock. Harrison stood next to the bar, arms wrapped around his waist. "Okay, that's it then," he said, but was suddenly loath to leave the lost-looking young man. Harrison's next words stopped him in his tracks. "I have a function I need to go to tonight," Harrison said, dropping his arms and twisting his hands together before toying with the flesh-colored Band-Aid that had replaced the gaudy white bandage over the cut on his hand. "Just fucking great." "You should cancel," he said abruptly, not liking the shade of Harrison's pale skin or the shaking of his hands. "I should cancel," Harrison repeated the words after a few moments. "That's a great idea," he agreed. Several expressions flitted across the younger man's face. Silence for another moment before a stubborn tilt lifted Harrison's chin that should have warned Ryder of the oncoming storm. "No. This is my life. I'm not letting that son of a bitch scare me away from going where I want to go." Bravo for bravery. Boo for stupidity,
You really should cancel. I'm not going to, Harrison glared at him. God forbid you miss a party, he muttered. Harrison placed his hands on his trim hips and narrowed his eyes at him. It's not only a party, it's important. What's the function? It's a fundraiser for the medical center. Department heads and staff from Trudel will be there. There'll also be very wealthy and powerful people attending. Ryder made a not-so-silent sound of irritation in the back of his throat and pinched at the bridge of his nose. If you don't like it, I'll go alone, Harrison snapped. You're not going to that party alone, he growled after the angry words had faded. Ryder's jaw clenched when those blue eyes swept over his worn leather jacket, faded blue jeans, and biker boots. Do you even own a suit? Harrison tipped his chin, the tone just a tad haughty. I have a few in my luggage in my Jeep. Ryder drew on his patience. Out of habit, he'd packed up all his stuff from the hotel room every morning. A bodyguard never knew when a suspect would be apprehended. No sense paying for an extra night if he didn't have to. Really? The man's brow furrowed. Yes, really. As a bodyguard, I need to fit in, he growled. That's a surprise, Harrison said rudely. You haven't tried to fit in at the office. Ryder smirked. He'd deliberately not worn a suit to the office. So fucking sue him. He wasn't going to conform to this rich snob's world. A fundraiser, however, was another matter altogether. You'll need to change and at least look like my date, the smartass said. He squinted, grinding his teeth at the snooty tone. Date? Posing as my date. Don't get any ideas, Harrison narrowed his eyes. Don't flatter yourself, he snarled. Harrison snatched something off the end of the counter. Here's the keys. I'm taking a shower. There's a guest room down the hall with a shower and towels when you come back up. It's yours. 1 hour. Don't be late, Harrison ordered, smacking the keys into his outstretched palm before stalking out of the room. There he goes with the orders again. Ryder sneered and stalked out the door. Returning to the lobby, he approached Thomas. I figured you didn't need a call since it was the police, Mr. Freeman. You can even call me if it's the police coming up. He smiled at the older man. Very good, sir. Thomas returned the smile and held open the door. Stepping outside, Ryder leaned against the wall of the building and scanned the surrounding area. How the hell was he going to handle the man upstairs? He'd already exchanged more words in the last 5 days with Harrison than he had the whole 3 months guarding his previous client. He'd warned Logan. If his boss got a call from Harrison, then Logan had only himself to blame. A few moments later, Jackson roared up on his motorcycle with Felix straddled behind him. Jackson kicked out the stand, then Felix hopped off the bike and Jackson followed. Jackson took off his helmet before raking his fingers through his dark hair upon approach. Felix advanced with a grin. Long time no see. Not? Tell me about it, Ryder smirked. Hey, man, Jackson said, stalking toward him. The ripped and muscled bodyguard quickly surveyed the area and the 10 steps it took to reach him. Ryder gave his friend a fist bump. Thanks for last night and bringing Felix by. No problem. What happened to your SUV? He asked Felix, slanting a look at the bodyguard. Brick has it. He ran to get some fast food and is meeting me here. He's going to do surveillance with me. Any idea of how long you'll need us? Maybe a week. I just want to see if anyone hangs around during the time the camera system's down. Down? I've heard of Trudel Industries. They usually don't have surveillance problems, Felix said. Yeah, conveniently, the system is having an upgrade at the moment that includes the company building, this apartment building, and both parking garages. Ryder pulled his fingers down the stubble on his chin. Sounds like an inside job, Felix said. Possibly, he said. The client thinks it's a jilted lover, but I'm not jumping to any conclusions. Jackson, will you write down this list of names? I want Logan to check them out. Ryder turned to the quiet man. Jackson pulled out his smartphone, pressed the recorder app, and held it out. Go ahead. Ryder took the phone and spoke into the recorder. The head of security, Brian Sanders. He comes across as hostile, but could just be overprotective. There's 2 employees I have my eye on, Toby Grant and Shelby Clark. Toby Grant is not only a coworker that works in the video feed division, but also a friend with a bit of a temper, and Shelby Clark is another coworker, head of the video feed division. Doesn't hide the fact that he's attracted to the client and very persistent about it. Plus, he lives in this same apartment building.
There's a janitor named John, seems a good guy, but he's big, with the same body type of the attacker. Check into his background. Oh, and I know the attacker was a man, but can you check into the stepmother? She's not happy with her monthly allowance and may have hired someone. Those are the ones I've met so far." "Jesus Christ," Felix gaped at him. "All that?" "Yeah. And there's one other one I haven't met. The detectives are looking into a man named Edward Crane. He used force after the client ended the relationship. Says he has an alibi for the day of the attack, but check on your end," Ryder finished in a flat, hard voice. Cobalt Security had connections the police department didn't even have. It helped that Logan's twin brother Liam was a colonel in the army. "I'll give Logan this," Jackson said and clicked off the recorder once he finished. "Thanks, man." "You know where I am if you need me," Jackson said. "Just down the block, I know." The native-born Denver man grinned. "Yep." Jackson fist-bumped his and then Felix's fist and strode back to straddle his hog. In a minute, the fellow bodyguard was gone, the deep roar of the bike fading down the street. "So your client was jumped in this parking garage?" "No, it was the one at his work. Tonight we found a letter taped to his apartment door." He clamped Felix on the shoulder. "You good out here? I gotta get back up there." "Yep," Felix smiled and took up a lean against the building. The guy looked at his phone. "Rick should be here in 5 minutes." "Thanks, man." Ryder collected his bag and let himself back into the apartment and deadbolted the door. On silent feet, he prowled down the hallway to Harrison's room and paused outside the master bedroom's partially cracked door. Cocking his head, he heard the shower running. He'd already checked every nook and cranny over here. There was no damned reason to even be on this side of the apartment. He beat a hasty retreat to the other side of the apartment and took over one of the guest rooms closest to the living room and front door. Standing beneath a cold shower, he quickly scrubbed down. With a clearer head, he dressed, combed his hair, and made his way back down the hall, attaching cufflinks to the ends of his dress shirt while juggling his jacket over his arm. He laid the jacket over the back of the couch and finished getting the gold stars through the small hole. His cell phone buzzed. "Freeman," he answered. "Mr. Freeman, Mr. Toby Grant is on his way up," Thomas said. "Thank you." A sound drew him around, and the front door handle jiggled. "Harrison, open up, it's Toby." Ryder threw open the door and blocked the entrance. "You always seem to be lurking around." Ryder narrowed his gaze. Wasn't it fucking convenient the way the guy showed up right when Harrison might need a shoulder to cry on? Toby was dressed in a suit and tie, and by the smell of him he'd poured on more cologne than necessary. "I've been here a lot longer than you have, asshole, so back the fuck off," Toby said between his teeth. "It's my job to protect him," Ryder continued, blocking the man from entering. Toby shoved forward, trying to pull the same shoulder check move he'd used the very first day. Ryder snatched the man's arm, twisted, and then spun Toby around before power-walking him away from the door and face-first into the wall across the hallway. Squeezing the man's wrist, Ryder applied pressure until Toby's arm was hiked up his back and the guy was on his toes. Toby jabbed with his other elbow and came down hard on Ryder's foot. The elbow missed, and his dress shoes took the brunt, protecting his toes. When Toby smashed his head back in an attempt to hit him in the nose, Ryder jerked his head to the side, avoiding the blow to the face. "Fucking asshat." Ryder growled and smashed Toby's cheek into the cream-colored wallpaper. Then, using all of his body weight, he pinned the guy. It took most of his strength, but it helped with Toby's arm pushed up his back. The guy was definitely trained, probably ex-military. "If I find out you're behind these attacks, I'll ruin you," Ryder snarled near his face. The words were designed to provoke and test, but surprisingly, he meant every fucking word. The elevator pinged. Ryder jerked his head around and spotted Shelby stepping out of the metal doors. The Trudel team leader wore a cream-colored suit, and in his hand he held a single red rose. The man's eyes flew wide, mouth slightly ajar, before his gaze swept over them, locked in the brutal struggle. Then Shelby took an abrupt step back and disappeared inside the elevator. Toby bucked and tried to throw him off, yanking back his attention. Ryder pinned the guy harder and shoved his arm up higher on his back. "Fucker, let go," Toby said through clenched teeth. "Not fucking likely." "What the hell is going on?" Harrison's voice called loudly from behind them. He gave one last shove at the guy before stepping back. Toby angrily spun and shot daggers at him before schooling his expression and straightening his suit jacket. "Harrison, your bodyguard just assaulted me." "Why did you do that?" Harrison frowned at him. "Just making sure you're safe," he said, crossing his arms against his chest and planting his feet apart. "By threatening Toby?" Harrison hissed. Ryder clenched his jaw and narrowed his eyes on Toby. Toby's face turned smug, and Ryder wanted to wipe the look off with his fist. "Well?" Harrison said. He unlocked his gaze from Toby and glanced toward Harrison. What the fuck could he say? Toby's actions were fucking suspicious. The fucker rubbed him the wrong way, which sounded stupid and unprofessional. Harrison threw up his hands. "I don't think you should accompany me to the event tonight. Not if you're going to attack my friends," Harrison snapped at him. "You're not going without me," Ryder warned. "Fire this Rottweiler and go with me," Toby interjected. Ryder snorted and studied the suddenly thoughtful look on Harrison's face, the guy clearly mulling over his options.
"And you? What are you doing here?" Harrison said after a moment, frowning at Toby.
Ryder felt way too much satisfaction when Harrison's words wiped the smug look off the fucker's face. "The fundraiser tonight? I thought we could go together." "Honestly, at this point I'd rather go alone," Harrison snapped his teeth together. "Not happening." Ryder watched Toby carefully hide his anger. "Come on, you always take me," Toby insisted and went to step forward. Ryder moved a fraction of an inch, but it was so menacing Toby wisely stopped in his tracks. "Damn it, Ryder," Harrison hissed. "Toby, just go. We agreed earlier you weren't supposed to be here tonight." "So why are you here?" Ryder growled at the man. "None of your business," Toby snarled back, then drew in a breath and lowered his voice to Harrison. "Come on, Har. Take me instead." Har? Was the guy fucking serious? Shortening a classy name like Harrison to Har? Jesus Christ. "I told you not to call me Har, and no, not tonight. I'll talk to you later." Harrison walked back through the open apartment door and held onto it. For a moment, he thought the guy was going to refuse, but then Toby spun and stormed away down the hall. Toby shouldered past someone coming down the hallway. Ryder hadn't even heard the elevator. He pulled his gun. It's becoming a fucking circus around here. "Harrison?" a stranger called out, eyeing his gun. "Ryder!" Harrison snapped. "Daniel lives in the apartment building?" He tucked the gun away. Fucking shit. This place was too busy for his liking. "Do you need a ride to the fundraiser?" The man ran a hand down the front of his suit. The guy was big. Not as big as him, but had some beef to him and could possibly match what little description Harrison had given about his attacker. "No, Daniel, thank you, I have a ride." Harrison gripped the door, and Ryder stalked back into the apartment. The door slammed, leaving Daniel standing in the hallway. Harrison flipped the deadbolt and spun on him. Ryder eyed Harrison. "Who was that?" "My freaking neighbor." "You need to write down a list of people you know," he growled. "Are you serious? That's like over 500 acquaintances." "Then I need the names of everyone you know in this apartment building." "That's almost every person in this building, Ryder." "Okay, then just list the ones who would show up at your door and ask you out," he snapped, knowing he sounded unreasonable. Not all stalkers talk to their victims. Harrison rolled his eyes. "The only ones who would show up and ask me out would be Shelby and Daniel, and you've now met both." Harrison slapped his hands on his waist, pulling the snug jacket back out of the way and stretching the white shirt beneath against his swimmer's build. "Now tell me, why are you harassing my friends?" "Why do you keep friends like that around?" he shot back. "Toby keeps the sharks at bay," Harrison huffed, squinting at him. "I'll keep the sharks at bay." "Even the money-hungry ones? Because thanks to the stipulations of my father's will, I can never tell if my dates want me or my money." "Is that supposed to make me feel sorry for you?" he rasped, and right on cue, that temper raced back into Harrison's eyes. "Ugh, you really are an asshole," he smirked. He'd heard worse from clients. In fact, he was positive that Logan would soon get a complaint. Lifting his suit jacket from the back of the couch, he slid it on and adjusted his cuffs. And don't be pulling your gun on people who live here. I'll pull my gun when I think you're being threatened. His words seemed to pull Harrison up short. After a moment, the man gave a slow sigh and looked him up and down shrewdly. Ryder wanted to fidget in his suit. He'd pulled out the big guns, wearing his black Khitan two-piece for this occasion. It was one his ex insisted he buy in order to accompany him to any upper society party. He used to hate wearing it, but since this event might have some of the wealthiest people in the state attending, he figured he'd fit in more. Fitting in would give him a chance to scope out any potential threats without being noticed. It irritated the fuck out of him that he held his breath while Harrison looked him over. He saw the exact moment Harrison realized the price of the Khitan. The man's eyes grew wide, then his gaping mouth snapped shut. Ryder knew he more than met any rich snob's expectations. Logan had been right about him. He knew how the other half lived. I've lived in their world before. Very nice suit, Harrison croaked and turned toward the door. Ryder clenched his jaw and snapped out a hand to draw Harrison to a stop. I go first, always. Remember that. He ground out and opened the door, ignoring Harrison's pouting scowl. Thank fuck the hallway and lobby were empty and they could get to the limo without being stopped. He didn't hold on to any hope that it would stay that way. Harrison had quite the entourage. Chapter 7. Harrison. Who's Daniel? Does he work for you? Ryder fired off the questions. No. Then why is he going to this function? Harrison sighed and straightened his cuffs. He's the son of Councilman Elway. I'm going to need a list of all your male suitors. All of my what? Oh my God. How was he going to take this all night long? I don't have male suitors, he snapped. At Ryder's skeptical look, he ground his teeth, holding on to his last nerve. They're acquaintances. Look up the word if you're not familiar. Ryder scowled at him. Harrison had to admit the guy looked hot in the black suit and tie. But then he reminded himself that even an asshole could look good wearing a suit that expensive. The driver pulled up to the curb outside the event hall. He looked at the circus of reporters outside. No hat for tonight, he sighed. The lights flashed the limo. You'd think he was a Hollywood star or royalty the way they sought him out. But he was used to it. He'd always endured this part from the time his father had made it big. It never failed that reporters fired off a round of endless questions. Even with them stationed outside of his office building, it was at the events and parties where it became the worst. The reporters resembled vultures. He hated it, but it couldn't be avoided. He reached for the handle. Harrison, wait for me. He'd become distracted, and too late he heard the words, but had already shoved open the door. Suddenly there was a crowd crushing in with microphones in his face. I said wait, Ryder yelled, but Harrison could barely hear him over the growing noise. Mr. Trudel, can you comment on your visit to the police department with Mr. Freeman? A reporter shouted and shoved a mic in his face. He wasn't even out of the car yet. He couldn't swing his legs out and stand because there were so many people closing in. Panic set in and the attack in the garage came back, sending a streak of terror through him. He couldn't get out and he couldn't retreat with the crush of bodies holding the door open. Can you comment on your father's will? Another mic was shoved in his face. Marry me, another man shouted, shoving in between the crowd of people that were already at his car door. Ryder growled and reached over. The weight of the bodyguard crushed him back in the seat, and as the panic increased, he cried out, the sound muffled and lost in the outside noise. With one massive hand, Ryder grabbed the door handle and pulled. Harrison felt every powerful muscle in the man's ripped and corded bicep pull on the door, almost catching an arm and leg in the crowd. The people closest scrambled back, and the door slammed shut, closing out the noise and caging them into the silence of the limo. What the hell? He gasped between the hard weight, finally finding his voice. I said to wait for me, Ryder snarled. Get off me, he shouted, shoving at the mountain of muscle pinning him against the seat. His pulse skittered when the guy didn't budge. Calm down and listen to me. Ryder's deep voice boomed in his chest, and Harrison felt the vibration all the way to his toes. Ryder's tone was hard, quick, and dangerous with the order. And it was an order. Harrison yanked his palms away from Ryder's chest. All right, Just get off me, he hissed, his heart thundering. Ryder backed up and returned to the seat beside him. Harrison pressed his hands to his own chest and drew in several deep breaths. After a moment, he gripped his shaking hands together in his lap. The crowd outside the limo was overwhelming, much more than normal. But even the crowd paled in comparison to the powerful man sitting next to him. Sucking in another breath, he squeezed his hands, silently willing his pulse to calm the hell down. Look at me. Lips pressed and chin tipped, he turned to glare at Ryder. Hard brown eyes stared back at him, so close he could see tiny flecks of yellow. There was a small tick in Ryder's jaw that the 5 o'clock shadow did nothing to hide. This isn't a game. I take your protection seriously. You don't know what's out there. I don't even know what's out there. Not really. I need you to follow my orders when it comes to your safety. Do you understand? He swallowed, his throat suddenly dry. With a deflated sigh, he nodded. Yes. He placed a hand over his mouth and fought back the need to add, sorry. Okay. I'm getting out and coming around. When I open your door, you can step out. Harrison held Ryder's gaze for a brief second before he was gone. Crap, what am I doing? He muttered, rubbing a hand over his mouth. A few minutes later, they avoided the reporter's questions and were inside without any further mishap. Although he felt more than a little foolish about overreacting with Ryder in the limo, he could still feel Ryder's muscled chest beneath his palms. Ryder seemed to have forgotten the incident. The guy's probably used to people freaking out like that. When Harrison wasn't shaking hands with people, he found his gaze drawn to the bodyguard. The man stayed close and sized up every single person who approached them. Ryder cased the place, and the only reason Harrison knew that was because he couldn't stop looking at the guy. It's only to make sure he's still there, he told himself. The bodyguard made him feel safe even in the crush of people. A few people wandered by, and Harrison shook their hands in passing. Evening, Harrison, Shelby approached, holding out a glass of red liquid to him. Cranberry, just how you like it. Harrison reached for it, but the glass was plucked away from Shelby by Ryder. Harrison glanced up, but Ryder wasn't looking at him. The bodyguard was watching Shelby. Shelby's eyes widened when Ryder placed the glass on the tray of a passing waiter. Good evening, Shelby, Harrison smiled, trying to diffuse the awkwardness. Why do you insist on surrounding yourself with men who are no good? Shelby asked him as if the topic was normal party conversation. Harrison frowned, a bit shocked at Shelby's lack of decorum. What are you talking about? The violence outside of your apartment tonight? Shelby said. You were there? I didn't see you. I left. There you are, Uncle Dean said, coming right toward him holding 2 glasses. Dean nodded to Ryder and turned for Harrison to hand him a glass of amber-colored liquid. There are some very powerful, influential people here that I need you to mingle with. They are potential clients, so be sure you give them enough attention. Harrison gave his uncle an annoyed look and sniffed the drink his uncle had given to him. He took a large gulp. It turned out to be bourbon, and he coughed from the burn. Shelby, why don't you go mingle somewhere? Dean ordered. Why? A line creased between Shelby's brows. You need to be talking to people about the progress we've made with the video feed, Dean said irritably. Shelby's lips pressed flat. Then his sharp gaze returned to Harrison before the man nodded and turned away. Shelby did have a point. The scuffle between Ryder and Toby had been violent. He's up, Uncle Dean. It's a party, he muttered, watching Shelby disappear into the crowd. We don't need him giving people the idea you have a boyfriend. Oh, for God's sake, not this again, he groaned. Ever since the damned will had been read, Dean acted like every event contained a potential husband. Harrison, Dean barked. What? He closed his eyes for a brief second and turned back to his uncle. You might catch yourself a husband, and this whole thing will be settled once and for all, Dean continued. And Shelby's chopped liver? You're not interested in him, Dean said. I'm not, but I'm also not looking for a date here at a fundraiser. Besides, I did that once, remember? He hissed quietly. Dean had the grace to look contrite. Edward is a parasite. That's putting it mildly. He took another swallow of his drink. His uncle put his hand on his shoulder and gave a gentle squeeze. I'm sorry, Dean said, and Harrison was reminded of how much his uncle had ranted and raved when he'd told him what Edward had done. I know, Harrison squeezed Dean's arm. It's a party and I have people to meet. I'll leave you to it. Dean patted his shoulder, nodded to Ryder, and moved off. Harrison mustered up a smile and threaded his way through the crowd, greeting people as he went. Ryder's protective form stalked close by, and in an odd way it comforted him to know he wasn't alone. Well, if it isn't the golden boy, Sheila's drunken breath suddenly wafted in his face. Her fingers latched like claws on his arm, fake nails digging deep. Enjoying that money while the rest of us suffer, she slurred. Ryder reached around and unlatched Sheila from him in 2 seconds. Let me go, you Neanderthal, Sheila hissed, yanked her arm away and wobbled. At least she had the awareness to keep her voice down. Her latest boy toy, he thought the guy's name was Gary or Larry, he couldn't remember her flavor of the month, pushed through the crowd and came up behind her. Sheila, don't do this here, the boyfriend whispered. Something must have filtered through his stepmother's hazy drunkenness, because she looked around and then turned on her high heels and lurched through the crowd. The boy toy followed, trying to keep her on her feet. Harrison rubbed his temple at a sudden headache, and he'd only just arrived. I need another drink, he muttered, holding up his empty glass, having no recollection of finishing it. There's another bar this way, Ryder murmured, and he found himself guided across the room. He decided against another bourbon, ordering a cranberry juice instead, and took several grateful swallows. I thought you meant something stronger, Ryder said with lips twitching. If Harrison wasn't mistaken, Ryder was trying to hide a smile. Harrison didn't have that problem, though. He felt his lips stretch. What a relief to smile after so much tension. No, I need a clear head tonight. Watch it, someone said nearby, drawing his attention. From here, Harrison could see that Toby had accidentally knocked into someone, spilling their drink. Toby, Harrison called to his friend. Toby was brushing liquid from the front of his suit and lifted his head to squint at him. Hair! A too wide smile suddenly filled Toby's face, and he carelessly pushed through the crowd. Ryder shifted closer. The alcohol wafted between Harrison and Toby. What the hell? Was everyone on a bender tonight? Toby, how much have you had to drink? Not too much, Toby laughed overly loud and took a hasty gulp of the drink in his hand. Some of the liquid dripped down his chin. With half a mind to call his friend a cab, he shook his head. Just don't overdo it, okay? Toby smirked drunkenly and squinted at Ryder. I see you really did bring your guard dog, Toby snickered. I'll see you later, preferably when you're sober. Oh, come on, Hare. That was funny, Toby hooted, bringing attention from people who stood nearby. Harrison turned and made his way across the room. He didn't care that Ryder prevented Toby from following him. In fact, he was grateful. Reaching a far wall, he stopped and turned to Ryder. Sorry about that. About what? Sheila and Toby. He closed his eyes for a moment. You're not responsible for their actions. I know, but still it was uncalled for. His mouth turned down and he sipped at his juice. Don't worry about it. I've been called worse names. His eyes flew up to Ryder's face. The man's mouth was tipped slightly at the edge and humor laced the depths of his brown eyes, inviting him to see the humor in the situation. A smile stretched his lips and he got caught up for a moment staring into Ryder's eyes. After a few seconds, Ryder's gaze flipped away and traveled over the room. Harrison cleared his throat and turned toward the outside doors. I better get to mingling. Pushing open the door to the wide balcony, he stepped outside and found the senator, his wife, and a few councilmen in a group with their security detail standing nearby. Harrison, my boy, Senator Garrett Brinkman turned and smiled. Senator, he said, holding out his hand, which was taken in a firm grip. This is Ryder Free. Harrison turned to Ryder at his side, but his words trailed off when the senator gripped Ryder's hand. Ryder! Hello, son! Harrison's mouth popped open when the senator drew Ryder into a quick hug. Hello, Senator. Ryder's deep voice dropped affectionately. Harrison stared, amazed, when the senator's wife, Leslie, hugged him and then turned to hug Ryder as well. We've known Ryder for well over 10 years, Senator Brinkman told him with a smile.
I heard what happened. I'm so sorry, the senator's wife said to Ryder.
Harrison watched the exchange curiously. It was for the best, Ryder said, and changed the subject, engaging both the senator and his wife in conversation. He watched the attentive way Ryder kept his attention on the couple, but never 1 second forgot he was standing there. It was nothing outlandish, just a hand on his elbow every now and again to keep him close or to engage him in conversation when he grew quiet. When Ryder chuckled at the story the senator's wife shared, Harrison's gaze was suddenly riveted on Ryder's strong throat. In front of Harrison's eyes, Ryder relaxed and transformed from a mocking, overbearing defender into a charming, attentive man. He drained his glass of juice. Had the charm been there all along? Maybe the guy hid this part of himself. His fingers pulled at his bottom lip. Maybe Ryder didn't care to show this side of himself to a client. Harrison. Yes, he blinked when Ryder turned those dark brown eyes on him. Okay? Yes, can you get me another cranberry juice? He urged beneath his breath with a smile. Ryder looked around the terrace before taking his glass. The man stepped forward and gave him a stern look. Stay with the senator and his wife and their security. I'll be right back, Ryder murmured. I will, I promise, he whispered back with a cheeky smile and crossed his heart with his finger. He suddenly wanted to pretend things were normal, at least for tonight, and he wasn't going to look too closely as to why. Ryder smirked, shook his head, and disappeared inside. Harrison watched until the man's wide shoulders disappeared before he turned to engage the senator and his wife in conversation. Councilman Elway and his wife joined in. The senator got into a debate with the councilman about what to do with leftover city funds this summer. After a moment, Leslie Brinkman turned toward the view, and Harrison joined her. It's so beautiful, she smiled, stepping up to the balcony railing. It certainly is, he said with a grin to the woman he'd known since the age of 20. Garrett and Leslie were friends of his family. They'd been over to dinner several times when his father had been alive. Looking out over the night lights of Denver, he pushed his fingers between his tie and his neck, wishing the damned thing wasn't irritating him tonight. Lifting his face to the cool, crisp air, he drew in a deep breath. He really loved it here. Born and raised in Colorado, he had no intention of ever leaving other than to travel and see the world. He might do that, but this place would forever be his home. How are you, Harrison? Her kind eyes met his. It hasn't been that long since your father passed away. I'm doing okay, he sighed, and gave her a lopsided smile. I still miss him. We miss him too. She patted his hand. But it will get better with time. I hope so, he said as he swallowed hard. She pressed a kiss to his cheek. Your father would be very proud of you, she whispered. Thank you. He swallowed the lump that rose in his throat. Now tell me why you have a bodyguard. Can't pass anything by you, he laughed. No, you can't. I have some trouble that I'd rather not talk about tonight, he admitted. If it's the kind of trouble Ryder takes care of, you're in good hands, the senator said as he joined his wife, giving Harrison a pat on the shoulder. Councilman Elway and his family had gone inside, leaving the balcony doors open. How about a dance, dear? I think I hear our song. You always hear our song, Leslie laughed, cupped Harrison's cheek gently, and then took her husband's hand. Harrison smiled as the dynamic pair and their security detail made their way inside. The sound of music and laughter filtered through the open doors. Smiling, Harrison took a deep breath to follow them inside, when Edward Crane stepped out the door and blocked his way. Harrison, Edward said, snapping the door shut. No fucking way. He drew in a strangling breath and fought back the bile rising in his throat. Edward Crane moved in a bit too close and ran his eyes over him without any change of expression. The smile Edward used to ease the public never reached his eyes. A shiver crept down Harrison's spine, and his hands grew damp with sweat. Edward, clearing his throat, he tossed a look at the patio doors. Please hurry, Ryder. Please hurry. A detective came to see me, Edward said, his expressionless eyes staring him down. Why would you give them my name? Because of the way we parted, he licked at his dry lips. All I wanted to do was help you, Harrison. You need to get married, and I need money. Was that so wrong? Did you attack me in my parking garage? Edward took another step forward, and God help him, Harrison took several steps away, gauging the distance to the patio door. How could you think that of me? Edward frowned. It was the only word he could get out before his throat seized up. The door to the patio suddenly opened, and Toby stepped out. Relief made Harrison feel lightheaded. There you are, Toby called out happily, coming toward him. Drunk or not, Harrison was so freaking glad to see him. Toby! He motioned his friend over, hoping like hell that Edward couldn't see how badly his hands were shaking. Toby knocked into Edward, who took a step away. It all happened in a second. Toby tossed an arm around his shoulders, and Edward's hard eyes stared at them. A crack sounded, and Harrison jumped as the door was shoved open and smacked against the wall. The next second, Ryder's powerful frame filled the entryway. The glass the man held was placed on the nearby patio table with a snap. Harrison's gaze met and clung to Ryder's dark eyes across the distance. The bodyguard moved, closing the distance like an animal, sleek, powerful, and dangerous. The man's razor-sharp focus lifted from his face and sliced over Toby before landing with fury on Edward. Harrison gasped, and the sound drew Edward's gaze from Ryder back to him. Harrison didn't give a shit. Sucking in huge gulps of air, he tried to untangle Toby. Then Ryder was there, reaching for Toby with a hand of his shoulder and arm, and his friend was firmly guided away. Toby stumbled off to the right and clung to a small nearby chair. Ryder was between him and Edward, blocking him from his view, and Harrison could suddenly breathe. God help him, he reached out and clutched at Ryder's arm, and he couldn't bring himself to release him. Was one supposed to grab their bodyguard? Was it politically correct? And if so, did that prevent the bodyguard from actually guarding said person? Was there a right time or a wrong time to grab your bodyguard? Ryder interrupted his conundrum by wrapping an arm firmly around his waist, and Harrison gladly let the man take him away. Harrison! Toby called out. Edward said nothing and backed several steps away. That's right, you bastard. You don't want to take on someone like Ryder. The noise of the party assaulted his ears as they stepped inside together. Was that Edward Crane? Ryder rasped. He nodded abruptly and almost stumbled into someone. Only Ryder's grip around his waist kept him upright. Drawing him through the crowd, they made it to one of the quieter areas along the far wall. The music drifted over the party, glasses clinked, and a murmur of talking and laughter filled the air. You're okay, Ryder murmured against his temple and tightened his arm. His heart lurched in his chest. Having lost his voice, all Harrison could do was nod. After a moment, Ryder's arm slid from around his waist and closed gently around his bicep, blocking the room from view, protecting him from curious glances. Harrison's nerves calmed and his heartbeat returned to normal. He grew warm, and the feeling of safety swept over him. At that moment, his cock decided it liked Ryder touching him. His mind raced with this new turn of events. Oh my God, this is not happening. I can't leave yet, he choked out, willing his body to get under some semblance of control. He had obligations to fulfill. I know, Ryder said, drawing him farther away. They reached a small refreshments table tucked in the corner, and Ryder poured a glass of water. Harrison sought out the wall with his back, tipped his head against it, and looked up. Now that his body was no longer wedged up against Ryder's, his head was starting to clear. He fumbled for his pills and popped a couple into his hand. Something touched his hand, and he looked down at the drink Ryder held. Gripping the glass, his hand shook, and the water sloshed over. Ryder's hand closed around his, holding the glass steady. His pulse hummed beneath the touch, and he forgot his pills, and he forgot about drinking. His head tipped, and his gaze clung to Ryder's handsome face. The world screeched to a halt, and the room shrank in around them. The cocoon of safety engulfed him, and he found his breathing matching Ryder's until even the noise of the party fell away. Chapter 8. Ryder. The warm scent of Harrison's cologne drifted between them. Caught off guard, Ryder swallowed and cleared his throat before he removed his hand and took an abrupt step back, breaking the tense connection. Harrison turned his face away and chewed the pills before sipping at the water in the glass before placing it on the bar. Either the drink glass had turned Ryder's palm damp or the moisture was from sweat. He crushed the small drink napkin in his hand. Ryder's gaze snapped around the room. Do your fucking job. He should have never left Harrison alone, even if it was at the man's request. This fuck-up was totally his fault. Hey. He turned his gaze back to the man and cleared his throat, waiting for those blue eyes to sweep upward. What? Harrison's normally flushed skin was pale, and it worried him. Tell me something. What? Harrison blinked slowly up at him. Tell me something about yourself. Get Harrison talking and forgetting the incident on the balcony and maybe his own desire to tuck Harrison somewhere safe and go back outside and beat the living shit out of those two predators would wane. The young man worried his bottom lip with his teeth. What do you like to do? He pressed gently when Harrison's stumbling words halted. I love bookstores. Harrison seemed hesitant and a bit lost, as if nobody had ever cared to ask him a damned question. Oh yeah? What do you love about them? I like discovering different books. There's this one place I go to. It's called Between the Pages. They carry all the great historical fiction writers, and sometimes they have guest authors and new authors. Harrison looked a bit sheepish. It's fun. Sounds fun, Ryder agreed. Do you like to read? It's not my favorite thing to do unless it's a newspaper or a magazine. He smiled when Harrison chuckled softly. What else? Ryder probed, wanting to keep the light in those sparkling blue eyes. Oh, and coffee. Coffee? Yeah. Harrison darted him a shy smile. I love specialty coffee and discovering new coffee houses. Some of them even have books laying around, so reading and coffee, that's a win-win, Harrison finished, and the soft and reverent way he spoke produced a vision of Harrison curled up in an oversized chair, head bent over a book held in his lap. It sounds like a win. Ryder pulled a hand down over his mouth and chin. Do you like coffee? Can't function without it, he smirked, crossing his arms. There's this place. I'll show you. Mr. Trudel? A man approached. Ryder spun away from Harrison, more than a little grateful for the interruption. He couldn't get caught up in conversation to the point where he forgot he had a job to do. What he'd hoped would lighten the atmosphere after the scene on the balcony had only made things more intense. Ryder stepped in the way when the stranger moved closer. It's okay, Ryder. This is Mr. Deacon. He's one of the reasons I'm here tonight. Harrison put a hand on his arm, and Ryder eased his stance. He nodded cordially to Deacon and stepped back and to the side, giving Harrison enough room to do what he came to do. The move effectively forced Harrison to drop his hand. Ryder gripped one of his own wrists in his hand and swept his gaze over the crowd while Harrison spoke. Sheila seemed to have sobered up, and it only took Ryder 2 seconds to see how. The boyfriend slipped the woman a small baggie filled with white powder. Sheila tucked it into her purse, kissed the boyfriend on the cheek, and made her way toward where the restrooms were located. Mr. Trudel, I can't thank you enough for your generous donation to the children's ward at the hospital, Deacon gushed. Ryder's gaze flicked back to the pair. The man clasped Harrison's hand in both of his in a grateful gesture. Deacon's suit was wrinkled, his upper lip glistened with sweat, and he wore his black hair in a glued-down comb-over. The grateful hand clasp went on longer than normal. Ryder's eyes slanted to Harrison's face. Harrison gently tugged his hand away. The move appeared awkward between the two men. Every fucking instinct went into overdrive when Deacon took a step closer to Harrison, and Harrison took a step closer to Ryder. That was the signal he'd been waiting for. Anything that made his client uncomfortable set off his inner alarm. Ryder stepped forward and gave Deacon a professional yet pointed look. Deacon threw him a hasty glance and took a larger step back. The number of sharks circling Harrison kept growing, and Ryder wondered if he should add Deacon to the list. He certainly had the build. Deacon cleared his throat and gave Harrison a wide smile. The hospital wants to know if you'd be available to visit in the near future. I'd love that. Please tell the board thank you. Have someone call my office tomorrow and ask for my assistant, Marty. She will schedule it on my calendar. Thank you, Mr. Trudel, Deacon said, and moved on after another small moment of hesitation. Ryder glanced down at Harrison. Thick lashes swept upward, and blue eyes suddenly searched his own. Ryder's tie suddenly felt too tight. Donations to children, hospitals, bookstores, and specialty coffee. Harrison was more complex than the spoiled rich boy he'd taken him for. Ryder? He froze. Harrison's eyes flicked over to the voice, eyes widening and then sweeping back up to him. He didn't need to look to know what Harrison saw. Ryder would recognize that voice anywhere. Ryder turned and gave his ex-husband a curt nod. Warren Aldridge III didn't just reek of wealth and power. He dripped with it. Old money, passed down through generations. Ryder was sure that if cut, his ex would bleed green. Stylish in a suit that cost as much as the chiton he wore, Warren stood out in the crowd. Not only because of what he wore. Warren was tall, about Ryder's height at 6'4", with a powerful build, blonde hair, and blue eyes that any unsuspecting fool would fall for. And Ryder had been one of them. What? No hello after all this time? Warren asked. What do you want, Warren? He gave his ex a flat stare. I was just so surprised to see you here. I know how much you detest this crowd and these types of functions. Warren stepped closer, eyes filled with apparent concern. It hadn't been so much these types of functions, but rather Warren's constant parading him around like a piece of meat that had been the unbearable part. That and the pretentious crap and cheating that went on in his ex-husband's crowd. Warren hadn't understood his aversion and constantly picked at him, angry when he'd stayed home more often than not. I'm working, he answered with a sigh. Harrison chose that moment to shift and place a hand on his arm. The touch was as surprising as it was welcome. The feel of Harrison's hand drew his attention down to the quiet and alluring young man. Ryder realized that he felt none of the irritation he normally experienced mingling with this crowd. So I see. Warren's snide tone of voice snapped his gaze back. The concern in his ex-husband's eyes had changed into a shrewd and calculating look as the billionaire swept his eyes up and down Harrison. Well, hello there, Mr. Trudel. Warren's eyes gleamed. Jealousy took the place of the calculating look. Ryder had seen it before. Warren didn't want him, but didn't want anyone else to have him either. I'm Warren Aldridge III, Ryan's husband. Harrison sucked in a quick breath and slipped the hand from his arm. Ex, Ryder growled. Ex-husband. Warren shrugged and swept his eyes over him. Is that the suit I bought for you? He held his breath for 5 seconds. No, this is the suit I bought for myself. Warren waved a hand. Semantics. When we were together, everything was ours. Ryder? Yes, he answered Harrison's softly spoken question immediately. He heard the quick intake of breath from Warren and the irritated hiss that followed. I think it's time to leave, Harrison said. Excuse us, he said to Warren and placed a hand on Harrison's back to urge him forward. Oh, Mr. Trudel, Warren called out. Yes, Harrison turned with a frown. Enjoy him while you can. Ryder never sticks around for long. Warren laughed harshly, but Ryder recognized the tinge of hurt. Ryder closed his eyes for a brief second, snapped them open, and guided Harrison through the crowd. Graciously, Harrison stopped to shake every person's hand from there to the door with a smile and a thank you. It gave Ryder an opportunity to shove the episode with Warren away and study the faces of those Harrison interacted with. It also gave him time to watch for any signs of stress on Harrison's expressive face as he interacted with the crowd. Harrison chatted with Daniel Elway and his parents for a few moments, and then they were out in the entryway, retrieving their coats. They stepped out front of the event and into a slight drizzle. Mr. Freeman, care to comment on your relationship with Mr. Trudel? One reporter brave enough to endure the winds came rushing forward. The wind picked up, and Ryder quickly loaded Harrison into the waiting limo. No comment, he replied, sliding into the car. Sitting across from the quiet man, he studied the enigma before him. "Why did you say that?" he said after several moments of silence. "Say what?" Harrison's brow creased. "The other day when you said money causes nothing but problems." "I told you. I never know if they want me for my money." Harrison stared at him. "Is that what happened between you and Warren?" "In the end, Warren accused me of marrying him for his money." "But you didn't." "No. But that was the least of our problems." "What happened?" He stayed quiet for so long. Harrison spoke again. "It's okay, you don't have to talk about it. Sometimes I pry when I shouldn't." "I'm surprised you didn't read about it in the tabloids." "I don't read the tabloids." Ryder let out a quiet sigh. He cheated. "So when he said you never stick around for long?" "He lied." When he said nothing more, Harrison turned and looked out the window. Ryder did the same, barely seeing the wet streets as they sped through the night in the long, dark limo. He'd ended up staying in the spare room last night at Harrison's request. A simple stay, and Ryder had caved. The apartment was quiet when he left his room. Early morning sunlight streamed through the large panoramic windows that graced one whole wall in the living room. A sound drew his gaze from the mountains in the distance to the young man sitting at a large glass table. The sun glinted off the blonde streaks in Harrison's hair, making the tips look like gold. "Morning," Harrison said, and pointed to a to-go container that held styrofoam cups and a brown paper bag sitting next to it. "I had coffee and bagels delivered." "Thanks." He tore off one of the lids and sipped at the hot liquid and took a bagel from the bag. "Do you normally work the weekends?" Eyeing the laptop that sat on the table, Ryder tore into the chewy treat. Harrison opened his mouth, but only a huffing laugh came out. "No, I don't." "What do you normally do?" "I thought I had to stay inside." Blue eyes blinked at him. "Not if you don't want to. I wouldn't recommend the mall or anything." Ryder dropped into one of the chairs and swallowed down more coffee. "What happened to controlling the environment?" Laughter filled Harrison's expressive eyes. "Someone told me last night he wasn't going to let some asshole dictate his life." His lips quirked when Harrison's laughter rang out. "Okay, so you know how everybody has books online and uses their phone or a reader?" Harrison gestured to his own smartphone. "Mm-hmm," he said with a nod and finished his breakfast. "I don't. I like to hold the books in my hands. I got an email this morning. My favorite bookstore got a load of new and used books." Harrison launched into a detailed description of the place. So caught up in the man's expressive face, it took a moment for Ryder to realize Harrison had stopped speaking. "What?" Harrison chuckled. "Let's check it out." "The bookstore?" "Yes, and the new books." "Okay, but only if we stop along the way and get more coffee. One cup won't do it for me." It took 20 minutes before they left the apartment. Harrison wore a pair of tapered, cream-colored slacks with a thick white pullover and tan shoes. Not that the guy didn't look nice, but he wondered if Harrison owned a pair of jeans. A quick drive-through, and they had fresh coffee for the drive over. Parking his Jeep as close to the door as possible, he followed Harrison into the store. The bell over the door jingled, signaling their arrival, and a tall young man with shaggy dark hair waved from behind the counter. "Welcome. Let me know if you need any help." "Thanks." Harrison slipped off his jacket and hung it on a coat tree just inside the door. Ryder kept his on. Rather than wear his leather jacket, he'd opted for a thin windbreaker to wear inside to keep his holster and gun hidden. "I know you said you don't read." "I never said that," he grumbled. Harrison shoved his arm playfully and laughed, spinning away toward the back of the store. Ryder couldn't stop his chuckle, and he roamed after the teasing young man. "Magazines and newspapers are over there." Harrison pointed to a section with wood tables and chairs covered with the daily news and what looked to be every kind of magazine imaginable. "Trying to get rid of me?" he smirked. Harrison's soft lips stretched into a smile as he wandered down the aisle. "Nope." Slim fingers brushed the binding of the books as he went. Reaching the back of the store, two rather large tables sat with books piled high. A young girl that looked to be high school age flashed them a smile in passing. Harrison set his coffee on the floor near a chair and took a seat. Reaching for the books closest to him, he began sorting through the titles. Ryder stood watching Harrison for several long moments before he took a seat and sipped at his drink. "So what do you do for fun, Ryder?" "When I'm not working?" "Yes." This line of conversation was getting into dangerous territory. He was here to do a job, protect Harrison from the sicko who wanted to hurt him, and that was it. "Never mind." Harrison must have sensed his hesitation. "I watch movies," he said roughly. That sweet, sexy smile flashed out. "How many of these books have you read?" He abruptly changed the topic back to Harrison. Smiling, Harrison launched into a detailed description as he lifted several books from the table. Of course, that had led to talking about the books Harrison hadn't yet read, but Ryder didn't mind at all. A few hours later, Harrison ended up leaving with 6 of them. "This is actually light," Harrison assured him as he stepped out the door with a bag in hand. "How about some lunch?" The bagel had done crap to fill him up. "I'm supposed to head over to Uncle Dean's for lunch." "I'll drop you off." He tucked Harrison into the Jeep and slid behind the wheel. "Or you could come." "Maybe your uncle wants to spend time with you," he said, pulling into traffic. "We have lunch every Saturday. It's not like we don't spend enough time together." That said, Harrison jumped on the phone and called Dean. It was arranged, and Ryder parked outside of a nice, large, one-story house in a gated upscale neighborhood. "Harrison!" "Hello, Ryder." Dean smiled and shook his hand and clapped Harrison on the shoulder. "Come on in. I just finished the burgers. There's fixings and chips on the table, soda in the fridge. I hope you don't mind, but I invited my lady friend." "Maggie?" Harrison spun around. "Harrison!" A brightly dressed woman of Dean's age hurried across the room and wrapped her arms around Harrison. "I haven't seen you in forever." "I know," Maggie said with a smile. "Who's your friend?" "I'm not," he began, but Harrison cut him off. "This is Ryder, and he's hungry." Those teasing blue eyes were at it again, and Ryder could only shake his head. Harrison eagerly stepped toward the table and started piling a plate with food. Ryder did the same. It appeared Dean was sweet on Maggie and that Harrison didn't mind. In fact, the man went out of his way to engage them both in conversation. Sometime later, Ryder found himself alone in the living room, looking out the front window at the wealthy neighborhood. Harrison's and Maggie's voices drifted from the kitchen as they cleaned up. He and Dean had both been shooed away. "I heard you stopped by the station. Any leads?" Dean came to stand beside him. He turned and met the uncle's gaze. "As far as I know, Carson is still checking alibis." "Carson?" "Yes, Harrison said he investigated the explosion that killed his father." "Yeah, okay, I remember the guy. Good cop." Dean ran a hand over his mouth and chin. "I'm sorry for your loss." "Thank you. I just lost my wife. Losing my brother was—" Dean shook his head. "Harrison is who I worry about the most. He was really close to his father." "I can imagine." Ryder couldn't fathom what he'd do if he lost any of his own family. A shriek came from the kitchen, followed by laughter. Ryder turned, hand going to his gun. Not to pull, but the level of noise had startled him. Harrison burst out of the kitchen, running, and Maggie followed. She had suds in her hair and a handful she was trying to smear Harrison with. The man headed right toward him. "Protect me!" Laughter rang out as Harrison dodged behind him. Ryder feinted one way and Maggie went the other. The handful of suds meant for Harrison landed in Dean's face. "Oh!" Maggie gasped. Dean lunged and the race was on back into the kitchen. Ryder laughed. He couldn't help it. With her long skirt lifted in both hands, Maggie dashed from view with Dean hot on her tail. A giggle drew him around to find Harrison trying to catch his breath. The man truly was beautiful. The truth was, he found Harrison more than just beautiful. And that was the real problem. Chapter 9. Harrison. Tucking in his earbuds and hitting the start button, he started a slow jog on the treadmill in his back room. It had been 2 weeks since Ryder had come into his life, and everything had changed between them. At least it had for him. For Ryder, he wasn't so sure. Last Friday at the fundraiser and then Saturday spent together, the shared laughter at his uncle's house and every day since had altered Harrison's feelings about the gruff man. He was fascinated by Ryder and wanted to find out everything he could. Only that wasn't easy. All week long, since the brief statement about liking movies, Ryder continued to be a closed book. That didn't stop his fantasies from affecting his overactive imagination, and a certain body part was in wholehearted agreement. His dick decided it wanted to stand up and salute whenever Ryder was around. And he didn't even need to see him. Just the sound of Ryder's deep, raspy voice did it. The worst part was he agreed with his dick. He wanted Ryder close. Who am I kidding? He wanted the gorgeous man much closer than close. Figuring out what made Ryder tick was high on his list. Great. He was lusting after his bodyguard. How inappropriate was that? For God's sake. He had a stern talk with himself, but that didn't help. He continued to covertly drool over a man who'd given no indication the attraction was returned. So it wasn't surprising that Logan Cobalt had called him a few days ago. Another rider can be challenging, but he's seriously the best man for this job, Logan had said right out of the gate. Why, has he complained? Harrison's heart lurched. No, but usually by this time I've gotten a few complaints. And from you I haven't received any. I have nothing to complain about, he had assured Ryder's employer. And just in case Ryder thought of pulling out, Harrison added, My panic attacks from the assault have lessened with him around. That's great, Logan had said. I agree. And honestly, when it came right down to it, he was keeping Ryder around. Shut up, he told his happy dick. It has nothing to do with you. Not only had the security upgrade been delayed for another week, but another letter had arrived. Shelby was beside himself about the delay and missing the deadline. I don't know why they can't get the feedback online, the man had complained to him earlier. Don't stress. Do you have everything you need? Yeah, I have 2 technical analysts working on it. Keep me posted, he rang off. The next letter had arrived at his home 3 days before, delivered through the U.S. Postal Service. It was a single page filled with an angry slashed red X across the pristine white. They'd gone to the police station and dropped the letter off to be added to the mounting evidence. Hopefully they could get something from the stamp or paper. Ryder moved into the apartment after the fundraiser. Having Ryder in his apartment gave him a chance to flirt and work on loosening the guy up. Of course, when he'd flirt, Ryder would shut him down. But he held on to hope. He pushed the stop button on the treadmill after his cool down and hopped to the side of the belt. Snatching up a bottle, he guzzled some water and wiped at his face. Stepping off the machine, he spotted Ryder leaning against the door jamb. Hey, his heart picked up its stupid tempo. Morning. Ryder seemed to look longingly at the weight set that sat against the wall. Harrison kept his gaze averted and wiped at his face again. I told you you're welcome to use anything in here, he said, and dropped to the mat to do a few cool-down stretches. Ryder approached the weight set and stretched out after placing a few weights on the bar. So, other than movies, burgers, and lifting weights, what else do you like? He asked with a soft smile. It was a repeated question, but he was dying to find out just a tiny bit more. Ryder did a few reps and then hooked the bar in place. Straddling the bench, the man's glittering brown eyes stared at him. Harrison. Yeah? He couldn't stop the hopeful tone in his voice. This isn't a good idea. Ryder sighed and lowered back down to complete 2 more lifts of the bar. What isn't? Talking? Becoming friends? I work as your bodyguard. The man sat up and pinned him with a look again. I was hired to guard you. He swallowed past the lump growing in his throat. Ryder sighed and lifted the towel next to him and wiped at his face. I can have Logan put someone else on your case. I don't want someone else on my case, he said hotly and jumped to his feet, fists clenched at his sides. It might be for the best, Ryder said abruptly. Are you quitting? His lip curled in a sneer. Biting back the hurt, he used anger instead. Ryder squinted at him for so long, Harrison's heart sank. No, I'm not quitting. Look, I certainly didn't mean to offend you by wanting to be friends, he gritted out and hurried from the room. Humiliation heated his skin. He wanted more than friendship, and he suspected Ryder knew it. Of all the stupid things to do. Reaching his room, he closed the door quietly and sat on the edge of his bed. The apartment was quiet, but it wouldn't have mattered. He couldn't hear a thing from here. The place was that big. Scooting back, he pulled out his cell and dialed August. "Hey, babe." "Hey, how's it going?" "It's rockin'. Just a sec," August said, and then spoke to someone else. "I should let you go." "No, hang on." There was rustling, and Harrison smiled when his best friend started shouting in French. 6 years ago, he'd met August young in college. He'd mistaken the guy for someone else when he found August rummaging through the boxes on one of the beds in his new dorm room. "What are you stealing?" The culprit had spun, eyes wide, clutching a male-on-male porn magazine with a suspension picture on the front. "It's mine." "And you are—" Harrison softened his tone a bit. Big eyes darted around the room, and curly hair flew in waves around the young man's face. "You're a new roommate? And you're gay?" The man turned pale. "Yes?" A smile grew on Harrison's lips. "I'm Harrison." "August. Come sit and show me what you've got." August's eyes had bugged out of his head, but then he tossed his head back and laughed loudly. Harrison knew it was fate after an hour spent laughing over some of the hilarious positions. That year, sharing and crying over boyfriends and grades, they'd cemented their bond. "Okay, what's up?" Somewhere in the background of the phone, a door slammed. "I've acquired a stalker." "I knew your old man's will was going to cause trouble. I need to come home." "No, you don't. You need to stay in Paris and learn." He smiled. August was going to be the next fashion designer sensation. "Uncle Dean hired me a bodyguard." "What happened?" August had been with him through the whole Mitchell ordeal. "I was attacked in my parking garage." "Son of a bitch," August whispered. "Were you hurt?" "Knocked down, hit me over the head. But some coworkers came by and the guy ran." "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." He sniffled. "Thanks." "How's your stomach handling all this?" "It's not." He rubbed his hand over his belly. "I didn't want another bodyguard. Sweetie, Mitch's death was a tragedy. That doesn't mean it's going to happen again." "I know." His breath hitched. "Is the new bodyguard nice?" "No. He's an ass," he lied, wishing he wasn't starting to like Ryder so much. It would make things easier. August giggled. "So, no chance he'll be a friend?" No chance of that." He kept to himself the embarrassing pass he'd made toward Ryder. "So how's the dating scene?" "After Edward?" "He's a fucktard. We're not even counting him," August growled. "I've given up. I'm too fucking flawed to date." "Screw that. I've told you time and again, your mom leaving doesn't define who you are. She's a bitch. That doesn't make you unlovable." "Let's not bring up my mom." "Okay, but she is." "I should know," August said stubbornly. "I know." If anyone knew how it felt to be abandoned, it would be August. The man had been handed over by his parents to foster care at the age of 5. "I keep picking them wrong. First Edward and someone else, but now maybe just once you can have a healthy relationship." "Yeah," Harrison snorted. "And I can stop taking nausea pills, too." He rolled his eyes at the ceiling. "Like that will ever happen." "Miracles have happened," August argued, and then drew in a sharp breath. "Wait a second. You said someone else? Who are you talking about?" His friend's voice rose a notch. "You know how when you get that instant attraction to someone, like the spark to end all sparks?" "Of course." "Well, I've got it for somebody who wants nothing to do with me." "Oh, honey." Harrison pulled at his lip and stayed silent. "You know what? Screw them then. You're hot, smart, and sweet. There's plenty of men that would kill to go out with you. You just have to believe it." "Really? Then where the hell are they?" He sighed. It was the same old thing that August told him almost every time they talked. "I know," he lied. "Really? Because from where I'm sitting, you don't sound too sure." "I love you." He wiped at his eyes and his voice wobbled. "I love you too." There was a long moment, and then August spoke.
Quit picking shallow men. If they can't see that you're a nice and decent guy, then that's on them, not you.
Okay. He rolled onto his back and gazed up at the ceiling.
Just kick anyone to the curb that isn't worthy.
Okay, he said, then smiled.
I mean it.
I will. Chapter 10. Ryder. Harrison wanted to kick him out. Oh, not out of a job, but out of his apartment. Monday morning rolled around and the guy was pacing back and forth in his living room. He knew it stemmed from what had happened Saturday in the weight room, but he'd seen the hero worship in the younger man's eyes and needed to nip that in the bud. And ending Harrison's flirting had worked far too well. I just don't think you need to actually stay here any longer, Harrison said as he paced. I mean, it's been 2 weeks and nothing has happened. You received another letter in the mail, he returned.
I mean, physically?
Harrison squinted. What if you need me and I'm not here? Ryder crossed his arms.
Can't your friend sit in the hall?
If that's what you really want, he said abruptly.
No,
Harrison sighed.
Never mind.
I can call him.
No,
Harrison threw up his hands.
I don't want you to call him. Just forget I said anything.
Okay. Harrison continued to pace.
How long, though?
I should at least stay for a while, he responded carefully. Then you can switch to days only if you want.
I can?
Yes. He shouldn't be making such a big deal out of it, but for some reason the thought of leaving Harrison on his own at night didn't sit well. Which was crazy. He'd be right outside the door.
I guess. Is that what you usually do?
The man's lips pursed in thought. It varies per job. Sometimes I stay 24/7 like with you. Others I'll only guard during the day, some only at night. It depends on the situation. Especially in your case.
Case?
Your camera system being upgraded and now the delay.
Oh, that makes sense,
came the soft reply. It's ultimately your call. You're the client. If you want Jackson in the hallway, I can arrange it. Ryder turned away and moved to stand at the window. For some reason, it irked him that Harrison wanted him out of the apartment.
No, I don't want that,
Harrison said softly, and some of Ryder's tension eased. The rain was at it again, sending water dripping down the window pane and gray and white clouds hovering over the wet city and mountains. Harrison's phone buzzed on the counter.
Hello? Oh, hey, Toby.
Harrison's voice changed and became friendly. The weather outside faded. Ryder scowled and spun back to the room.
What? No, I'm coming in with Ryder. Don't bother.
Harrison's voice trailed off and he shook his head and hung up the phone. Problems? Harrison lifted his gaze from the phone.
No, just people being dramatic.
Ryder doubted it, but held his tongue. Harrison's phone buzzed again and he answered the call.
Good morning, Brian. Problems? Are you serious? Okay. No. Ryder and I will be there in a few minutes. No, that's not necessary.
Harrison rang off with a frown. What happened?
One of the overnight technicians had their car broken into. With the system down for the upgrade, we only have Brian and his security team on guard.
Looks like the 6 security guards he has isn't going to be enough.
Looks like it.
Harrison pulled on his bottom lip. The phone buzzed with another incoming call, but Harrison didn't answer it. Ready to go? Ryder said after a few moments of silence.
Yeah, Shelby sent a text. He wants me to ride into work with him.
I wouldn't advise it until your stalker is apprehended, he said quickly, having given up trying to once again remind Harrison that anyone could be his potential stalker, even Shelby.
Why not? I've been dodging him and I need to defuse a situation. Shelby wants me to fire Toby but can't give me any substantial reason. I'll only ride with him this morning.
Shelby wants Toby out of the picture? Interesting. Ryder fired off a text to Logan with the information and then glanced at Harrison. No, handle the situation at your office, not in his car. You only ride with me.
Yes, sir.
Harrison snapped his fingers and pointed at him. Come on, he smirked, a bit surprised there hadn't been a bigger argument. Harrison darted him a quick smile and Ryder turned swiftly away. Tugging open the door, he looked at it and hurried Harrison into the elevator. Just as they entered the hallway to the parking garage, Harrison's phone rang again. "Hey, no, I have a ride. We can meet in my office to discuss it." Harrison hung up the phone and it immediately buzzed again. "Have you thought about telling them not to call you until you're at work?" Ryder asked, holding the door open. "Yeah, I've told them," Harrison wrinkled his nose. "They call you every single day before you can even get into the office," he grumbled. "Yeah, I know." Harrison had zero fucking privacy. If the entourage wasn't tracking him down at work, they were constantly calling his cell phone. Ryder hit the fob of his Jeep to unlock it and tucked Harrison into the passenger seat. "Buckle up," he ordered, getting behind the wheel. "Yes, sir, as you've ordered me every single day," the smart Alex said from the passenger side and buckled his belt. "It's the law," he frowned, pulling out of the parking space and heading down the steep ramp of the parking structure. "And apparently your law." Ryder snorted. "It's the law, period." "I know what the law is," Harrison gave an annoyed-sounding sigh. Ryder pressed on the brake when they came to the first curve and the pedal went to the floor. Gripping the wheel, his knuckles turned white as tires squealed around the next curve in the garage and the Jeep picked up speed. "Hey, aren't we going kind of fast?" "Hang on to something." Ryder had two choices: ram something now or take it to the streets with even more speed and traffic. "Hold on, Harrison. Hold on and close your eyes," he barked out the order and jerked the wheel, forcing the Jeep up against several large SUVs parked on level 3. The vehicle slammed sideways, and a loud crunch boomed through the windows before glass shattered. They came to a screeching halt with his Jeep wedged in between two bigger vehicles. The airbags deployed and punched them. Carefully, he drew his knife and stabbed at both his and Harrison's airbags. Flipping his belt off, he reached across the center divider for the back of Harrison's head and closed his hand gently around his neck. "You okay?" "Yeah." Harrison darted him a sideways glance, his voice shaking. Ryder briefly swept his eyes over his face. "I want you to keep your head down for a minute," he warned and carefully applied pressure. Harrison's head went down between his knees. With his free hand, Ryder pulled his gun from his holster. The parking garage appeared deserted. After the noise of the crash, all he could hear was Harrison's ragged breathing along with tinkling glass and groaning metal. Checking all sides of the area, he eased up on the back of Harrison's head. Harrison slowly sat up and gazed wildly around before locking those wide blue eyes on him. "We're climbing out the back. I go first. You stay behind me." Ryder reached again and gently squeezed the back of Harrison's neck and waited for a nod before he released the man. Tucking his gun away, Ryder wedged between the front seats until he could get his big body into the back seat. Once he'd maneuvered into the far back, he shoved his boot against the back door and hit the fob to get the automatic back door of the Jeep Wrangler to swing wide. Climbing out, he glanced around and then reached back to help Harrison from the vehicle. Harrison slipped his arms around his neck, and Ryder held on until Harrison's feet were on the ground. He wanted to fucking shoot something when he felt Harrison shaking like a leaf. "Oh my God!" The voice and the sound of running brought his hand to the gun in his arm holster, but a young woman and man came jogging down the parking garage toward them. "You guys okay?" the guy hollered, approaching them. Ryder tightened his arm, keeping Harrison's trembling body close. "Call 911, please." The urge to annihilate something wasn't going away. Harrison's hand shook around the small cup of water the officer had given him. When the water threatened to slosh over the side, Ryder was the first there to close a hand around the younger man's cold fingers. "So, you have no idea who might have cut the brakes on Mr. Freeman's vehicle?" the cop inquired for the third time. "No," Harrison said softly before taking a sip of water. "He's told you that twice already," he snapped. Ryder flexed and stepped closer, and the cop tossed him a hasty look before nodding and writing something in his book. "Did you see anything suspicious before you got into the car?" Ryder gnashed his teeth and flexed his hands at another repeated question. He didn't see the unmarked car pull up until a familiar voice spoke. "Officer?" "Yes?" the cop turned. "I've got this," Carson said, making his way over and flashing his detective badge. Harrison held out his hand to Ryder, and he reached for it immediately. He closed his hand and pulled the young man up and out of the passenger side of the patrol car. He took the empty water cup and tossed it in the nearby trash. I'm feeling better." Harrison smiled at the cop who'd let him use his front seat for the past half hour. Ryder wasn't taking any chances. He fucking hovered. He wasn't going to risk Harrison falling. Carson jerked his head, and Ryder urged Harrison over to the detective's car with a hand against the small of his back. He tucked Harrison into the back seat and then got into the passenger front seat and turned so he could see Harrison. Carson slid behind the wheel. "This is a hell of a thing," Carson muttered. "How are you feeling?" He ignored Carson for the moment and asked Harrison for the dozenth time. "I'm fine," came the too soft reply. "I still think we should make a trip to the ER." "No," Harrison's lips twisted. "You got us stopped in time. I'm not hurt." The man's voice trembled. Ryder clenched his jaw and slanted a look at Carson. "Harrison, did anyone contact you this morning offering you a ride to work?" "Yes, I was supposed to ride in with Shelby. Toby called and offered me a ride, and so did my head of security, Brian." Carson, with his trusty pen and paper, wrote everything down. "Any other leads?" Ryder asked. "Unfortunately, no. I'll check these out," Carson replied. "What about Crane?" he growled. "Edward Crane's alibi checked out." The leather of the seat back groaned beneath his tight grip. Harrison's soft finger suddenly stroked across his own, sending his heart into overdrive. Ryder pulled his hand free, ignoring the sad tilt of Harrison's full pink lips. Fuck. Chapter 11. Harrison. Ryder's Jeep was an impound with the detectives and CSI combing over it. So far, they found nothing, as whoever had cut the brake line hadn't left behind any fingerprints. Slipping on his suit jacket, he stepped out of his room 2 days later to the smell of freshly brewed coffee. It startled him so much so that he juggled his briefcase and had to save it from dropping. Reaching the entry to the living room, he spotted Ryder. Usually they waited to have coffee until they reached the office, so it threw him to find the guy standing in the kitchen working the coffee pot. "Stop learning the guy's habits. He doesn't want you," he scolded himself. It was just sometimes he thought that Ryder did want him. Sometimes he caught the man looking at him with an expression he thought was longing. Yet he must have been wrong, because Ryder fluctuated between ignoring him to mocking him and back again. It brought out his own temper and a swift exchange of words that usually resulted in an argument. Which, now that he thought about it, was better than being treated like just another client. He hated that. When Ryder treated him coolly, it hurt. He knew why, or at least he thought he did. It was Ryder's way of keeping a professional distance between them. He stayed where he was, pausing to look his fill. Dressed in a white dress shirt and perfectly tailored black slacks, Ryder was a walking dream. Gone were the blue jeans and t-shirt, and in its place was sexy business attire. Harrison actually missed the leather jacket. "Gonna stand there in the hallway all day, or do you want a cup?" He hastened forward and flushed beneath Ryder's amused look. The man took a sip of coffee, and his strong throat bobbed when he swallowed. Harrison glanced away and set his briefcase down with a thunk on the stool. Heading around the island, he selected a cup from the cupboard. "We haven't used it before. I honestly didn't know it worked," he admitted, and eagerly poured coffee into the cup. "You have a coffee maker in your own home, and you don't even know if it works," Ryder said. His tone was either incredulous or derisive. Harrison wasn't sure. "No," he said, more than a bit defensively. "God forbid you slow down long enough to make a pot of coffee," Ryder said, and this time he was sure the man's tone held derision. Ryder wore a smirk that made him want to slug the man most of the time. Most of the time seemed to be the key phrase. Because there were times, his Dick's desires aside, when he'd actually liked the gruffly spoken bodyguard. Not at this moment, that's for sure. "I like coffee shops." Did the guy even remember that? Ryder grunted, and Harrison's glare was wasted when the man disappeared down the hallway that led to the guest rooms. "And so it begins," he sighed. No matter how many times he tried to engage Ryder, the man continued to shut him down. "We are leaving in 10 minutes, he snapped at the empty hallway before turning to pour creamer into his cup. It was like dealing with a jackal. Correction, make that Jekyll and Hyde, he grumbled. I can hear you, Ryder said, coming back into the room. Harrison gnashed his teeth. Damn it. He glanced at his watch. The car's probably here, he muttered. Since the accident, Ryder had insisted they have a car service pick them up each morning and drop them back at home each night. Harrison had agreed. There was less of a chance of anyone tampering with their vehicle again. Ryder shrugged powerful shoulders and arms into a perfectly tailored baby blue suit jacket that fit perfectly over the gun and holster. He had to admit that on the one hand, Ryder did fit in better at the office. But on the other hand, every woman and gay man in the building now stopped to gawk at the very gorgeous bodyguard. Ryder caught him staring and gave that damned sexy smirk. He glared and rolled his eyes before snatching up his overcoat and turning away. Reaching the door, he waited for Ryder to open it and go through first. Same with the elevator and lobby. Harrison shook out his overcoat and Ryder's large hands came up to help him with it, and he could have sworn the man's fingers lingered. See? It was things like that that sent his mind into overdrive, but then Ryder turned away and strode toward the front doors as if the touch had meant nothing. Harrison didn't pull on his hat because he suddenly didn't want his hair messed up. Crap. You've got it bad, he told himself. Have a good day, sirs, Thomas said as they approached. You too, Ryder responded. Bye, Thomas, thank you, he said when Thomas opened the lobby door for them. Stepping out into the crisp air after Ryder, he drew in a deep breath before stepping toward the waiting car. The bricks on the apartment building suddenly exploded and showered in the air. He glanced over, more startled than concerned, until he was jumped on. Slammed into the side of the building, he was covered by Ryder's massive frame. He grunted beneath the impact, and so did Ryder. Then he was yanked down into a crouch. Mr. Trudel! Mr. Freeman! Thomas shouted. Get inside, Thomas, Ryder yelled. Now, and call 911. The doorman stumbled back through the doors and into the apartment building. The only thing shielding them was the waiting car. The driver looked shocked and slammed on the gas. The tires spun and the car lurched forward. Gunfire erupted and more bullets hit the brick. Stay with me, Ryder rasped and grabbed his hand. The bodyguard took off running back into the lobby, past a surprised Thomas, and down the short hallway that led to the parking structure. They kept running until they were well inside the garage. You okay? Yes, he choked out. It's okay. Let's keep moving. Ryder kept him close, and they took the elevator in the middle of the structure to the top. Harrison's fingers shook getting the keys out to his BMW, but he managed before Ryder took them and opened the passenger side and ushered him inside. Harrison tossed his briefcase and laptop into the back seat, and with shaking hands it took 3 tries to get his damned seatbelt buckled. Ryder slid in behind the wheel and sat for a moment, hands curled tightly around the steering wheel. Harrison's gaze clung to the man's face. He gripped his hands together to stop their shaking. Ryder, he whispered. Yeah, hang on, Ryder said after a moment and adjusted everything on the driver's side before starting the vehicle. Harrison clamped a hand around the handle over the door and braced the other on the center armrest between them. Grateful for the BMW's tinted windows, he hung on, swallowing down his fear as Ryder eased the car down the parking structure. When they reached the exit, the reinforced steel gate door rolled upward. Ryder pulled forward and looked both ways before he punched it out of the garage. The car lurched away from the apartment building, and Ryder made a left. Tires peeled and skidded on the pavement, and the BMW fishtailed a moment before blasting forward like a rocket. Ryder sped the car down the street, glancing in the rear view every few moments. Harrison found himself frequently glancing over his shoulder. Instead of sticking to the streets, Ryder took the freeway on-ramp and got into the fast lane. Can you reach into my pants pocket and pull out my phone? Yeah, he reached over and lifted the baby blue suit jacket and gasped. The side of Ryder's white shirt was wet with blood. Shit, you're bleeding! Fuck! His voice rose with panic. Harrison, calm down and get my phone for me, okay? Ryder's voice was calm. Harrison froze for a split second and then took a deep breath to calm the hell down and search for the phone. Finding it, he pulled it out. Now what? Call Logan for me. Ryder reached over and took his hand and held the phone up to his face to unlock it. Harrison punched at Logan's number in the contacts list. Ryder? No, it's Harrison. Harrison, what's the matter? Ryder's been... Ryder yanked the phone out of his grip and put it to his ear. Ryder is right here. I need to move Harrison to a secure location, Ryder growled into the phone. Harrison's eyes clung to Ryder. Not only was his side wet with blood, but it was also seeping into the seat beneath him, and Ryder's hand had blood on it. How the hell did I not notice that? He's been shot, he yelled, just in case Ryder wasn't going to tell Logan. Yeah, I'm okay. No, he's not. He's bleeding all over the car, he yelled again, squeezing his hands into fists. Ryder tossed him an impatient look, but Harrison didn't give a shit. If you pass out and we crash, we're screwed. Not that he cared about the freaking car, when Ryder was bleeding all over the place. What if he bleeds to death? It was Mitchell all over again. Sweat dampened his hands, and the coffee he'd consumed threatened to make a reappearance. Call Felix and Brick, Ryder said into the phone and took the next exit. Yes, I'll send you my coordinates. Sorry, I didn't mean to yell, but you're freaking me out, he said quickly when Ryder hung up the phone. Ryder pulled over to the side of the road and parked. He punched in something on his phone and then leaned forward and set his forehead to the steering wheel. Ryder, let me drive. I can get you to a hospital. There's one really close by, he whispered. Just hang tight. Another 5 minutes went by, and Ryder lifted his head and glanced in the rearview mirror. Come on, bring your laptop and jacket. He glanced over his shoulder at the dark SUV pulling up behind them. He grabbed his stuff and got out of the car. 2 large men exited the SUV. One was a massive giant, and one was about Ryder's height. The shorter man opened the passenger door and stayed there holding it open. The bigger man approached them. We didn't get him, the big guy said. Ryder nodded, lips pressed in a flat line. Listen to me, Ryder said. Harrison heard the ragged edge to the man's voice. Felix is going to take you someplace safe. No! He couldn't catch his breath. Yes. Listen to me. Felix can keep you safe. Where are you going? I want to stay with you. Please, Ryder, please. You have to do this for me. He clung to Ryder's hand, not giving a shit how it might have looked to the other two, and Ryder didn't pull away. You have to go with Felix, Ryder said, and squeezed his hand. No, he shook his head emphatically. Harrison, come on, the man near the SUV called out. Ryder needs to get help, and you need to get someplace safe. Shit, he shouted, dropping the hand he held. Brick will take care of me, Ryder said, and reached out. Fingers brushed over his cheek for a brief second, and then Ryder stepped back. A sob caught at the back of his throat. You fucking better call me. He didn't have the right to make that demand, but he made it anyway. I will, Ryder said, the words like a promise, and then held his gaze for another long moment before turning away. Brick guided Ryder carefully to the BMW and then tore away from the curb like a bat out of hell. A sob tore from his throat and tears slipped down his cheeks. It's okay. Come on, let's get you off the street and someplace safe, the one named Felix said. Harrison found himself tucked into the passenger side of a dark black SUV, but he saw nothing. The world was suddenly a very desolate and bleak place without Ryder in it. The inside of the safe house was dark, and he waited on the steps for Felix to flip on the lights. Stepping inside, he pulled his jacket tightly around him, clutching his briefcase like a shield. Have you heard from them? He saw Felix check his phone. No. His breath stuttered and a sound left his throat. But that's a good thing, Felix said hastily, coming over to pull him away from the closed front door with a gentle hand on his arm. It is? Yeah. Felix led the way into the kitchen and started rummaging around for things. Soon a pot of coffee was brewing, and crackers and cheese were on the counter. How long have you known Ryder? He asked, slipping into one of the chairs at the kitchen table. About 5 years, I guess. We partner on some of the cases. Cases? Don't you mean clients? Not all are bodyguard clients. Sometimes we have a business or firm that needs protection. Cobalt does security and bodyguard services. You love it, he smiled faintly. I do. It's a rush helping people. We get to save the day. Felix grinned and poured 2 cups of coffee before placing cream and sugar on the table. Harrison sipped at the hot brew while Felix broke into a lively story of a recent case, changing the names, of course. He tried to keep his mind here, but it would only go back to Ryder. He warred with his nausea and finally broke down and took a few pills. You have an ulcer? What? Felix's question jogged him back. Oh, yeah, a small one. Nothing big, but when I'm stressed, he shrugged. It flares up. Yeah, they can be a bitch. I have a good friend who has one, Felix nodded. The bodyguard's phone rang and he answered it.
Yeah, hang on, Felix said into the phone and then handed it over to him.
It's for you. Hello? Hey. He swallowed, shoved from the chair, and left the kitchen. With the phone gripped tightly in his hand, he dashed at the tears rushing to the surface. Hey, his voice came out like a wobbly croak. I'm okay, Ryder rumbled. Are you at the hospital? Yeah. What happens now? Was he going to be handed over to another bodyguard or team? Tears clogged up his throat and streamed down his cheeks so fast he could barely get the words out. Felix is going to bring you to me. He sucked in a breath that caused his chest to shake and sank onto the edge of the couch in the dark living room. The fierce happiness that fisted his chest caused his whole heart to ache and generated a hope that he didn't dare believe possible. Okay? Ryder asked gruffly. Yes. God, Ryder, I'm so sorry. His breath hitched. This is not your fault. You could have died. Like Mitch, he sniffled. Ryder growled, and Harrison could picture him flexing and getting all protective. It made him smile through the tears. Don't do that. This is that sick fuck's fault, you hear me? Yeah, I hear you. Chapter 12. Ryder. Following Jackson through the back door, he was ushered into a small bedroom a few feet away. He dropped down onto the bed and sprawled against the pillows. The bullet had creased him, but it was nothing compared to previous injuries. He trailed his fingers over the bandage and then draped his arm over his eyes. I'll be back, Jackson said and left the room. Ryder wasn't sure how much time had passed, but he fell asleep. The next time Jackson came into the room with a whiskey bottle. Still haven't learned the art of dodging bullets yet. Screw you. He sat up and shrugged off his shirt and tossed it to the floor. Bend over, Jackson smirked. You're such an ass. You're just now figuring that out. Drink this, Jackson ordered. He gazed up at his best friend, took the bottle and several long swallows of the whiskey with a grimace. Jackson rummaged in a drawer and came back to the bed with a clean shirt. Ryder took another swallow of the booze and slipped one arm in and then the other into the shirt Jackson held out for him. He's a hottie. Who? Harrison. Harrison? Yeah. Hottie? Ryder wiped at his mouth. He couldn't argue. Harrison was hands down hot as hell. He's here. He thought he'd have a few more hours to figure out why the hell he'd insisted that Logan leave him on this case. Yep. Felix brought him in the garage side door the same time I brought you in through the back. He's a client, nothing more. Jackson snorted. Client my ass. Ryder scowled at his friend. Jackson didn't flinch. The ex-Marine stared him down. Fuck. He took another swallow of liquor, trying like hell to shove Harrison back into the role of client in his tired brain. If he's only a client, then why did you put up such a fight at the hospital when Logan wanted to reassign him? I'm not pulling off this case, and Logan trying to pull that shit fucking pisses me off. He never failed at an assignment, and he wasn't going to start now. God forbid you're not perfect, Jackson said dryly. It's not that, he argued. Jackson shook his head. Look, you have every right to have someone take over until you're at 100%. Ryder clenched his teeth. I'm at 100%. I'm not saying you can't do your job. I'm just asking why the push to stay on Harrison's detail. I don't quit. He rubbed a hand over his mouth and then kneaded at the back of his neck. I think it's the man himself, Jackson smirked. Don't even fucking go there. Jackson studied him for so long, Ryder fidgeted. They're not all like Warren, Ryder. His teeth snapped together. I know that, and this has nothing to do with that. Maybe, but I think you're blind. I can tell after 5 minutes of talking to Harrison that he's starting to care for you. He said nothing, staring at Jackson, refusing to go down that road. That road led to nothing but trouble. "Hey," Felix said from the doorway. "I'm taking off." "Thanks, Felix," he said thickly. "It must have been the booze." "Any time?" Felix nodded and winked at him. The bodyguard clapped Jackson on the shoulder before disappearing. "Okay, enough of the lecture." Jackson nodded at the bullet wound on his side. "It's not just an overzealous stalker any longer. Someone wants him dead." Ryder held Jackson's stare. "I don't think they were aiming at Harrison." Jackson quirked a brow. "Did you get in the way of someone's candy?" "Yeah. It would have been just as easy to shoot Harrison as it had been me." He took another long swallow of liquor and shoved away the thought of a bullet coming anywhere near Harrison. "What about the stepmother you said was money-hungry?" "She's also a drug addict. Honestly, I don't know. At this point, it could be a stranger or a friend or his fucked-up family. There's just too many dysfunctional people surrounding him to get a good idea. Any one of them could be guilty." "Logan said the shooter was in the parking garage across the street," Jackson said. "I know. Brick said that whoever it was too well hidden at the time and gone within seconds after the shooting. Makes me wonder if the shooter knew they were doing surveillance." "I don't know, but after an hour combing the area, the cops found 9mm shell casings in the parking structure across the street," his friend said. "Good. Maybe that will tie it back to someone." "The detectives have any leads?" Jackson asked. "No, they didn't find any prints at Harrison's place and no match to the DNA left on any of the notes. We gave them a few names after the brakes were cut, but haven't heard back." He scowled and took another swallow, the bourbon burning pleasantly. Jackson leaned a shoulder against the door jamb and studied him. Ryder avoided his friend's stare and took another long swallow. He set aside the bottle and worked his fumbling fingers at the buttons on the shirt. "Getting too close on this one?" "What? No." He frowned and wiped a hand over his mouth, giving up the struggle to button the damned shirt. "Just worried in the usual way." "Right. Kiss my ass," he mumbled. Damn it, now he was buzzed. But Jackson's place was a fortress, and the only place he felt completely safe for him and Harrison right now. Jackson laughed. "What are you going to do now? You need to stay here?" "No. As soon as I sober up, I'm taking him out of Denver until the detectives solve the case." Jackson frowned. "That could be a long time." "I don't think so. Whoever it is grew impatient today and tipped his hand by leaving evidence with those bullets," he said. "That means they'll make a mistake." "True," Jackson nodded. "So where are you taking him?" "I'm taking him up to the cabin. He could keep Harrison safe there." "The cabin?" Jackson's eyes widened with surprise. "Yeah, the fucking cabin," he growled, avoiding his friend's piercing gaze. He never took any of his clients to the cabin. "I know what you're thinking, but like I said, it's not like that." "I'm not thinking anything." "Liar." He squinted at Jackson. "The cabin's a good idea." Jackson smiled and shoved from the wall. Ryder frowned and glanced toward the open door. "I should check on Harrison. He's in the game room with Hayden." "Oh," he said grumpily. Hayden Thorne, another one of Cobalt's bodyguards, was the world's biggest flirt. "Lay back and rest." "I better go save Harrison from him," he said, trying to keep his eyes from suddenly closing. "I think you should lay down for a while longer." Jackson came back across the room and reached out and eased him back on the bed. "Harrison is safe here. They can't get into my place, and Hayden will go ninja on anyone's ass if they do." He grunted softly and turned on his good side before closing his eyes. "Leave the door open." "I will." "I can see he's starting to care for you." Jackson's words came back to him. Why the fuck did that make him feel 10 feet tall, and why the fuck did the thought of Harrison at his family's cabin send a warmth through his gut that shouldn't be there? Hayden was sitting way too close to Harrison. "What's going on?" Ryder rasped, standing in the doorway the next morning that led to Jackson's large den. "So much for leaving last night." Harrison's head lifted, and he twisted around on the couch, the game controller in his hand. A smile flashed on those kissable lips, and the tips of his hair gleamed in the late morning sun that came through one of the room's windows. "You're awake!" Harrison jumped up and rushed around the couch. Once there, the man paused a few feet from him and stared at him with cornflower blue-colored eyes. He'd been searching for a color, and now he knew. "Hayden is teaching me how to game." Ryder scowled at Hayden. The guy gave him a smug smile and laughed loudly before jumping up and heading around the couch to give him a quick pat on the shoulder. "How about some food? You hungry?" Hayden asked. The bodyguard was too good-looking for his own good, with a quick smile and bright eyes. His friend was also a heartbreaker. "I don't want Harrison hurt. Not on my watch." Hayden was a damned good friend, but a player when it came to love. "Yeah, I'm starved," he admitted. "Me too," Hayden said, slipping past him and toward the kitchen. "You're always hungry," Jackson growled, coming through the den and into the kitchen. "Am not," Hayden argued. "Are too," Jackson shot back. The guy towered over Hayden's smaller stature, but that didn't make Hayden any less lethal. Ryder had once seen him clear a whole bar of bikers with minimal help. The pair continued to argue good-naturedly at the stove, trading insults back and forth while piling plates high with food. He turned back toward Harrison. "I can show you how to play." Now, why the hell had he said that? "Really?" Harrison smiled, and Ryder rubbed at the back of his neck. The man wore a pair of baggy sweats and a loose t-shirt. His hair was tousled and feet bare. Pillows and blankets on the couch gave him a good idea of where Harrison had slept. "Yeah," he said gruffly, "but I'm starving." "You need food first," Harrison said, coming closer. Ryder spun away from Harrison's searching look and headed over to slide onto one of the stools that lined the large bar. Harrison followed and slipped onto the stool next to him. He didn't look over, but instead focused on the pair goofing around in the kitchen. "What is this, comedy hour? I'm hungry," Ryder complained at his friends. "Wine, wine, wine," Hayden called out. Jackson turned and tossed a warm biscuit through the air, and he caught it, placing it on Harrison's plate before he lifted his hand again. Jackson gave him a knowing smile and chucked another biscuit at him. He scowled and caught it and then turned to Harrison. "Sorry, I just touched your food." Harrison laughed and took a bite of the biscuit. "So did Jackson. I'm not worried about it." He grunted and turned back to the plate that Hayden sat before him, piled high with bacon, sausage, eggs, and hash browns. "I love breakfast," Harrison said with a smile. Ryder grunted. "Don't mind Ryder, Harrison. We nicknamed him Cranky." "Nice," he grumbled and shot Hayden the finger. Hayden laughed loudly. "Take a plate, Hayden, and quit picking at my guests," Jackson said, slapping Hayden on the shoulder. "I wish I could, but I promised Logan I'd take on a case. Catch you all later. Harrison, it was nice meeting you. Hope we can hang out and play again sometime in the future." Hayden came around the bar. Harrison turned on his stool and shook the bodyguard's hand. "Me too." "See you, big guy." Instead of the usual backslap, Hayden gripped the back of Ryder's neck. "Be safe." Ryder held his friend's gaze. "Will do." And then Hayden was gone and the place grew quiet. "He's exuberant," Harrison smiled and took a bite of food. "That he is," Ryder said with a smirk. "Definitely. He's like that around all of us," Jackson said. "Not all," Ryder corrected. Jackson's brows rose. "Oh, yeah. Brick." Ryder snorted and shoveled another bite of food in. Jackson gave an evil laugh. "What?" Harrison turned to him, and Ryder couldn't resist his questioning expression. "You've seen Brick. The guy is our newest hire. There's just something about Brick that sends the player on the run." "Player?" "Hayden," he said at the same time as Jackson. They both chuckled. "I could see it a little bit. He sure is hot," Harrison said, joining in with the laughter. "He's not hot," Ryder stabbed at his eggs. "What rock are you living under?" Harrison teased him. Jackson broke out with laughter, and Harrison's soft baritone joined in. Ryder reluctantly grinned and shook his head. He darted a quick look sideways, but Harrison had turned his attention to his food. Harrison fit in well with his friends, the blue-collar crowd. More so than he'd ever thought the wealthy man would. It was interesting, to say the least, and he wondered if there were any moments in Harrison's past where he'd had friends that didn't have six-figure incomes. You should call into your office and take some time off, he told Harrison. How much time? Instead of asking why, Harrison wanted to know how long. As much time as it takes the detectives to catch this son of a bitch, he said roughly. A few hours later, Jackson's SUV was loaded up. Ryder covertly glanced at Harrison. Instead of the normal suit, he looked good wearing blue jeans and a pullover left by Hayden. I'll take care of Harrison's BMW, Jackson said, drawing his attention. He gripped Jackson's hand hard. Thank you. His friend leaned in and lowered his voice. I like him. He's nothing like your ex. What the hell does that matter? He scowled. Jackson barked with laughter and strode over to Harrison while Ryder trailed behind, glaring at his friend. Jackson reached Harrison and shook his hand. Be safe. Thank you, Jackson. It was a pleasure meeting you, Harrison said, and his voice rang with sincerity. Jackson was absolutely correct. Harrison was hands down classy. It had been stupid on his part to ever compare them. Harrison was nothing like the shrew Warren was. The one time he'd brought his ex to visit Jackson's house, Warren had spent the entire time complaining about slumming it with the lower half of society. He'd been so embarrassed he'd avoided his best friend for months. Any chance we can swing by my home and get some of my things? No, he said. Thinking of Warren had made him angry. Clipping on his own belt, he adjusted the mirrors. Harrison threw him an impatient look before turning to stare out the window. He eased out of Jackson's garage and glanced around, checking sidewalks and the semi-deserted street. Nothing out of the ordinary moved or stood out. I can stop someplace out of town and we can do some shopping once we get settled, he said gruffly, trying to ease the sudden tension and bring back the smiling man from earlier. Okay, Harrison angled in his seat toward him. How far is it? About an hour and a half. Ryder took another long look around and pulled out onto the street, heading for the freeway. Why don't you pick some music? Harrison shot him a surprised look before flashing a smile that suddenly had his hands squeezing the steering wheel. 30 minutes down the road, he reached out and turned the tunes down. Harrison glanced at him curiously. I need to call Logan. He punched the button on the steering wheel and Logan answered on the first ring. Where are you two? We're in Jackson's SUV. I'm taking Harrison to the cabin. When are you heading back to California? I'm not. I'm staying in Colorado for an extended time. Since a number of my employees live here, I'm thinking of buying some office space. Sounds like a good idea, he agreed. There was silence on the other end, and he heard another deep voice speaking in the background. I will, Logan said to whomever it was. Harrison? Yes? Harrison threw him a frowning look. After what happened to you both yesterday, I stopped by to speak with the detectives on your case. I'm with Carson. I'll put you on speakerphone. Hi, Carson. Good morning, Harrison. We found something that concerns us, Carson replied. What? Your stepmother withdrew $10,000 from her bank account 2 months in a row, Carson said. So? Ryder squeezed the steering wheel. Sheila could have used it to hire someone. Any idea what she used it for? Carson asked. Sheila goes through money like water. If you check, you'll probably see where she bought a pair of $6,000 shoes or something. There's an endless list of possibilities. It's cash, Carson replied. I saw her take a bag of white powder from her friend at the party Harrison and I attended. Ryder spoke up, keeping his eyes on the road. Harrison threw him a quick look, pulling at his bottom lip. She used to have a crystal meth problem. My dad had her go to a drug treatment center for a while. She may be using again. That's possible, Carson said. Wait, you're looking at her for this? It was a man who attacked me. We can't rule out the possibility she might have hired someone, Logan interjected gently. She's made it no secret she feels angry about the will. Ryder glanced over and found Harrison looking at him with disbelief. Ryder turned his eyes back to the road before he could get sucked into those swirling baby blues. The amount of cash withdrawal appears suspicious, Logan continued. I don't think she has the brains to do something like this, Harrison said quietly. It doesn't take that many brain cells to pick up the phone and hire someone. Ryder kept that to himself as he took the exit that would take them to the 2-lane highway leading to the lake. Harrison sighed and ran a hand through his hair, leaving the strands sticking up. Honestly, I don't know what the cash is for, but I bet you can find some receipt somewhere. She just totaled her car. Check into that. All right, Logan said. There was low murmuring between Logan and Carson before Logan's voice spoke up. "Ryder, your location will be kept secret. Please let me know when you've arrived safe." "I will, boss." Ryder ended the call and silence swelled through the car. "Do you think Sheila had a hand in this?" Harrison asked after several minutes of silence had gone by. Ryder's gut told him Sheila seemed the type, but he wasn't going to make snap decisions on his gut. "I don't know her that well, Harrison. Do you think she's capable of it?" Harrison let out a sigh and twisted his hands in his lap, and Ryder wanted to take away his worry, but he couldn't. "I don't know," Harrison whispered. "I hope not for her sake." He gave Harrison a half smile. The guy was worried about his crazy-ass stepmother. Harrison was a softie. "So tell me about the cabin. Does your work own it?" "No, my parents do." "Parents?" Harrison asked, surprised. He gave a frown of annoyance at the disbelief in Harrison's voice. "What the hell?" "Yes, believe it or not, I was born." "I didn't mean—" Ryder cut the guy off by turning on the radio. "Ryder." He turned up the volume. Chapter 13. Harrison. "Harrison, son, are you okay?" "Yes." He clutched the phone, tears welling at his uncle's tone. Damn it, he hated when he cried. He placed the cup of coffee he was holding down on the railing and dashed at his eyes. "I tried your cell several times. All you said in your voicemail message was that you were safe." "I'm with Ryder." "Harrison, I want you to listen to me carefully. You need to do what Ryder says. He can keep you safe. You hear me?" "I hear you." "Your father trusted Logan Cobalt with his life. His man can keep you safe." "I know. Dad spoke highly of Logan," he admitted. "I've been in touch with the detectives, and they are working hard to solve this. Logan's got a few of his men on it as well." "Do you think it's Sheila?" "No, I don't." He sighed long and loud. Okay, good." He hated to think that his father would have married someone so evil. "I have to go. You stick with Ryder, and next time, answer the phone." "I will." He looked around. "I love you, Uncle Dean." "I love you too." He hung up and leaned back against the porch railing. His phone pinged, which reminded him that Toby had left several messages on his cell phone. At some point, he'd need to answer the phone and actually tell his friend what was going on. Wandering across the porch, he sank into one of the wide wooden chairs that graced the porch and curled his legs under him. A songbird caught his attention, and he gazed out at the view. It really is spectacular. Several yards away, the water lapped with a rhythmic whoosh at the rocky shore of the lake. Sun glittered on the crystal blue surface. Pine trees and the blue skyline reflected off the water so clearly it looked like a photograph. Instantly charmed by the outside of the log cabin, he found that the inside had held 4 bedrooms, a den, and a full kitchen with modern appliances. Ryder had given him one of the bedrooms with a window that faced the lake and left him alone. It's my own fault. He hadn't meant to act so surprised about Ryder's parents, but it had just popped out. He felt bad about speaking before thinking. I hurt his feelings. Offending Ryder had been the last thing on earth he ever meant to do. Now if he could only get the guy to talk to him. Ryder had remained closed off since they'd arrived. 3 long days of silence with only the occasional grunt, and Harrison hated it. Coming up with a multitude of ways to get Ryder to open up had failed. So far, the only interaction between them was while fixing meals. The tension left Harrison tempted to buy a how-to book on getting grumpy men to open up. He snicker-snorted, and the bluebird took flight, its brightly colored wings taking it to a nearby tree. It was stupid on his part, really, to pursue a man who flat-out didn't want him. So then why the hell did Ryder watch him? A lot. Harrison swore he could feel Ryder's eyes stroking down his body, and when that happened, he'd take a moment to stretch with his arms high over his head, his pulse thrumming beneath the man's dark, unreadable gaze. He sighed and plucked at the frayed hem of his borrowed jeans. Of course, then the door would slam shut and Ryder's face would drop into that expressionless mask all over again. Tossing the little string, he drained his coffee mug of the lukewarm liquid. After a few more minutes, he finally broke down and hit the call button. "Hey, babe, bonjour." Smiling at August's exuberant greeting, he turned sideways in the chair and draped his legs over one arm and his back against the other, keeping the screen door in view. "Hey, August. I hope I'm not interrupting anything." "Don't be stupid." "Okay, I won't." He snorted a laugh. "So what's going on?" "When do you come home again?" "In about 5 more weeks, or sooner maybe. Why, what's going on?" "Nothing. I just wanted to talk." "Liar. What's the matter?" "Okay, well, other than the stalking?" He paused, sighed, and then said, "Someone is trying to kill me." He told August about the cut brake lines and someone shooting at him. "What the hell?" his friend shouted. "Yeah, it's worse than I realized." He left out the part about his stepmother. August hated her enough. "I do need to come home." "No, I have Ryder here," he sighed. "My bodyguard." He crossed his legs at the ankle and gazed at the screen door. "Ryder? Yeah," he whispered with a hitch and a sigh. "Wait, is this Mr. Sparks to end all Sparks guy?" "Yeah." He felt his cheeks heat. "Ooh, you didn't tell me he was your bodyguard. Tell me everything." August's voice changed to a suggestive tone. "Is he hot?" "Stop it," he said on a soft laugh. "And yeah, he is. Really. OMGHAF, he groaned under his breath. "Really? HAF, August said, using an ooh-la-la voice. Hot as fuck didn't really do Ryder justice. "This can't be happening. I met him 3 weeks ago." "What a cliche, right?" he whined. "It's lust at first sight," August sang out. He suddenly hooted with laughter along with August before darting a hasty glance back toward the screen door. He lowered his voice. "Yeah, and I'm certifiable." "Oh, who cares? Does he like you back?" "I think so, but he won't cross the employee-boss boundary." "Then fire his ass and jump it," August laughed. "Now there's an idea," he laughed with August. "Take the risk, babe, you deserve it." He smiled. "I'm trying." They talked for a little while longer, and then he ended the call, assuring August he'd call or text again in a few days to let him know he was safe. The screen door creaked open, and Ryder stepped out onto the porch. The guy looked sexy in bare feet, worn jeans, and a t-shirt. No pullover in the cool mountain morning for Ryder. The guy seemed to run hot. Tattoos peeked out from the short sleeves, and he dropped his hands to hide the sudden state of his crotch when he thought of exploring them. "Hey," he said tentatively, clearing his throat. "Morning," Ryder said gruffly, and took a sip of coffee after slanting him a quick look. "Sorry about the other day. I know you were born." He drew his legs off the armrest and curled them beneath him, trying to apologize again. Ryder appeared uncomfortable. "Don't worry about it." Harrison expected the guy to retreat into the house or around back to continue cleaning out the shed, but Ryder remained. "I like it here. It's beautiful," he offered. "Not what you're used to, I imagine, but it's a second home to me," Ryder said. "Have a seat and I'll tell you what I'm used to." Harrison could tell that had gotten his attention. After a long moment, Ryder drew closer and sat in the chair next to him. "My grandfather was a hardware store owner," he said, gazing out at the lake, and he felt more than saw Ryder's quick glance. My father and I, don't come from money." He twirled a frayed strand at the knee this time and watched the bluebird regain its courage and fly down to peck at the front grass. "Every summer I went and helped my grandfather at the store. I'd stock the shelves and help him work the register. He had this old hound dog, Dudley, that used to follow me around constantly." He chuckled softly and darted a glance at Ryder. He found Ryder attentively listening with a slight smile on his lips. "Where is your grandfather now?" "Cancer got him about 5 years ago." "I'm sorry," Ryder said quietly. "Thanks. He always told me that he'd had a really good life." Harrison smiled, and when Ryder stayed quiet, he continued. "I was 10 by the time my dad made it big. Around that time, Grandpa sold the store and retired, and I started going into the office with my dad." "What about other family?" "It was just my dad, my Uncle Dean, Aunt Julie until she passed away, and me. My mom left us to go—" He rubbed at his stomach.
I'm not really sure where. He hurried on. Then Dad remarried when I was little. Mom made a brief reappearance after the company went big. I think Dad paid her off. Then he got married another 2 times before Sheila. She's number 5. Sounds like he was searching for something, Ryder murmured. I guess. He didn't understand it, but then he figured his dad had never really been in love. What about your mom? Did she ever contact you after that? No. She left and never called. She didn't want any part of me. His breath hitched. Sometimes people leave and it's nobody's fault. Harrison tipped his head and stared at Ryder. Deep down, he knew it wasn't his fault his mother had left. But knowing that didn't take away the hurt and the feelings of not being enough to make her stay. The silence grew, which was not what he'd planned. But Ryder seemed content to let it grow. Harrison swallowed down his disappointment and fiddled with the handle of his empty coffee mug. He cheered not only in the hopes that Ryder would open up to him, but also because he wanted the man to realize he was more than his damned money. How about some breakfast? Ryder said, standing abruptly, clearly not interested in sharing. Sure. He got up and followed, his eyes glued to Ryder's ass in those perfectly snug jeans. Like he'd told August, his crush on the guy was crazy. Breakfast consisted of pancakes and fresh fruit, and they worked quickly together to get it done. When Ryder disappeared down the hallway after eating, Harrison tossed his napkin on his plate and stood to clear the counter. Since it was his turn, he rinsed and tucked the dishes in the dishwasher and wiped down the counter. Now what? There was always more work to be done. His lips twisted at the thought of going over one more financial spreadsheet. A slight noise spun him around, and he almost swallowed his tongue. Ryder wore a pair of swimming trunks. The trunks reached the top of his knees and covered what Harrison could tell was a nice-sized package, but the rest of him was laid bare like a feast. Sculpted muscles rippled on Ryder's chest with a smattering of dark hair that traveled down a happy trail along sculpted abs, only blemished by the bandage covering the wound on Ryder's side. The man was definitely carrying an 8-pack. And oh my God. The tattoos on the bad boy were amazing, covering his upper arms and back from the looks of them. Harrison quickly lowered the dish towel to cover his crotch. Feel like a swim? Ryder asked gruffly. What? Yeah. He'd been wanting to since they'd arrived, but he shook his head. Are you okay to go in the water? Ryder glanced down at his stomach. What? This scratch? The man smirked. It's a waterproof bandage. Should keep it protected. We won't stay in for long. Harrison pouted. I don't have a swimsuit. I put several sizes on your bed. Oh, then give me 2 minutes. He gave a quick darting smile and tossed the towel to the counter. Back in his room, he stared down at the brightly colored pile of suits resting on the bed. Lifting a tiny red suit, he gaped. It would barely cover what he was packing. He snickered, imagining Ryder's expression if he wore that one. Maybe that's the guy's plan. He laughed softly and lifted a more moderate mint green-colored suit that at least covered the top of his thighs. Unlike Ryder's loose trunks, this one was made of a spandex blend that molded to every inch of him perfectly. Twisting this way and that way before the mirror, he was happy with the way the material hugged and enhanced his tight butt. It was one of his best features. Snatching up the towel and beach shoes, he headed out of the room. He found Ryder standing at the edge of the lake, and the man turned at the sound of his approach. When Ryder's gaze raced over him, Harrison tossed the towel to the grass and stepped forward. Taking his time, he let Ryder look his fill. It's cold, so it takes some getting used to. Ryder turned toward the water. Harrison laughed delightedly. He'd seen the quick flash of desire in Ryder's heated gaze. He lifted his voice to carry the distance between them. I have been in lake water before. The guy constantly wanted to place him in the shallow little rich boy role, but he had news for Ryder. He was more than that. Ryder shot him a curious glance, but Harrison ignored the man and slipped on the pair of water shoes. They were a tiny bit loose, but would protect his feet on the rocky lake bottom. Fuck! He gasped when he stepped in up to his calves. I told you so, Ryder smirked. Harrison squinted and dipped a hand in the water and shot a spray at the bigger man. Ryder chuckled and dodged before plunging into the clear blue lake. Harrison made it in up to his thighs. He knew from experience that it was easier to just dive in,
but it was freaking cold. He waded in a bit further, up to his ass and then waist. "Ryder?" He glanced around, but the guy hadn't surfaced yet. He turned in a full circle. With a cobra-like swiftness, Ryder lunged out of the water in front of him, grasped his hands at each side of his waist, and power-lifted him up into the air. "Oh, shit!" He'd had enough time to yell before he was tossed over Ryder's head and into the deeper part of the lake. All he heard before he sank into the icy coldness was Ryder's deep laughter ringing out. He came up gasping in the frigid water. His feet hit the bottom, so it wasn't that deep. Swiping water from his eyes and face, he lunged after Ryder. "Oh, no, you didn't." Ryder dodged through the water away from him. "Oh, yes, I did, mister. I've swam in a lake before." "You're going to pay for that," he laughingly promised, and lunged again. Ryder gave him a rakish grin and dove beneath the water, and then came up several yards away before taking off swimming at a good clip farther out into the lake. Harrison took off after Ryder's large retreating form. He broke into a smooth stroke that he knew would soon catch the guy. One thing he was very good at was swimming. He was also hella fast. Ryder glanced back and started increasing his speed. Reaching a wooden platform anchored in the middle of the small lake, Ryder climbed on it. Harrison reached the swimming dock and hoisted himself up. "I didn't even see this out here. My brothers and I begged our dad to make this diving platform when we were kids," Ryder murmured and dropped down to stretch out on the large warm wood. This gave Harrison a good view of the tattoo on the upper arm and shoulder. The ink was of a bald eagle just taking flight. The wingspan went across one shoulder and curved around on Ryder's back, claws extended down his upper arm and bicep. "Wait, brothers? How many brothers?" he asked nonchalantly, shaking the water from his hair, sending the spray over the reclining man. Ryder smoothed a hand over the drops and into the skin on his ripped abdomen before pulling that same hand up his chest and through that smattering of dark hair. "Oh, fuck." Harrison dropped down to sit and pulled his knees up, painfully hiding his erection. "4. "Wait, 4? He gaped. "Yep, there's 5 of us. Mom wanted a girl, so she kept trying," Ryder smirked. "How close in age are you?" "I'm the oldest at 35. Then it's 33, 30, 28, and 26. "God, that must have been crazy fun growing up," he smiled. "Just a bit envious, having always wanted siblings." "It was at times, because for the most part we all get along. When things got too rambunctious, Mom and Dad would pack up the car and bring us here." "I wish I had someplace like this." He gazed out over the lake, finally able to lay flat on the warm platform without embarrassing himself. He turned his face up to the sun and closed his eyes. "You could buy a place." Buy a cold and empty place? That wasn't the same as one filled with stories, history, and love. More than anything, he wanted a home, a family, and a special man to love him. "I could, but then it wouldn't have the memories," he returned quietly, and there was a long moment of silence. "True." Ryder turned on his side, facing him, and Harrison swiveled his head. Intense brown eyes were locked on his face. "You could make new memories." He shrugged and looked up at the clear blue sky, wondering why the hell he felt like crying. "Hey," Ryder said softly, "you can come here whenever you want to get away. Just call me and I'll let you know if anyone else is using it." That didn't help the tears. A lump grew in his throat at the generosity of his gruff and often unreadable man. He'd cherish the gift forever. "Thank you," Harrison whispered, clearing his throat. "I'll take good care of it when I'm here, I promise." Finally able to look over without embarrassing himself by crying, he found Ryder studying him. "I believe you. You and your friends can have the run of the place." The thought of bringing anyone out here felt like a defilement. He wanted to preserve the peaceful paradise and create new memories of the two of them here. Was that so wrong? "I won't bring my friends here." "Why not?" Ryder's eyebrows lifted. "Well, I only have one true friend. The others are acquaintances that I've met at some function or nightclub. Fly-by-night friends." "Toby?" Ryder frowned. "Oh, God, no." He realized how weird that sounded, as if he didn't consider Toby a friend. "I mean, he's a friend, but not my best friend." "How did you meet Toby?" "A year ago at our company convention. He literally bumped into me at a display table. Ryder grunted and rolled onto his back. Harrison watched the man for a long moment. Ryder didn't like Toby, it was clear. Harrison could see why. Toby could be pushy and often rude. Not to mention the guy came across as possessive, and that was not okay. We're just friends. He picked at his chipped nail. He didn't want Ryder thinking there was anything going on with him and Toby. When he got home, he was going to have a long talk with Toby about personal boundaries. What about Shelby? Shelby? He's more of a coworker, not really a friend. You already know he's very persistent. He was hired in as a team leader by my dad a few years ago. Ryder looked thoughtful for a few moments. Tell me about your best friend, Ryder said gruffly. August is in Paris. What's he doing in Paris? He's studying under a renowned fashion designer. Having the time of his life, I imagine. Smiling, he turned his face up to the sky. Sharing about August and some of their escapades during college had Ryder's deep chuckle rebounding over the lake. Harrison suddenly made it one of his goals to get Ryder to laugh more. He loved the way the lines crinkled near the corners of his eyes. What is it? Ryder's gaze swept over him when Harrison turned on his side. Nothing, he whispered, resting his cheek on his arm. Letting his eyes linger on Ryder's mouth, he inched forward suddenly. Ryder froze for a split second, zeroed in on his lips. There was a moment of hesitation when Ryder's throat moved as he swallowed. But then the guy rolled from the wooden platform and dropped beneath the water. Harrison crawled to the edge, and when Ryder came up, Harrison splashed water. "Chicken!" he yelled and ran, jumping into the lake, hoping he hadn't ruined their budding friendship by being too forward. He came up and found Ryder smirking at him. He lunged, and Ryder took off swimming toward the shore. Chapter 14. Ryder. He slammed the back of the SUV harder than he'd anticipated and drew Harrison's gaze. The guy was on the goddamned phone with Toby for the second time today. "I'll be 1 more minute," Harrison called to him and smiled. He scowled and crossed his arms. The smile faded, which was a bummer because Harrison's smile was something special. All he thought about was the small, brief moment on the swimming dock the other day and the fact that it had driven his fantasies into overdrive. Don't think about Harrison's silent invitation to be kissed. Just don't. What would it cost him to cross that threshold? To take the risk? You fucking work for him. He had to admit that mantra was wearing thin. He roamed his gaze over Harrison's face and the phone in the man's slim hand. Ryder couldn't fucking stand the asshat on the other end, taking advantage of Harrison's good nature and generosity. Toby made a point of calling Harrison frequently. That kept the guy front and center on Ryan's radar. So much so that he'd fired off a text to Logan, who in turn alerted the detectives, who then picked up Toby for questioning. The guy had been released a few hours later, and on that day, Toby had called Harrison 3 times. "Did you report Toby?" Harrison had caught up with him chopping wood out back of the cabin. "I did." "Why?" "It's not normal for someone to call you that often who isn't your lover," he said bluntly. Harrison had looked at him for a long time before nodding. It hadn't stopped Toby from calling, but from that day forward, Harrison let the majority of the calls go to voicemail. Today was not one of those days. Yanking his phone out, Ryder punched in Logan's number. "Anything?" "Carson and I both checked into Brian Sanders, Toby Grant, and Shelby Clark after your brakes were cut. We added in John Lister as well. Brian Sanders is clean as a whistle. Shelby Clark grew up in an upper-class neighborhood. Parents are divorced. His sister still lives in that old house. Shelby went to a community college before earning his master's in computer science. John Lister has a slight handicap from his accident, is not prone to violence of any kind, and lives at home with his mother. No prior arrests on any of them." "And Grant?" "I went through other channels and did a search and found that Toby Grant has a military background with a regular discharge." "Family?" "Father died when he was 10, mother remarried, and the stepfather worked at the dock loading ships. His mother passed away from diabetes a few years ago. Lower income, but seems like he had a normal childhood." "Something about Grant doesn't ring true." "What is it?" Logan asked sharply. "I don't know. He rubs me the wrong way. Is it because he's friends with Harrison or because you think he's a threat? Logan must have talked to Jackson. Both, Ryder snapped and hung up on Logan. He shoved the phone away and raked his fingers through his hair. His eyes stayed locked on Harrison, sporting a new look in tight jeans, chunky boots, and a white pullover. The new look was fucking killer on the guy. Harrison had gotten more than a few looks that had Ryder's blood pressure rising and anger shimmering beneath the surface. Harrison ended his call, and those long legs brought him closer. "Hey," the man's soft voice traveled between them. "Are you okay?" "Yeah." He let out a hard breath. "Where's the baseball cap I gave you?" Harrison's nose wrinkled. "I don't know." The man ran his fingers through his dirty blonde hair and it ruffled in the wind. "I can't do it all, Harrison. I can't have you distracted even though I'm watching your back. Do you understand me? If you're on the damned phone all the time, I can't give you signals you'll see," he said, partially lying because he'd had a client that had been on the phone 24/7 and he'd managed to protect the client just fine. "Okay," Harrison snapped. "You don't need to yell at me." He scowled. "I'm not yelling." "Right." He drew in a long breath and fought for his patience. "Now that we have your clothes shopping out of the way, let's hit the grocery store before heading back. I want to stock up on supplies." He glanced around and guided Harrison back to the sidewalk. He'd driven into Boulder to get their shopping done, and now it was making him damned nervous. Harrison marched into the store, and Ryder took a quick moment to look behind them, his gaze moving up and down the street. Why the hell did he suddenly feel like he was being watched? He scanned the street again. Possibly a reporter, but nobody seemed suspicious among the crowds of people going about their business on a nice summer day. Hurrying inside, he caught up to Harrison, who ignored him. Harrison grabbed a shopping cart and pushed it down the aisle, throwing things in it. All healthy stuff, but the way the guy shopped was careless. "We don't need 4 boxes of cereal," he scowled. "But what if I wake up and want a different kind than the one I bought?" Ryder clenched his teeth against the big blue-eyed gaze. "Normal people buy 1 box and eat it," he said, more harshly than he intended. Harrison squinted at him and yanked the items out of the cart before slamming a box of Raisin Bran into the cart. "There. Happy?" Harrison snapped and marched down the aisle toward the produce. Ryder lengthened his strides to keep up and lifted his eyes from Harrison's tight ass just in time to avoid getting caught staring. He glared at a few customers along the way, feeling a bit like an idiot. "What kind of fruit do you want? Or are we only getting one kind of that, too?" Harrison said waspishly. Irritated, Ryder selected a few grapes, oranges, and a bunch of bananas. It was a very quiet shopping trip after that, and he didn't have the courage to break Harrison's icy demeanor until they were 10 minutes away from the cabin. "I'm sorry," he said gruffly. It hadn't been the first time they'd butted heads, but it was the first time he'd actually apologized for being an asshole. "Why?" Harrison shot back. "Did you think that I wouldn't hang up the phone or stop answering it if you asked me to?" "No, it's not easy for me to understand people," he admitted, taking the turnoff for the cabin. That wasn't what he meant to say, but before he could change it to not easy for me to relate to people, Harrison spoke. "What do you mean, understand people?" He blew out a breath. Maybe that was exactly what he'd meant after all. "I didn't understand my ex." That seemed to catch Harrison off guard, and his face jerked toward him. "You didn't?" Harrison's tone sounded surprised. "Hell no," Ryder gave a harsh laugh. "I never understood his goals, or I wouldn't have married him." "I shouldn't have married him," he corrected. "Money." "Yeah." "It does ruin a lot." Ryder popped out the question he'd been wanting to ask for a while. "Why don't you give it up?" He tossed Harrison a glance and found him chewing on his bottom lip. "Honestly, I thought about it." At his skeptical look, Harrison continued. "I did, trust me, long and hard, but I can't. My father built the company with his own blood, sweat, and tears. That may sound like a cliché, but it's not only that. It's the only thing I have left of him." "Where does your uncle fit into all this?" "Uncle Dean? He came to work for Dad about a year after Aunt Julie died. That was probably, 3 years ago." Harrison rubbed at his arm. "When Dad passed away, I asked Uncle Dean to help me run the company.
Dad hadn't changed his will to include Dean yet, but I know he was going to. He just ran out of time. When did you start working for your dad? Oh, wow. I've been going into the office with him since I was 10 until I went away to college. I came home every chance I got and worked with him during the summers. When I graduated, I worked alongside of him. That may not seem like very much time since I'm only 25, but I invested every bit of knowledge and time I had learning from him. He taught me everything from the ground up. It's my company as much as it was his. Did he know you were gay? Yes, he did, and he accepted me. Why the hell would he put this on you? To force you to marry to keep a company you both loved? He shot the man a look, but Harrison looked away. I honestly don't know. And he's not here for me to ask, but it might be because I once told him that I would never marry or fall in love. Why would you say that? Ryder pulled up to the cabin and shut off the engine before turning in his seat. Harrison gave him a searching look before looking away. I don't know. There's so much depth to this man. On the heels of that thought, he curled his fingers around the steering wheel. It's okay not to know, Ryder said softly, looking over at Harrison's sweet face. That's what life's about. About what? Harrison held his gaze. Figuring shit out. He offered a slight smirk. Harrison blinked and then laughed. I guess it is. Ryder cleared his throat and looked away from those bright blue eyes. We better get the groceries in, he said abruptly and left the SUV. Harrison followed him around to the back. Ryder lifted 2 of the 4 bags and Harrison grabbed the remaining 2. Are you still figuring shit out? Harrison asked him curiously and shut the back of the SUV. Every damned day, he said, and unlocked the cabin. He couldn't stop the smile at Harrison's laughter. Putting the groceries away, they started cooking dinner together. It had become a combined effort and something he looked forward to. It gave them time to talk, and an excuse to be in Harrison's company. Typically, he spent the day waiting for Harrison to finish work on his laptop, answering emails or talking on the phone. It was only later, when they were eating dinner or watching a movie, that Ryder finally got to enjoy his company. And that right there should have concerned him. He couldn't pinpoint exactly when Harrison had become more than a client he was supposed to protect. Ryder? Yes. He looked up from his last bite of pasta bake. Harrison smiled and tipped his head, looking thoughtful. Have you ever brought any of the other people you protected here? No, I haven't. He pushed his empty plate away. The only other person I've brought here was Warren. Not even your bodyguard buddies? Well, yeah, they show up randomly, but they're like family. And Warren wasn't? He realized how odd he'd sounded and held Harrison's searching gaze. I guess not. How long were you married? He sighed and figured he'd avoided this topic long enough. Might as well get it all out. 2 years, but we were separated a year of that. I'm sorry. Don't be. You hate him. No, I don't hate him. And as he said the words, he realized that he truly didn't hate Warren. We weren't compatible. He had the guts to end it when I wouldn't, he said quietly, and tried to explain further. I take marriage seriously. It's a big step. It's not something someone should walk away from when things get rough. If you truly love the other person, then you stick around and work it out, Harrison said with a soft smile. Something my father never learned. He gave Harrison a sympathetic look and then got out the last of it. I would have stayed and tried, he finished. But when he cheated repeatedly, I cut my losses and gave him the divorce. Do you still love him? No. No, I don't. Harrison smiled and lifted their plates. I don't think my father realized the trouble he caused me. He hasn't left you very much time to find love, Ryder agreed. He told me once that love was overrated. Harrison's pretty mouth turned sad. Love is not overrated, Ryder grumbled, grinding his teeth. He wanted to believe he would have liked Harrison's father, but at this point it was a struggle.
I can never tell if someone wants me for my money or not. I wouldn't want you for your money. The words came out before he could stop them. What I meant is, don't sell yourself short, he corrected quickly. There are people out there who don't want your money. They'd want you for yourself. He stood up quickly and gathered up the leftovers to put away. Thank you, Harrison said quietly after a moment. No problem. I'm going to put on a movie, he tossed over his shoulder on the way out of the room, kicking himself in the ass. How fucking awkward. Jesus Christ, Freeman. He was counseling Harrison, not to mention he was sharing things about his own life with a client. Yeah, but Harrison doesn't feel like a client. He blamed Harrison for that one. The guy had that effect on people. Don't you mean effect on you? The little voice in his head taunted. He grabbed a DVD and didn't even check the title before popping it in. Good, he said with relief when the Matrix started. Explosions, saving the planet, and action were just what he needed to take his mind off the sexy young man in his kitchen. Good what? Harrison asked before elegantly sinking down on the couch next to him. It's a good movie, he said, clearing his throat. Oh, I love The Matrix, Harrison said brightly. I noticed we both like action. That's another thing in common. Another? He shot Harrison a curious look. Swimming, reading, and we're going to go hiking again now that I have the right footwear. Harrison ticked off all the things they'd done together. He suddenly pictured Harrison sweating from their hike the other day and then afterwards wearing that tight green suit to cool off in the lake. The vision of the tight suit took the place of the main character on the television. Ryder was still waiting for Harrison to one day pull on the tiny red suit. His crotch tightened and he shifted on the couch. Shit. The movie was good. He always loved watching all three in the series when he got a chance. When the credits rolled, Ryder glanced over and found Harrison turned on his side, asleep with his cheek pillowed against the back of the couch. He looked his fill before turning off the TV. He stood, but the movement didn't wake Harrison like it usually did. Harrison, he called out, gently bumping his knee against the couch. Harrison stretched like a cat, and Ryder's cock thickened. Thickly lashed lids lifted, and summer blue eyes glanced sleepily up at him. Oh, fuck. There's that smile. His blood pressure went into overdrive. Is it over? Harrison asked huskily. He couldn't answer and swallowed. Harrison's tongue darted out and licked at his bottom lip. When the man looked at him with so much desire in those expressive eyes, it was game fucking over. Ryder wanted things he knew he shouldn't want, but he suddenly had neither the strength nor will to fight his bone-crushing need any longer. Fuck it, he muttered and reached down to cup the back of Harrison's head. Slicing fingers into silky strands, he lifted Harrison's face and took a taste of the lips he'd been wanting for weeks. Harrison gasped into his mouth and moaned, returning his kiss. His hand tightened at the back of Harrison's neck, carving into the soft, thick strands. Harrison slipped soft hands up his forearms. Their tongues tangled, and Ryder could still taste the after-dinner cognac he'd tempted the man into tasting earlier on his tongue. Harrison moaned. That small little sound snapped him back into the reality of what he was doing. He pulled back and took several steps away from the couch and temptation. This is a mistake, he said roughly, and moved farther across the den. If you want to have me fired, Logan's number is in my phone, he muttered, not looking at Harrison, who rose from the couch. I don't want you fired. Why not? He turned back with a frown. Why would I? Harrison planted his hands on his hips. It was no big deal, the man said, and stalked from the room, leaving Ryder grinding his teeth at the insult. Chapter 15. Harrison. Things were tense between them. Of course, Harrison hadn't meant the cutting words. He'd only snapped back because he saw the instant regret on Ryder's face. Denying it was no big deal. Didn't change the fact that the kiss had rocked his feet out from beneath him. He knew Ryder wanted him. He could see it. It was written all over the guy, and to prove his point, Harrison set about flirting every chance he got the very next day. For once in his life, he was going to take August's advice, take the risk, and go after what he wanted. Was that so bad? He desperately wanted to believe he was worthy of love. It made his pulse hum when Ryder's skin flushed beneath his teasing, and he was gruffly ordered to knock it off, but he kept it up. Really, what do I have to lose? Little by little, Ryder thawed more and grumbled less. Earlier, Ryder had rolled his eyes and given him the first glimpse of a smile. Harrison could have crowed in triumph. After this morning's swim, Harrison had felt an even bigger shift. Ryder had loosened back up and even laughed when he'd tried to dunk the man. It had ended with Harrison flying over the top of Ryder's head into the deep end of the lake again, but he hadn't minded. Coming into the kitchen, he found Ryder standing at the sink washing fresh spinach. When Ryder's outstretched arm reached to place part of the spinach on the long kitchen counter, Harrison dodged beneath it and came up smiling. "Oh, excuse me." "For?" Ryder quirked one eyebrow. "Getting in your way?" he pointed out, grabbing a paper towel and then ducking back beneath Ryder's arm again. "Yes, you are," Ryder eyed him suspiciously, placing the washed spinach down and drying his hands on the dish towel. Ryder looked especially yummy today, barefoot, wearing jeans and a partially buttoned, untucked shirt. Plucking up a grape that was sitting freshly washed in the bowl on the counter, Harrison popped it into his mouth. He lifted another one and chucked it. The fruit hit Ryder in the cheek and fell to the floor. Ryder's look was so surprised that Harrison laughed out loud. "Kinda slow, aren't you?" he teased, and plucked up another grape. Before he could toss it, Ryder was snatching it from his fingers and popping it into his mouth with a smirk. Harrison lifted another grape, caught it between his teeth, and slowly bit down until the grape cracked open and juice covered his lips. Ryder spun to the sink, setting both hands on the edge of the counter before gripping it hard. Harrison ducked between Ryder's arms, rose up, and shoved his ass into his crotch while he washed and dried his hands. Ryder's breath hissed out, but he didn't release the grip he had on the counter. In fact, the man's knuckles turned white with the force of his grip. Done drying his hands, Harrison wiggled again and laughed when strong arms finally closed around him. "Am I in your way?" Harrison challenged, tossing a look over one shoulder. Ryder grunted, and Harrison's flirting paid off when he felt the bulge against his ass. When Ryder stepped back, Harrison spun around and fisted the man's shirt and yanked. Lifting up on his toes, Harrison pressed a kiss to Ryder's mouth. The scratch of Ryder's stubble brushed against his lips and chin, and he groaned. Ryder answered his groan. Finally, after hours of waiting. He bit at Ryder's mouth until his lips parted, and then Harrison tangled his tongue with Ryder's before sucking gently on it. "Fuck," Ryder said roughly, easing back. "No, don't stop." "I'm not sure if this is a good idea," Ryder rasped, but the grip of his hands on his ass said otherwise. "Because you're my bodyguard?" "Yes. And we probably wouldn't have gotten to know each other otherwise." "Honestly, probably not." "Then why don't we just take advantage of fate?" "Because it's more like taking advantage of the situation." "And is that so bad?" When Ryder hesitated, Harrison leaned back against the counter, still in his arms. "Can I tell you a secret?" "Anything," Ryder said gruffly, and Harrison's heart melted. "I've had security off and on since I was 10, so you're not the first bodyguard I've ever had protecting me." "I know that," Ryder grumbled softly. Harrison chuckled lightly and ran his hands up Ryder's chest, his fingers slipping through the opening that the top 4 buttons had left open. The chest hair tickled his palms and his prick hardened, which he knew Ryder felt by the expansion of his pupils. "But you are the first one I've ever wanted in my bed," he said bluntly. Laughter rumbled out of Ryder, and Harrison found himself grinning. "I love it when you laugh." "I laugh," a crease etched between Ryder's brows. "Not much, but it's worth it when you do. You're so intense." "I am." Pursed lips accompanied the creased brow. "But you do have a good sense of humor." "Is that right?" "Oh, yes, there's that sexy smirk." "Yes." He reached up and smoothed his fingers over Ryder's lips. He loved the way Ryder's eyebrow lifted over one eye and humor laced his gaze. "You have to know by now I consider you a friend," Harrison murmured, using a word that was neutral enough to not cause Ryder to panic. Something flitted through piercing brown eyes he couldn't decipher before Ryder began lowering his head. Harrison lifted his face, anticipation tightening his stomach, and then butterflies took flight, feeling the answering swell pressing against his own hardness. Then the goddamned phone rang. Ryder closed his eyes briefly and then opened them. "I need to answer that." "I know," Harrison whispered with a pout. The phone continued to buzz. Ryder dropped a slow kiss on his lips before pulling the cell from his pocket and punching the speaker button on the phone. "Logan, I put you on speaker." "Harrison," Logan said. "Hi, Logan." "Hey, how are you holding up?" "I'm good," Harrison returned Ryder's smile. "What's going on?" Logan let out a hard breath and shuffled some papers that crackled over the phone. "There's no way to sugarcoat this, so I'm gonna spit it out. The detectives brought Sheila in for questioning. She paid the large sum of cash to 2 men who have criminal records. The detectives believe the men could have been hired to cause you harm." "What?" He felt every bit of blood leave his face. "Here, sit down." Ryder's arm tightened around him and guided him to the couch. Ryder sat beside him, holding the phone out so they could both hear. "But you don't know that for sure?" he asked. "No, we don't. Not yet. Carson believes that Sheila thought by getting you out of the way she'd get your father's shares in your company," Logan said. "No, my father's will doesn't work that way," Harrison said, rubbing a hand over his mouth. "Nobody gets anything if I die. Unless I inherit first and then make out a will, which I haven't." "She might have thought she could go before a sympathetic judge and he would change it," Logan said. "It wouldn't have worked. The will is ironclad," he replied. "Sometimes people do crazy things when that much money's involved." Logan's sigh came over the phone. "Has she confessed to anything?" "No, she won't say why she paid the 2 men. But she's also very adamant that she doesn't want you dead." "So this is all suspicion?" "She gave us permission to search her office. We found a letter. All that together was enough to bring her in." "A letter?" "Yes. The same as the others you received. It said you'll pay. So the evidence is pretty damaging. But she also denies that. She told the police that someone must have planted the letter in her office." "If she allowed you to search her office, why would she leave a letter lying around?" "Maybe she forgot it was there, I don't know," Logan said. Harrison's hands shook, and he wrapped his arms around himself. Missing money, no alibi, and possession of a letter. It seemed very likely his stepmother wanted him dead. "Does my uncle know she was picked up?" "I'll inform him if you like." "Please do." Harrison stood and walked to the expansive front window and stared out at the cabin's cozy front porch. A woman his father had married might want him dead. Sure, there was no love lost between them, but he'd never wished her ill will. Ryder walked into the kitchen and talked for several more minutes to Logan before returning to stand beside him. "What else did he say?" Ryder hesitated, and he spun around. "Tell me," he said tightly. He said with her in custody, they should have answers soon. "I don't want to leave here yet." He didn't want this trip to paradise to be ended by his sick, twisted stepmother. Even if she was ultimately the reason he was here, he was going to take advantage of something good coming out of something evil. "Please. Not yet," he choked out again, reaching out. Ryder's hands came up and cupped his cheeks, and the following kiss was rough against his mouth. "Not yet," Ryder agreed huskily. Chapter 16. Ryder. Ryder shifted in the lawn chair he'd drugged down to the shore and watched Harrison playing in the waves. There were no other words to describe it. It was like watching a dolphin that turned into a human. Harrison had an affinity to water like nobody he'd ever seen before. He adjusted himself. Ryder couldn't believe how the time had flown. It had been almost 2 weeks since they'd arrived at the cabin and 1 month since the day Logan had asked him to take the job. He hadn't told the truth regarding the rest of his conversation with Logan. Logan wasn't convinced it was Sheila Trudel, and Ryder agreed. "I'm having the detectives dig deeper into the other suspects," Logan said. "Call me the minute you know anything," he rasped, feeling his throat grow tight. "I will." The conversation left Ryder with a feeling of unease. He wanted to believe that they'd caught the person involved. But shit didn't add up. First thing that didn't add up was the bodily fluid DNA on a letter taped to Harrison's door. Had the men Sheila hired been responsible for that? It seemed a bit extreme. If she wanted Harrison dead and out of her way, why not just shoot him? Why go to the trouble with the threats? Unless she told them to make it look like a stalker. He sighed and pushed his fingers through his hair. Harrison waved from the water and tried to send a scoop of water far enough to reach him on the shore. The vision before him drew a smile to his lips and made his swimsuit uncomfortably tight. So why not go for him? Why not scoop him up before he's snatched up by another? He'd already figured out that Harrison was nothing like his ex. He wouldn't have to worry about being treated like shit. Harrison is just as wealthy as Warren. So the fuck what? When had Harrison ever thrown his money in his face? Never, came the silent reply. "Come in," Harrison's voice snapped him out of his dark thoughts. "No," he said for the 10th time. "Please come in." Disappointment swam over Harrison's beautiful face, and with a sigh, Ryder put down the book he wasn't reading anyway and shoved up from the chair. He pushed aside his doubts and took the plunge. "Yay!" Harrison clapped delightedly and slapped at the water. Ryder jogged out into the lake toward where the younger man stood, and when it was deep enough, he dove beneath the surface. When he came up, he shook the water from his hair and smoothed it back along his head. Harrison splashed at him, but he saw it coming and ducked the wave of water. He dove back beneath the surface. It was a game they played, this push and pull, chase and retreat. The past week had been filled with Harrison working on that damned laptop. But the late afternoons and evenings they had spent together. And fuck if he didn't look forward to swimming, cooking, and hearing Harrison's soft baritone sharing stories. Or hearing his laughter when Ryder dug out a few stories of his own. And the hotter-than-hell kisses. He'd never kissed another man so much and not made love. Correction, I've never kissed another man so much ever, sex or not. He'd shared more kisses with Harrison over the past week than he had in the 1 year he'd been with Warren. Distraction cost him, and Harrison's hands were on his shoulders pushing him beneath the water. Just before he went under, Harrison's bright laughter rang out. Submerged, he swiped through the water, but Harrison darted quickly away from his outstretched hands. Coming to the surface, he spit a mouthful of water in a high arc in Harrison's direction. "Oh, gross," Harrison laughed, swimming closer. "What? You like my spit," he challenged on a laugh and lunged away from Harrison's reaching hands. Flipping around to swim backwards, Ryan kicked his feet and kept his arms moving to keep himself out of reach. Laughing, Harrison lunged again through the water, and Ryder stopped moving away because all he wanted was to start moving closer. Harrison tossed his arms around his neck and slid those strong thighs around his waist. Ryder brought his hands up quickly, cupping beneath each thigh. "I do. I love your spit," Harrison said in a breathy voice. Swallowing a groan when their cocks met with only the sheer bathing suit separating them, he closed his arms tightly around Harrison's waist. Ryder couldn't stop his hips from thrusting beneath the water. Harrison's hands went straight to his hair. The man had a fascination with pushing his fingers through the strands and stroking them along his scalp. The touch shot straight to his dick, and he groaned. He could keep on doing that forever. His own hands moved down the slender muscles along Harrison's back and down to the edge of the tiny red swimsuit. Harrison had finally put it on about 3 days ago, designed surely to have him swallow his tongue. "This suit is driving me crazy," he muttered, roaming his mouth along Harrison's throat. "That's why I wear it," Harrison moaned, and arched his head back, offering his throat. "I'm tired of waiting, Ryder. I know you're holding back because you're my bodyguard." "I am," he admitted, lifting his head, and he gazed down, his hands clenching on the rounded ass cheeks that barely fit into the tiny red suit. "You're fired," Harrison said. "Oh, thank fuck," he muttered. Harrison burst out laughing, and Ryder reluctantly chuckled. "Take me inside," Harrison ordered, nipping at his jaw. So help him God, Ryder had neither the will nor the desire to deny him any longer. He lunged upward with Harrison still wrapped around him, carrying him across the small beach and into the cabin. He only stopped long enough to throw the lock. Shoving open the door to the master bedroom, he stepped inside. Kissing along his neck and jaw, Harrison's lips left marks on his collarbone. Letting the man slide from his arms, Harrison put distance between them. Ryder didn't mind. He looked his fucking fill of his gorgeous body. Harrison backed up until his ass bumped against the wall. Then he slipped a hand down a sleekly defined chest and abs through the small treasure trail before dipping fingers slowly beneath the edge of the tiny red swimsuit. The move, combined with a sultry look beneath thick lashes, brought a sound from Ryder's throat. Swallowing thickly, Ryder reached down and pulled the drawstring on his own trunks and shoved them down his legs. Harrison's gaze raced over him, and Ryder's impossibly hard dick grew harder, rising upward, thrusting proudly from his body. Harrison's eyes continued to flick over him until they locked on his cock. Ryder hungrily roamed his eyes over Harrison's when the man's hand disappeared into the tight red briefs and started touching himself. Instead of stalking closer, Ryder turned to the nightstand and pulled out condoms and lube. He snapped up a packet and turned, tearing it with his teeth. Before he slipped it on, he paused. "Yes, fucking do it," Harrison ordered with his hand still down his pants, keeping himself hidden. But Ryder could see the rise and swell of the tip and length of his cock. Sexy as fuck. He rolled on the condom and dumped lube in his palm. Planting his feet apart, he reached down and stroked his own dick. "Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah," Harrison breathed and slipped the tiny briefs slowly down to free his cock. Once freed, Harrison pulled at his beautiful cock and teased fingers along the head. Ryder groaned and continued to tug on his dick. The sexy little thing put on a show, stroking his cock and biting his lip, and Ryder could have come just by watching. Then Harrison's free hand reached down between his spread legs and cupped fingers rolled his balls. Harrison panted, licking at his lower lip. Ryder had had enough teasing and growled. He stalked across the room just as Harrison shoved down and kicked away the tiny piece of red material. Ryder's hands gripped the back of Harrison's neck and lifted his face upward. Harrison slipped his arms up around his neck and jumped, straddling his hips. The kiss turned hot and hungry as they traded nips and kisses until out of breath. "Fuck," he growled, yanking his head back. Harrison whimpered and roamed his mouth along his jaw. Gripping beneath the man's thighs, he parted Harrison's legs and took a step forward until the man's back hit the wall. "Yes, yes," Harrison hissed, hands clawing at his shoulders, long legs squeezing tight, his cock caught between them. For a second, Ryder paused, thinking of adding a finger to get Harrison ready. "Lube." "No. Fucking now, Ryder. I've been stretching myself all fucking week for you." "Fuck," he groaned and slipped Harrison's legs over each of his arms so he could grasp the man's ass and hold him open. Harrison was completely exposed to him, and Ryder slid his dick against the pucker that surrounded his tight hole. "Oh, God, please." Harrison's head rolled back and forth against the wall. Ryder roamed his mouth along the column of Harrison's throat as he pushed through the ring of resistance. It was a snug fit, but an easy slide. Harrison panted, eyes closed, murmuring the word yes over and over. Gripping Harrison's ass, Ryder squeezed and plunged his dick home. His fingers dug into Harrison's cheeks as he lifted and thrust, setting up a hard rhythm. Chapter 17. Harrison. Hooking his legs over Ryder's arms, Harrison gripped his shoulders and hung on. Ryder pushed between his splayed thighs, shoving his back to the wall and pounding his ass. He'd seen that long, slick, beautiful cock, and each hard and deep thrust pushed him up on the wall as Ryder's large hands stretched and held him open. Harrison tossed his head from side to side, moaning. Sweat covered his body, and Ryder's skin beneath his hands grew wet. The tip of his own cock brushed against Ryder's rock-hard abs, teasing him until Ryder adjusted. Harrison clung as the man angled away until only Harrison's shoulders were pressed to the wall, his ass in the air, cupped in those big hands, and Ryder began thrusting again. He groaned at the loss of touch to his dick as it bounced freely between them with every thrust. His eyes flew open when Ryder's cock repeatedly pegged the bundle of nerves deep inside. Oh, fuck! He was going to come without touching himself. Oh, shit, fuck! His orgasm raced through him and he convulsed. Not able to hunch forward, he could only moan as hot cum spurted from his swirling, swollen dick and sprayed between them. The sound ripped from Ryder. Ryder groaned loudly, his thrusts growing sporadic until he slammed in and froze. Their eyes met and clung. Ryder's whole body stiffened and then jerked with a few more grunts and grew still. Easing forward, Ryder drew him into his arms and buried his face against his neck. Harrison trailed his fingers over the man's sweat-soaked shoulders and raked his short nails down Ryder's back and up to his damp nape. He caressed his hair as Ryder fought for breath. Harrison couldn't remember a time when he'd been fucked so thoroughly. Brown eyes suddenly caught his when the man's head lifted. Sweat dripped down Ryder's temples, darkening his hair. Hands slowly released his ass, and Harrison slipped his wobbling legs to the floor until his feet touched. Ryder stepped back and Harrison kept going, down to his knees, holding the man's glittering gaze. He tugged off the condom and tossed it. Licking at his bottom lip, he let his teeth chew for a moment and flicked out his tongue to lick at the crown of Ryder's semi-hard cock. Tasting the cum there, he licked again. Fuck, Ryder breathed, placing one hand to the wall. The man's eyes were glued to what his tongue was doing before catching his own stare and holding it. Harrison closed his mouth around the head and Ryder swelled to hardness again. His cock was beautiful, long and thick with a flared head to die for, and Harrison swirled his tongue around the head and slipped only the tip back into his mouth where he sucked on it. Fuck yeah, Ryder let out a hoarse groan, closing his eyes and planting both hands on the wall. Harrison was finally released from Ryder's intense look. He slipped his wet lips up and down the rock-hard shaft before popping the tip into his mouth. With one long move, he pushed down on the cock, taking him to the root. He stayed there, Ryder's harsh breathing filling the room. Slowly, he slid off the dick until he was only sucking on the head. Tonguing the slit, he toyed with the edge of the vein beneath the flared, swollen head with the flat of his tongue. He ran his hands softly up the back of Ryder's thighs, the hair tickling his palms. "You're killing me," Ryder complained harshly. Smiling inwardly, he continued his torment until Ryder removed a hand from the wall and forced his head inward. The cock popped over his tongue. Harrison would have crowned with triumph if he hadn't been so fucking turned on. Oh, fuck, yes, fuck my mouth. He groaned, encouraging Ryder. The man must have read his mind because Ryder's other hand joined the first. Then Ryder's hands fisted in his hair, holding him still while his cock slowly pistoned in and out of his mouth. Harrison groaned when Ryder took control, doing it his way. The man, bent on tormenting him, kept each thrust slow. Harrison whined. He wanted to feel it shoved to the back of his throat. He tried to close his mouth to keep the cock inside with each thrust, but Ryder wouldn't allow it. In fact, the man pulled his cock all the way out to tease it over his swollen lips. "Fuck me," he begged, scratching at the back of Ryder's thighs. Fingers fisted and tightened in his hair, and the pain stung. His cock grew thick and jerked between his legs. Harrison moaned. Ryder shoved deep. "Finally, yes!" He gagged around the thick cock and swallowed. When Ryder did it again, he gagged and swallowed again. Cum dripped from his own cock as it bounced between his legs with every thrust. He raced his hands upward and moved his fingers up and down the crease of Ryder's ass. The pungent taste of Ryder's seed coated his tongue. He made a high-pitched noise when his own release grew close, and that apparently sent Ryder over the edge. With his face shoved into dark pubic hair, Harrison gagged on Ryder's cock and swallowed as it erupted inside his mouth. Coating the back of his throat and tongue, he swallowed as much as he could, and the rest spilled out the side of his stretched mouth and over his lips and chin. Harrison reached between his legs and jerked fast and wildly at his own cock. Ryder gave a few more thrusts inside his mouth, and Harrison shot his load against the man's legs and the floor beneath him. Ryder grew still, and tight fingers loosened and caressed his scalp. Harrison slipped the cock from his mouth and licked his lips. Tipping his head back, he gazed upward. Ryder reached down and lifted him to his feet, and the room tilted as he was lifted and carried into the shower. Oh, I love shower sex. Ryder laughed loudly. You're going to have to give me some recouping time. Harrison laughed and returned the kiss that was dropped to his lips. Okay, but just so you know, for future reference. Ryder smiled and plunked him beneath the warming spray. He gasped and tugged Ryder in with him beneath the water. His hands went to Ryder's shoulder and the intricate design on the opposite arm from the eagle. The main piece was an ancient compass surrounded by names and a few places with maps threaded through the design. He traced his fingers over the patterns and letters. It was torture, he said, sweeping his eyes upward. What was? Ryder paused in getting the soap. Waiting. Ryder chuckled, soaped up his hands, and stepped closer. But so damned worth it. Oh, God, yes, Harrison moaned, and arched beneath the big soapy hands. Wandering out onto the porch, he sank into the large deck chair and set his breakfast plate on the small table. Pulling his legs up into the chair, he felt something hard rattle in his pocket and pulled the small bottle of half-used nausea medicine. He couldn't remember when he'd last needed to take any pills. Setting the bottle aside, he took a bite of the hot biscuit he'd just pulled out of the oven and hit the call button on his phone. Hey, babe, what's up? August answered on the first ring, and the happiness in his voice made him smile. I'm in love, he whispered, darting a quick glance toward the door. He shifted on the front porch cushioned chair and draped his legs over the arm. OMG, August squealed, yelling into the phone so much that Harrison had to pull it away from his ear for a few seconds. Tell me everything. Well, I can't tell you everything, but... Oh my God, August, it's unlike anything I've ever felt before. He makes the sun seem brighter. He makes the world seem brighter. He kept his voice low. He didn't want to freak Ryder out. But I can't really go into that right now, if you know what I mean. I do, August laughed, and then sobered. So what's going on with the other stuff? Harrison gave a sigh and nibbled on his nail. They brought my stepmother in for questioning. They think she might have hired someone to try and kill me. That bitch! I never liked her. I know. I hope they give her life. They couldn't hold her. What? August's voice rose. Yeah, they could only hold her for 72 hours before they released her. Something about circumstantial evidence. There's not enough to hold her, and she didn't admit to anything. Well, crap. Any other suspects? They brought Toby in a while ago for questioning, and more recently Shelby and John, but everyone was released as well. Toby? The guy from your work that's your friend? He is. He called me and swears he had nothing to do with any of it. What about the Shelby character? He's more persistent and truthfully makes me wonder. But he's the head of my video feed division. Dad hired him, and you know how stringent his hiring process and tests were. He sighed. Yeah, I remember. But I'm positive the test didn't include any stalker questions. True, he agreed. What about that other guy, the one you dated? Edward Crane? Detective Carson said the guy has an alibi for the day I was attacked. And who's John? He wouldn't hurt a fly. He didn't even know what they were talking about from what Carson told me. So from this point, I don't know. They don't have anyone in custody. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. Thanks. I want whomever it is caught. For good. Yes, so I can have a normal life again. And a new man to fill it? I hope so. I haven't said anything to him, but... Well, we'll see. Don't jinx it, his friend laughed. Harrison smiled. I won't. The sound of a suitcase wheeling across the floor came from inside the door.
Ryder's taking me on a trip. Where to? He said he doesn't want to share me with the world. He sighed, a bit dreamy. It's a surprise. Ooh, I love surprises. I know you do, Harrison chuckled. Okay, babe, I'll let you go. Be safe. Wait, when will you be back? Your last text said something about coming back sooner? Yes, I hope to be back next week. Awesome. Remember the secret knock. I will. Okay. Bye, August. Bye. He stretched out the soreness in his legs and smiled. They'd spent the last several days making love on every surface of the cabin and in every position they could think of. His phone buzzed and he smiled, seeing Toby's number. Hey, you. Hey, Harrison, how are you? He could hear the smile in Toby's voice. I'm really good, Toby. Really good. Well, I have bad news. 2 days ago, the new upgrade crashed again. Shelby took everything down again and told us there'll be another delay. What? He frowned. Did he give a reason for the crash? One I don't get about damage to the storage space, Toby said. Maybe he meant we need more space, he murmured. I let both detectives know. They said to call if anything else went wrong with the upgrade. Oh. Okay, thank you. Maybe they'll arrest Shelby and you can come home. Why would they arrest Shelby? It's suspicious. That Detective Carson thinks so. Did Carson pick Shelby up? Harrison asked. No, Toby said. It's innocent until proven guilty, he reminded Toby. I guess. Have Shelby call me the minute you see him. I will, but he hasn't been in the office for 2 days. Harrison couldn't recall Shelby asking for time off and frowned. Okay. When he gets back, tell him that I want you working on the storage problem. Do me a favor, stop by Marty's desk. I'm not in the office. What the hell? Was anyone working today? Okay, well, I want you to bring in outside help to get the problem fixed. I want it done and the system back online again ASAP. I don't care what it costs. When are you coming home? I'm not sure. Not for a while, though. You sound different. I'm happy. Oh? I've found the one. His smile grew and butterflies swirled in his stomach just talking about Ryder. The one? Who? Ryder? You're fucking kidding me. He's not good enough for you. That really isn't any of your business. His stomach turned sour in the face of his friend's sudden anger. For some crazy reason, he thought that Toby would be happy for him. I have to go. I'm sorry, don't hang up, Toby begged. I'm sorry too. I need to go, he said, and gently hung up on Toby's pleading voice. He sighed and stood. Not everyone was going to be happy that he was with Ryder. He still had to tell his uncle. Not that he cared what others thought. He only worried they'd try and treat Ryder poorly. Then he reminded himself that Ryder knew the ins and outs and how to navigate in his world. Which posed the question, did Ryder want to take that on again? He pulled at his lip and then fired off a text to Shelby to call with an update regarding the upgrade system crash. His phone buzzed, and seeing it was Toby again, he tucked it away. Harrison. He spun toward the doorway and smiled. Ryder looked amazing in blue jeans that fit snug to his hips, so snug that they drew his eyes to the bulge there. A skin-tight t-shirt molded over a rock-hard chest and strained around biceps strong enough to bench press him. Black combat boots and a black leather jacket finished off the look. Ryder looked absolutely delicious. He was so thankful he'd gone for his own tight jeans and button-down when Ryder's brown eyes looked him up and down, accompanied by the rakish smile that set his pulse throbbing. Let's go try out the bed again, he whispered huskily. Ryder smirked and shook his head. Nope. Come on. I have a surprise for you. He sighed dramatically, making the man chuckle. Oh, very well. His lips stretched into a smile and his gaze grew soft. Ready? Yes. Oh, wait. I heard from Toby that the video upgrade crashed. Shelby took everything offline and has delayed the upgrade while storage space is being investigated. That's not good. Can you get Brian on the phone? Ryder asked. Sure. Harrison pulled out his cell and dialed his head of building security.
Since the detectives had cleared Brian Sanders of any involvement, Harrison had talked at length with Ryder about devising a game plan to increase Trudle's security.
"Sanders," Brian answered.
"Brian, it's Harrison." The phone cut out and then dropped dead. "That's odd." He frowned and called again.
"Harrison."
"Yeah."
"Sorry about that. New truck, and I always think I have to push a button to disconnect my phone from the Bluetooth when I park."
Harrison smiled. "It's okay. You're on speakerphone. Ryder is here with me. Hang on." He held out the phone a bit. "Brian, did you hear about the system crashing after the upgrade?"
"I heard,"
Brian growled.
"What do you need from me?"
"I don't know how long the upgrade will be delayed. When we get back, we'll discuss you taking on the security at Harrison's apartment building. I need you to continue being hypervigilant and call a temporary service to beep off your staff until then," Ryder said, holding his gaze.
"I'll do it when I get to the office," Brian said.
"Thank you, Brian," Harrison said quietly. "Thanks," Ryder said. "Let's do a weekly check-in to keep all of us up to speed. Doable?"
"Yes, sir. I'll call you next week,"
Brian said, and rang off. Harrison grinned. "Well, that went better than expected." Now that he knows the situation, Brian strikes me as a man who'll take charge of your safety and the company's above everything. He smiled, tucked his phone away, and stepped up to wrap his arms around Ryder's waist. "Now, about that bed." Ryder chuckled and planted a long, delicious kiss on his lips. "Load up the bags while I lock up the place and set the alarm," Ryder said after kissing him thoroughly. "Fine," he huffed with a pout and lifted the bags to tuck them away in the back of the vehicle. Ryder locked the place and set the alarm. "Where are you taking me?" he asked for the millionth time after he climbed into the SUV and buckled his seatbelt. "It's a secret," Ryder repeated once he was behind the wheel. "I hate secrets," he pouted. "No, you don't," Ryder smirked. "Okay, I don't hate them, but they drive me crazy." Ryder turned the ignition over and the SUV was dead.
"Harrison."
Ryder's voice sounded strained. "Yes?" He swallowed hard. "Grab your backpack. Wait for me to get out. I'm going to come around." "Okay," he whispered with a sick stomach. This couldn't be happening. Not here in their idealistic paradise. He grabbed his backpack, wanting to scream, but before he could think further on it, Ryder was around the SUV and opening the door. Sliding out, he slipped the backpack straps over his shoulders and shut the car door. A shot rang out and a hole punched into the passenger side rear door, followed by 2 more shots. Ryder hunched down and pulled him around the opposite side of the vehicle from the shooter. Bullets pinged off the front fender of the SUV. "Run!" Ryder barked, guiding him toward the cabin. Racing around the side of the house, Harrison sprinted for the trailhead that led to where they'd hiked the other day. With a pounding heart, he easily made it up the steep incline with his newly purchased hiking boots. Reaching the top, another shot rang out and he glanced back. "Don't look back, baby. Run and don't look back," Ryder rasped, right on his ass. He slipped and his hand landed hard in the dirt and a rock gouged his palm, but Ryder was there, lifting him up with an arm around his waist. "Please don't let Ryder get hurt," he silently prayed. "You should get in front of me. He won't shoot me," he cried. No way in hell he was losing Ryder. Fuck, all he could picture was Ryder lying dead and there wouldn't be a damned thing he could do about it. He gasped for breath, realizing the gasps were coming out as sobs. "I'm right here, Harrison. I'm okay, just keep going, baby." Dashing at his tears, he ran and prayed. Chapter 18. Ryder. The sound of a 4-wheeler engine echoed over the area just as they reached the top of the hill. "Okay, we're going to need to run again," he said, and took Harrison's hand. The man's pupils were blown with fear. The hand that he gripped shook. "Just a bit longer. You can do it." "I want him dead," Harrison growled. Ryder silently agreed and took off at a dead run, pulling Harrison behind him. There'd be time to get this asshole, but not when Harrison could be hurt. Off the beaten path, he took a thin deer trail that took them up the side of the mountain about a quarter of the way. The 4-wheeler's engine grew distant. He headed due west and came out above the lake about 2 miles away from the cabin. "A friend of mine has a cabin up here. I'm going to see if they can give us a ride to town or lend me a vehicle," he explained to a very quiet Harrison. "If anything happens to you—" "Hey," he stopped and drew the slightly sweaty man into his arms and against his heart. "Nothing is going to happen to me, or to either one of us." Harrison sniffled, then wiped at his face, leaving a streak of dirt behind. Ryder lifted his shirt and wiped the smudge away. "Come on," he turned, leading the way down the incline that dropped into Gunnar Morgan's backyard. The dogs set up a racket.
"You better be barking at something and not a damned rabbit," he heard the man scolding the dogs.
"Gunnar?" Ryder eased around the side of the solid wood fence, keeping Harrison hidden. The gun in the man's grip was quick and efficient. 3 large dogs spun at his voice and sprang across the distance, savagely barking. "Down," Gunnar ordered, and 2 of the dogs stopped and crouched. The third was too excited and had trouble following orders. Ryder braced a shoulder for impact, but the dog never made it. "Milo, heel," Gunnar growled, and the big German shepherd spun on its haunches and launched back to sit near Gunnar's boots. Piercing eyes stared at him across the distance. Gunnar didn't say a word. He looked behind Ryder toward the edge of a fence, and when Ryder turned, Harrison was peeking out near his side.
"What brings you to this side of the lake?"
"Trouble."
"What kind of trouble?"
"The deadly kind." The Texas transplant wore a black hat, shit-kicking cowboy boots, blue jeans, and a tight t-shirt. Gunnar stood as tall as him at 6'4" and weighed in around the same of 230 pounds of pure, raw muscle and power.
"Get in here, before you're both seen,"
Gunnar drawled. Ryder gripped Harrison's hand, and Gunnar smirked at the gesture. Entering the back door, they stepped into a large kitchen. Gunnar turned back to the door. "Guard," he growled, and moved his hand, and the dogs took off like rockets.
"Thank you,"
Harrison told Gunnar, and the big man rubbed at the back of his neck.
"You don't worry about a thing. My boys will tear anything out there to pieces."
"Whoever it is has a gun."
"Bah!" Gunnar turned back and opened the door and let out a shrill whistle. Before another minute passed, the 3 big dogs were charging into the kitchen. They headed toward Harrison, who crooned at them. The dogs decided they liked Harrison and pushed into the young man's hands. After a moment, Ryder ushered Harrison onto one of the kitchen stools and brushed his hair back from his forehead. "Let me see your palm." Harrison held up his hand, and Ryder grabbed a paper towel, wet it, and dabbed at the scrape. "Not too bad."
"Thank you."
Harrison's soft voice drew his eyes up, and Ryder squeezed the man's uninjured hand. Here was the part where he was supposed to tuck Harrison away and go out there and kill the bad guy. Only he didn't want to leave Harrison's side. And he knew the truth. It was staring him in the face. He'd fallen for the beautiful young man. "Harrison, this is Gunnar. He works for Logan," he said absently, lifting a hand and gently brushing back the fall of hair across Harrison's forehead.
"Sometimes,"
Gunnar drawled. "Yeah, sometimes," Ryder smirked and dropped his hand. Harrison slipped off the bar stool and crouched to pet the dogs. Ryder turned to Gunnar. The man was watching Harrison interact with the hounds.
"Shall we go see if we can kill us a poacher?"
Gunnar asked.
"No!"
Harrison's voice sounded panicked, and his hands were clutching at him. The young man had held it together so well, but now there was pure blind panic in his blue eyes. "I'm not going anywhere," he assured Harrison with a calming hand on the younger man's neck. "Got anything to drink?" he asked Gunnar. Gunnar pulled open the fridge and set a pitcher of juice in glasses.
"That'll help with the shock."
"I need wheels."
"I have a spare pickup truck."
"I'd appreciate it."
"Anything you need."
With a glass of juice in hand, Harrison migrated out of the kitchen into the living room and dropped to the couch with the dogs.
"How'd they find you?"
"I think someone spotted us in Boulder. I felt like we were being watched. I should have trusted my gut," Ryder said quietly, gazing at Harrison.
"When was this?"
"Almost 2 weeks ago." He sighed and turned back to the kitchen and Gunnar.
"Why wait that long to come after him?"
"We're pretty far back in here. It may have taken them that long to locate us after Boulder." He rubbed at the back of his neck.
"But why shoot at you from a distance? Why not just wait at the SUV and kill you?"
Gunnar questioned. "My guess? They don't want Harrison thinking they're a killer. They want to kill me from afar and then swoop in and offer Harrison help. Like save the day kind of shit."
"That's insane. Harrison would know it was them if they swooped in."
"I didn't say they were sane."
"Fair enough. How many are after him?"
Gunnar quirked a brow. "Detectives think it could be a few. My guess it's only one." He filled Gunnar in about the stepmother hiring men and about the entourage following Harrison.
"You think the stepmom paid for a professional hit?"
"I don't think so. If it was professional, I wouldn't be standing here." They shot the SUV 3 times trying to hit me. Whoever this is got a piece of me before we left Denver." He lifted his shirt and showed Gunnar the healing wound. "Bastard means to get you out of the way." "Yeah," he rasped and lowered his shirt. "I'll gas up the pickup," Gunnar said and disappeared. Ryder glanced into the living room where Harrison was combing through the dog's fur. Ducking back into the kitchen, he called Logan. "What's up?" "They found the cabin. Someone shot at us." "What the hell? Where are you?" "We made it to Gunnar's place, but we can't stay here." "How the hell did they find you?" "I took him into Boulder." "Fuck. I felt like I was being watched, but that was 2 weeks ago. I think reporters found us." "That may or may not be how they found you. I'll have Hayden check for articles." He shouldn't have risked going into the city. But it was too late now. The fact that his fuck-up would have cost Harrison his life weighed on him.
"I'm going to back out. Name the drop-off location and I'll meet one of the crew there."
"Why the hell would you do that?" Logan snapped. "Because I can't keep him safe," he growled. "That's not how it looks from where I'm sitting," Logan responded. "What happened to the man that doesn't quit?" "You've been talking to Jackson too much," he accused. "We both care about your well-being," Logan barked back. "I can't keep him safe," he repeated. This time his voice croaked, feeling an instant heartburn coming on. "What are you talking about?" Harrison said from behind him. Ryder closed his eyes at the sound of the accusatory tone of voice. He turned and found Harrison's wide, shocked eyes locked on him. "Logan, I'll call you back." "Call me when you get your head out of your ass," his boss snapped and hung up. "Answer me." He closed his eyes for a brief second and let out a deep breath. "I only want you safe." "By leaving me?" "I can't protect you." "Stop right there," Harrison yelled. "You've done nothing but keep me safe. Why can't you see that?" "I should have known he'd follow you." He shoved his fingers through his hair and turned sharply away. "How the hell could you have known that? This cabin is out in the middle of nowhere." Harrison grabbed his arm and turned him back around. "I felt like we were being watched in Boulder," he admitted. "Still, you don't really know how he found us. Nobody does." He stayed silent, racking his brain, but Harrison was right. He couldn't have known. Not really. "Blaming yourself for something you couldn't predict is a waste of time," Harrison's voice softened. "Ryder, you've had my back from day one. Baby, you took a bullet for me." He swallowed hard. "I don't want you to pull out. I don't trust anyone else to keep me safe. Not the way you do." Harrison moved closer and put both soft palms on his arms. His muscles jumped beneath the man's touch, and he pulled Harrison into his arms. "I can't have anything happen to you." His voice was muffled against Harrison's slim throat. "It would kill me." "Do you really think someone else can protect me better than you?" Harrison's lips brushed against his temple. "No," he croaked and lifted his head. Gazing down into Harrison's face, he added, "How'd you get so smart?" "You're just now realizing that?" The young man gave him an impish smile. Ryder felt his own lips stretch in response. Content for the moment to hold Harrison, he rocked him back and forth, absorbing every bit of the slim young man. He couldn't remember a time in his life when he'd felt so connected to another human being. Harrison nestled in and clung, content to stay in his arms. After several long moments, he brushed his lips against Harrison's temple. "I need to make another call." "Okay," Harrison nodded, cupping his cheeks to hold his gaze. The smile on Harrison's lips annihilated him, and he stole another kiss before the man slipped from his arms to disappear back into the living room. Ryder pulled out his phone, took a deep breath, and punched in the second phone number. "Ryder?" the deep voice answered on the first ring. "Dad, I need your help." Hitting Colorado Springs an hour and 45 minutes later, he took the exit to his parents' place. Instead of turning down their country road, he drove past it. Gunnar had called them not too long ago. The ATV tracks had disappeared around a truck and trailer tracks. It appeared the gunman had left the area. Ryder kept watch in the rearview mirror for 10 miles down the road until he reached a gated road. Quickly, he turned into the entrance at the gate. "Drive through for me." He jumped out and opened the long metal gate, and Harrison drove the pickup through. Locking the gate, he got back behind the wheel and headed north as arranged by his father.
Where are you taking me? Harrison asked quietly when he pulled slowly down the dirt road. It's a surprise, remember? He glanced over, trying to lighten the somber mood. The same surprise? Yup. Where? Tell me. Harrison chewed on his bottom lip. To meet my parents, and then we'll stay at one of their rental properties. Big Eyes stared at him so long, Ryder stopped the vehicle around the bend in the middle of the dirt road. It's not safe, Harrison shook his head. Trust me, my dad and brothers are experts. They're cops, baby. Harrison let out a heavy sigh but squeezed his hand when he reached for him. Come, meet my family. I was bringing you here anyway. We'll only stay a few minutes. This had been his intention all along. Only it was supposed to be a visit and a chance for Harrison to meet his family, not a meet and run as a result of fleeing from a fucking psychopath. Harrison gave him a soft smile. Okay. Fuck, he'd been more nervous than he'd ever been that Harrison wouldn't want to meet them. It was, after all, early in their relationship. He could admit that being taken, while scary, felt right. But are you taken? He glanced over. Harrison gazed out the windshield, biting at his bottom lip. Ryder squeezed the steering wheel. Yeah, we really need to talk and settle things. He knew two things, though. His family was too important to risk for just anyone, and Harrison wasn't just anyone to him. Not anymore. He spotted his brother Richard in a beat-up old pickup truck on the side of the road about 5 miles from the turnoff and about 6 miles from the main house. He didn't stop. He returned his brother's wave and eased on past. About 3 miles up the road, he came upon his other brother, Romero, in an SUV. He pulled over and parked behind it. I'll be right back, he told Harrison and jumped out. Dad said you had some trouble. Yeah, he gripped his brother in a hard hug. Fucker better hope he didn't follow you here. I was careful. After I bring Harrison up to meet the family, I want to see if one of our rental properties was available to hole up in. I know, he told us. No way in hell are you holing up in one of those places. Your place is here with us. I can't risk it. Screw that, you're staying at the house and that's final. Romero scowled, and Ryder recognized his father's stubbornness in his brother. Thanks, bro. Besides, if there was one open rental, I'd be in it. Romero chuckled and clapped him on the back. He smiled at his brother. Romero's phone rang and he answered it, listened, and then tucked it away. All clear, his brother said, giving him a brow waggle. Richard came hauling ass down the road and passed them in a shower of dust. Son of a bitch, Romero spat in the dust. I'm going to kick his ass. Ryder laughed. Not if I get him first. He jumped in Gunner's old pickup and put it in drive. Romero raced to his SUV and jumped in. Ryder revved the engine and Romero took off with a flashing smile, and Ryder followed hot on his brother's ass. The three vehicles tore up the dirt road, leaving a cloud of dust. Who's that? Harrison laughed, hanging onto the oh shit handle above the door. Those are my brothers. He grinned and punched it. The old truck couldn't keep up. A half a mile from the house, they slowed to let the dust settle and then arrived at a normal speed up to the house. No sense in Dad chewing their asses out because they brought dust into the house. Pulling up to the front of the house, he shut off the engine. The area wasn't too remote, but they couldn't be seen by their neighbors unless they took a 6-mile hike. The home was big and sprawling with a large front deck lined with tables and chairs. Romero and Richard had already parked and disappeared into the house. Wow, it's beautiful and huge. Yep, it's got 8 bedrooms, a living room, kitchen, and laundry. Plus, me and my brothers helped Dad remodel a few years ago to include a game room. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Dad said it was a present for Mom. She loves keeping the living room nice for company, and with the new den and game room, she can close the door on us when we get too loud. He smiled broadly at Harrison. Suddenly the door swung wide and a whole group of people trampled outside and onto the wide front porch. 5 young children between the ages of 5 and 10 raced toward their truck. From here he could hear the men joking around and talking. Harrison yanked his eyes from the house to him. I thought you said meet your parents. My brother's kids, he gestured to the children jumping to see in the window of the pickup. Harrison's eyes showed his nervousness, and then he chewed on his lip. Do you think they'll like me? You can bet on it, he murmured, lifting Harrison's hand to his lips. He couldn't imagine anyone not liking the kind young man sitting beside him.
Okay, Harrison said with a quiet release of breath. Come and meet them. Ryder got out and the kids surrounded him as he walked around to meet Harrison on the other side. Uncle Ryder! Uncle Ryder! Who's this? The oldest one, Chase, stopped and looked up at Harrison. This is Harrison, and he's my friend, he told his nephew. Hi, Chase greeted, putting out his fist for a bump. Hello, Harrison returned the fist bump, appearing charmed. His name is Harrison, Riley, the middle one, yelled and ran back to the porch. Ryder chuckled and tousled hair on the heads of the smaller ones as they darted past them and flew after the older kids back to the porch. Ryder took Harrison's hand and drew him to the bottom of the steps. Gazing up into his father's face, he returned his smile and curious gaze. Roman Freeman was a man he'd looked up to his whole life. As tall as he and his brothers, his father was broad-shouldered and had a quick smile, with shrewd brown eyes that were filled with kindness. Ryder's happiest memories were filled with his dad holding him when he'd skinned a knee and coached him at Little League practice. Roman had been there for his first date and wiped the tears away the night Ryder came out. His father's love was a constant in his life, and the only time he hadn't had the man's approval was the day he'd married Warren. Dad, this is Harrison, he said around a lump in his throat. Roman Freeman held his stare a moment longer before turning his brown eyes on Harrison. Mr. Freeman? Harrison's smile was so wide, the sun shone from his bright blue eyes. It's a pleasure to meet you, sir. Ryder talks highly of you. He does he? His dad drawled, squinting at Harrison. Yes, sir. Harrison drew him a quick look and turned back to his father. Ryder hasn't said a thing about you, son, before his phone call earlier. I think you better come inside and fill us in. Lines crinkled around his father's brown eyes when the man suddenly smiled, and Ryder felt an overwhelming relief when the rest of the porch erupted in laughter. Roman offered his hand, and Harrison took it. The rest of his brothers stepped up, shaking hands and getting introduced. Ryder and all of his brothers had the same build, dark coloring and brown eyes as his father, with the exception of Reed. His youngest brother was blond like their mother, with bright green eyes. Harrison, this is from left to right, Randy, short for Randall, Richard, Romero, and Reed. All ours? Harrison gaped. Yep, Mom and Dad had a really good time, Randy said, wobbling his neck like a chicken. Harrison laughed delightedly along with the group. I bet it was hard to call you all for dinner. You bet, but it was harder when we were in trouble, Romero said. I was called Rich Romero, stop that, his brother said in a high-pitched voice. The laughter continued. Oh, you boys quit, the soft lilting sound of his mother's voice floated behind his father. Gina Freeman elbowed his dad out of her way and stepped down the stairs and into his arms. Mom, he whispered, hugging her tight. Not a small woman, her blonde head reached the bottom of his chin. Welcome home, sweetie, his mom whispered before turning to smile at Harrison. Welcome to our home, Harrison. Gina reached out and took Harrison's hand and held it. She studied him for so long, Harrison flushed beneath her look. Apparently satisfied with what she saw, she hugged the younger man and then tucked his arm into hers. This is my wife, Laura, Randy said, sliding an arm around his sister-in-law's shoulder. Laura waved at Harrison from her spot beneath his brother's arm. And these two hellions are mine, Randy continued, pointing to two of the children. The other three are Romero's. Now, we don't expect you to remember all the names yet, his mom said to Harrison with a smile and turned toward the house, tugging the bemused man with her. Be ready for the test later, Reed called to him jokingly. I hope you like shepherd's pie, Harrison. His mother ignored her youngest child and continued through the door. Yes, ma'am. His father clapped him on the shoulder when he drew near and pulled him into a tight hug. Talk before dinner, Ryder murmured quietly near his father's ear. Roman nodded, and they turned and followed the noisy group into the house. He didn't realize how hungry he was until he smelled his mother's cooking. Hell, even if he wasn't hungry, her cooking would tempt him to eat a second meal. Have a seat here, Harrison. Would you like some iced tea? He heard his mother ask. Yes, ma'am. So, tell me about you. Ryder huffed and shook his head. His mother wouldn't stop until she knew everything. While Harrison was occupied with his mom, Ryder followed his father into the massive game room. Not right now. His dad shut the door in Randy's face. Well, all right, but don't hog him for long, Randy called through the closed door. Roman shook his head with a smile and headed to the bar and stepped behind it. Ryder followed and took a seat at one of the stools that lined the fully stocked bar. Silence settled over the room until Roman poured them both a few fingers of bourbon. You got trouble following you, son. His father, retired from the Colorado Springs Police Department, turned shrewd eyes on him. Yeah. Tell me what happened, Roman said with a brief nod. He filled his dad in on the attack at the cabin and with everything he knew so far about the arrests and threats. Gunner is making sure the cabin is secure. Roman nodded. What's your relationship with Harrison? You've never brought a client home before. He fired me, so technically he's not a client. He toyed with his glass. So, it's like that, is it? Roman chuckled into his own glass and took a swallow. Yeah. Every time things get close to normal, something like today happens. That won't always be the case. Do you want a relationship with him? I do. Badly. But we've only known each other for a little over a month, and like I said, it's been under extreme circumstances, he admitted. Bah, I call bullshit, Roman eyed him. I met your mother when I responded to a 911 call. We were married 4 months later with you on the way. Roman quirked an eyebrow. Ryder returned his father's smirk. He heard the story 1,000 times, and it still made him smile the way his dad looked when he talked about his mother. He knew he wore the same look when he talked about Harrison. I've fallen in love with him. But I'm scared. He swallowed another sip, gripping the glass hard. Don't let what happened with Warren sour you on love or the institution of marriage. I'm trying. What had happened with Warren had been unfortunate. He could see his part in all of it. He'd married for the wrong reasons. He'd wanted something like his dad and mom had, and he'd settled for a person who couldn't emotionally commit because he hadn't been emotionally ready himself. Everything happens for a reason and on its own time. God, his dad was smart. Ryder felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from his chest, and he could suddenly breathe. Is he anything like Warren? What? Hell no, he sputtered. Then try harder, Roman said bluntly. He laughed. I will. A repetitive knocking on the door began and soon picked up with a rapid beat. It became clear that it was several pairs of hands and knuckles. Roman snorted. Better let him in. Ryder stood and strode to the door. He flung it wide, and his 4 brothers practically spilled in on their faces. Come in, you goofballs. The noise was loud as his 4 rambunctious brothers entered the room. He noticed Harrison standing hesitantly in the hallway, and he reached out a hand. Harrison brightened and took his hand, and Ryder drew him into his arms and held him tight. Aw, ain't that so stinking cute, Reed teased. Ryder spun Harrison with his back to the room so he could flip his brother off behind his back. His brothers roared with laughter. He pushed Harrison back and looked down into his beautiful face. Welcome to my home. Yeah, Harrison, welcome. Now get in here and tell us how you met, Richard, the brother just beneath him in age, said. Harrison laughed and took a seat at the bar. I'll need a drink for that. Don't let him pressure you, Harrison. Richard, Romero, and Dad are all cops. They'd give you the 3rd degree to see if you measure up, Randy chortled. No, we won't, Romero, the 3rd oldest, argued. We'll only give him the 2nd degree. I'll side with Randy, Reed, the youngest, piped up and took a seat near Harrison. Randy's a lawyer, and I'm studying to be a photojournalist, much to the chagrin of my family, Reed finished. Not even. You know we're proud of you, baby brother, Romero said, ruffling Reed's hair. Reed swiped at Romero, and the pair got into a boisterous wrestling match in the open portion of the den. His father set a drink in front of Harrison and winked. Better have something to knock the edge off. Be careful, Dad's drinks pack a wallop, he whispered near Harrison's ear and nuzzled his temple. Harrison's laughter rang out loudly, and Ryder found himself smiling with a happiness he hadn't felt in a long time. The wiffle ball almost hit him in the head, and he lifted his hand just in time to send it flying back away from his morning coffee cup. Sorry, Uncle Ryder, little Josh yelled. Take it out to the big yard, Gina shouted after the kids. They were soon bouncing off to the other side of the house. Are you happy, sweetie? his mother asked from her spot behind him on the wide front porch. So much, Mom, he said gruffly, turning in his seat toward his mother. I like him very much. I can see how much he loves you. You can. He wanted to believe that more than anything. Of course, just as I can see you love him. She reached over and cupped his cheek. It hasn't been very long. You have all the time in the world to get to know each other. Enjoy it. Thanks, Mom. He bent over the chair arm and kissed her cheek. Romero is officially single, she probed. So am I. Good. I'm glad the divorce is final, she said fiercely, and that's all I'm going to say about that. He shared a smile with her. How's Romero holding up? Oh, you know, it comes and goes. But with the job and 3 children, it keeps him pretty busy. He's moved back home for a while. And you and Dad don't mind that a bit, do you? He chuckled. Nope. Will you take a drive with me into town tomorrow? There's something I want to buy, he said with a smile. Of course, sweetie. And on that note, I need to help Laura with the breakfast pies. She laughed, reached a hand to brush his cheek, and then hopped up to return inside the house. He smiled after her. She could never sit still. He took a slow sip of his coffee. The screen door creaked and Ryder roamed his eyes hungrily over the sleep-tousled man that pushed through the door barefoot wearing sweats and a t-shirt. When Harrison blew at the hot, steaming liquid in his coffee cup, Ryder adjusted himself. Harrison blinked at him sleepily and pouted. Placing the cup he held on the small table between the chairs, he climbed into his lap. Fuck, he was smitten. He wanted this man in his life in whatever capacity Harrison wanted. Did you miss me? Harrison whispered, nestling his head beneath his chin. He squeezed and held him close so he'd know just how much he hated them sleeping apart this past week. His phone buzzed, and he reached and plucked it off the table, checking the number. I'll be right back. He nuzzled into Harrison's temple and trailed several kisses down the side of his face before lifting him completely. I'll keep your spot warm, the cheeky man said, and curled into his vacant chair. He smiled and headed down the stairs and into the driveway. Phone to one ear and coffee in the other hand, he answered the call. Hey, Logan, what's up? I have some good news and bad news. The bad news is Hayden found an online article of you both at the cabin at Lake Isabel. It was in the tabloid news. The reporter followed you from Boulder to the cabin and took pictures. You're both in the photos. The article was published 2 days before you were shot at and mentions your exact location. Shit, he sighed heavily. The good news is we know who Harrison's stalker is. What? Who? His gut tightened. It's Shelby Clark. A week ago, the detectives got a call that Shelby had sabotaged the video feed and delayed the security getting back up online. I thought it was a system crash. That's what we were told, but the detectives discovered it was sabotage. Crap. When Carson went to Shelby's office, he found the janitor John Lister knocked out, hit over the head. Is John all right? Yeah, came from behind, didn't see the guy. John has a slight concussion, but he's going to be okay. And they're positive it's Shelby. Yeah, during a search they found letters with the writing "You'll pay" in Shelby's desk. Don't forget they found a letter in Sheila's office, too, he reminded Logan. That they now suspect was planted there by Shelby. Plus, with John knocked out in his office and the system sabotaged, combine that with the man obsessively asking Harrison out for a year and they have a good case. Anyway, the latest is that the detectives are searching Shelby's apartment as we speak. They haven't yet located him. What the hell do you mean they haven't located him? He's been gone for several days, Ryder. That means he was probably the one that shot at you and Harrison at the cabin. Fuck. We have an all-points bulletin out. I have Jackson, Brick, Felix, and Hayden out searching, Logan said. Good. He hung up the phone and stood staring at nothing. Hey, you, Harrison called over the distance. He drew in a breath, mustered a smile, and turned back to the porch. Harrison smiled, and Ryder's heart thumped as he closed the distance between him and the man who meant more than the world to him. The next afternoon, Colorado Springs was hot and the city was bustling when they arrived. The Italian restaurant was busy and his family loud. He smiled at Harrison, who held his own against the razzing and joking group as they walked down the sidewalk. "Mr. Trudel?" someone called out, and Ryder spun. Harrison paused. "Go," he ordered, and his dad hurriedly ushered Harrison and the women and children inside the restaurant. His brothers turned and flanked him. "Was that Harrison Trudel?" The man, out of breath, came running up. Obviously a reporter by the camera and microphone in his hand. "No, wrong person." "It sure looked like him." The reporter stood on his toes to see past him, but Ryder blocked the guy. "It wasn't," he growled. The guy hesitated, but being faced with 5 large men, he wisely turned away. "Think that's the end of it?" Romero asked. "Probably not." "Damn it," he muttered and turned to step inside the restaurant. Assaulted by the smell of spices and sauces, his stomach growled. As a family, they'd been coming to Bianchi's Italian bistro since he was a kid. His whole family knew the owner, Mario Bianchi, and his family. The hefty restaurant owner stood about 5 feet 8 inches tall, wore his salt and peppered hair short, and his mustache bushy. Mario carried a smile a mile wide, and his voice was as loud as the robust man himself. "Ciao, amico!" Mario cried, a vivid hello friend at Roman leading the way into the place. The 2 men embraced before Mario led the way to the very back and the long table that stretched the length of the far wall. Ryder waited for the long train of adults and children to step ahead of him, and then he casually cased the place. Staying near the hostess station, he lifted a menu and slanted a look out the windows of the restaurant. Instead of following the group, Romero stepped to the small waiting room and was cut off from the outside windows. From there he could see his brother, but the outside couldn't. "Think he's gone?" Romero whispered. Ryder slowly shook his head negative. "No, and where there's one, there'll usually be others," he stated as he casually made his way into the small waiting room. "They found us in Boulder." He told his brother about the article. "They printed our location in the fucking news." "Okay, well, let's eat, and you 2 can hit the road." "That's the plan." After a little over a week with his parents, he and Harrison were heading out. He wasn't sure where to yet, but they'd all come into town for a goodbye meal. When he didn't see any sign of the reporter, he aimed one last covert glance out the front window before he headed down the aisle, approaching the long rear table. Harrison wasn't at the table. "Where's Harrison?" "He went to the restroom," Laura told him. "Shit!" He turned and ran. "Dad's with him," Reed called out. Ryder didn't stop. Chapter 19. Harrison. He stepped out of one of the 5 stalls in the restroom and over to the sink to wash his hands. A man came out of the far stall and walked up to the sink next to him. Harrison gave the stranger a quick smile and reached for the soap. The man looked him over, holding his eyes for a brief moment in the mirror. It felt odd, and a quick shiver went down Harrison's spine. Roman came out of the stall. "One thing I like about Mario's place is the stalls for privacy." "Yeah," Harrison laughed with relief and quickly soaped up his hands. "Why'd he do that?" Roman pointed to the door. "Because every time they opened the door, men were exposed to the hallway," Roman said. "Some of the ladies were complaining." "He could have just built a partition." "Mario never does anything halfway," Roman chuckled. The guy washing his hands laughed with them and pulled a paper towel from the dispenser. Harrison grabbed a paper towel just as the door slammed open and a gun was pointed in the room. Roman had a gun in his hand pointed back. Ryder pulled his gun up and away. "Shit. Sorry, Dad." "No worries," Roman rumbled and tucked away his gun. "Mr. Trudel?" Harrison turned and had a smartphone in his face. "There's speculation that you're on the run from a stalker. Is that true?" The stranger standing next to him asked. "What?" He blinked, not understanding. "Someone from Trudel Industries confirmed it's your own employee, Shelby Clark, who is stalking you. Is that true?" What the hell is this guy talking about? "My source says that Shelby Clark tried to kill you. Can you comment?" Harrison's heart slammed against his ribs. Shelby tried to kill him. "Back up," Roman ordered the reporter. "You piece of shit," Ryder prowled forward and fisted the guy by the back of his shirt and drug him out of the bathroom door before he marched the guy out the rear entrance. Harrison raced to catch up to the group in the back alley. "You guys are fucking vultures. Now back off." "Are you kidding?" the reporter gaped at Ryder. "Harrison Trudel has been front-page news since he was attacked in his parking garage. That, combined with your presence along with his father's will, makes for one hell of a story. Asshole! Fed up with his privacy being invaded, Harrison yelled, stepping forward. Get out of here, Ryder snarled, releasing the guy with a hard shove. The reporter jogged to the end of the alley, spun, and took one last photo of them before he ran. Harrison stared at Ryder, and neither of them moved. After a moment, Roman guided the rest of Ryder's brothers back inside and closed the door. The silence was broken by the occasional passing of a car and the clattering of dishes from inside the restaurant. What's the matter? His heart pounded. Ryder closed his eyes. Nothing. Screw that. I think it's time to tell me what you and Logan talked about, and I'm pretty sure it has something to do with Shelby, he said. Ryder's gaze swirled with a myriad of emotions. Shelby Clark is behind the video sabotage and letters. They can't find him to arrest him. I thought they questioned him already. They did, but they didn't have enough to hold him on. Now that they do, they can't locate him. Ryder hesitated. You think Shelby shot at us? Yes. What else? They found John knocked out in Shelby's office and more letters with the message. Oh no, is John okay? Yeah, just a slight concussion. Shit. How did Shelby find the cabin? He glanced around quickly. A reporter spotted us in Boulder and followed us to the cabin. They took pictures of us. So all this time that you've been thinking that someone was watching us, it was a freaking reporter? Yeah. They took pictures of us, Ryder repeated. I don't care about that. He stepped forward and slipped his arms around Ryder's waist. Let's go home. The security system and cameras aren't working. Ryder shook his head. Are you sure? No, Ryder frowned. Let me call. Harrison dialed the office phone number. Trudel Industries, Harrison Trudel's office, Marty said. Marty. Harrison, are you okay? I am, thank you. I ordered Toby to hire extra help to get the system back online. Can you tell if that was completed at all sites and if extra cameras were ordered? Sure, hang on, she said, and placed him on a brief hold. Ryder crossed his arms against his chest and leaned back against the brick wall. Harrison? Marty came back on the line. Toby got it done. Everything came back online this morning. He's got the department running smoothly. I can see the web feed from my computer on all locations and parking structures. Toby ordered the extra cameras that are en route as we speak. There's a leak at the company talking to reporters about things that nobody really should know about. I can't go into details, but can you make some inquiries? I know the cops have been in and out of Shelby's office and people have been speculating. I'll make inquiries and see what I can find out, she said. Thanks, Marty. I'll be in touch soon. Harrison ended the call. The department got the video feed and cameras back online this morning. Marty is looking into the leak. Ryder hesitated and Harrison continued. I ordered extra cameras to be installed. I know about the extra cameras, Ryder smirked. Brian called me. What is it with you and the head of my security suddenly being buddies? Harrison teased. Brian understands how important you are to me, Ryder said just a bit smugly. Okay then. Harrison smiled softly and slipped into Ryder's arms. Rinsing his hands in the sink, Harrison tugged a paper towel from the dispenser in Trudel's front entrance main lobby restrooms. Gazing in the mirror, he took a moment to run his fingers through his hair to get it back into place after the hour drive from the Italian restaurant to his office. They hadn't gone home first. He wanted to collect a few things beforehand. The office building had been humming with news of his return when they'd arrived. He'd need to engage with people eventually. Only staying at the cabin and at Ryder's family home had felt like a different way of life. One that he'd only experienced at his grandfather's place. Truth was that he wanted that feeling back again. The feeling of closeness and family. A noise spun him around with his heart in his throat. That feeling was quickly replaced with relief when John came shuffling out from one of the bathroom stalls. John, are you okay? I heard you were hurt. Shelby hit me over the head. John glanced up from buttoning the strap on his overalls. The guy's face held a mixture of anger, pain, and puzzlement. John came right up to him, getting in his personal space, agitated. I'm so sorry, John. He edged a bit sideways away from the big janitor. The door to the restroom pushed open. Ryder's head popped in. He took one look at the situation and stepped inside, keeping the door open with his boot. Harrison. Yes, Harrison gratefully said. John was just telling me how Shelby hit him over the head. Shelby hit me over the head, John said again. I heard about that. John, that's horrible, Ryder said and held out a hand to Harrison, who closed the distance, taking it gratefully. John's hands squeezed into fists and his arms started moving, swinging back and forth close to his body. The young man was clearly agitated and began to rock. Ryder's fingers closed tightly around Harrison's and drew him close. Relief swept over Harrison and his eyes stung. Damn it. All this was making him afraid of his own staff. Harrison turned at Ryder's side in the doorway. John, if you need your mom to come get you, I can call her. John gazed at him, his face confused. I work today, Harrison. Ryder moved him back from the door when John approached. The janitor walked out into the hallway and approached the mop and broom cart. Once there, John grabbed the handle and moved the cart along. Bye, Harrison, John called out. Bye, John. Are you okay? Ryder said huskily against the side of his head. Harrison nodded. Yeah, he just surprised me. It's surreal thinking that Shelby hit him. John's so sweet. Ryder slipped an arm around his waist. I know, baby. Together they headed down the hallway that would take them to the front main lobby and elevators. Welcome home, Mr. Trudel. Welcome back, Mr. Freeman, Brian said, coming forward to shake Ryder's hand in a firm grip. Good to see you, Brian, Harrison said. I've hired several temporary security from Logan Cobalt, and I've started the interviewing process for permanent security for here and Mr. Trudel's home, Brian told Ryder. I've also deactivated Shelby's badge and had the guards on high alert if he should try to enter the building. Brian continued speaking to Ryder as if Harrison wasn't there. Harrison thought it amusing and waited. Thank you, Brian. I'd like to take a look at the resumes, Ryder said. Yes, sir, Brian said, and then turned to him and smiled. If you need anything, you let me know, Mr. Trudel. Thank you, Brian. He smiled and headed toward the elevator. The small door to the video electrical room near the elevator suddenly opened. Toby came out the door and closed a hand around his arm. Oh my God, Harrison, where have you been? Tony's words ended abruptly when Ryder knocked Toby's arm away. A large hand at the small of Harrison's back guided him to the elevator. Been, Toby gaped at him, and Harrison turned around and smiled. Toby, in Shelby's absence, please have the Patterson report emailed to me tomorrow morning. Sure, but can we... The elevator doors started to close, and Toby frowned. Where are you going? The doors closed before he could answer Toby. He shot Ryder an amused look. You sure have gotten possessive. Ryder spun and stalked closer, backing him up against the side of the elevator. I don't like him touching you, Ryder growled, and the deep possessive tone sent a shiver down his spine and thickened his cock. Running hands up Ryder's big biceps, Harrison felt the coiled muscles bunch and cord. He slipped his arms up and around Ryder's neck. I don't like him touching me either, he soothed. Ryder's head dipped, the elevator doors pinged, and his lover groaned. Why didn't we just go home first? Ryder complained for the 20th time. I only need to grab a few files and then we'll leave, Harrison chuckled and headed down the hallway. True to his word, they were back down the elevator and across the lobby in minutes. This way, Ryder said, and ushered him toward the front doors where a car sat waiting outside. Between them and the car stood a group of reporters. Brian shoved through the reporters along with 3 other security guards to hold them back. It was a lost cause with so many of them, and they surged around the men's outstretched arms. Stepping out the door, he was assaulted with questions. Mr. Trudel, is it true that your head of video feed division made the attempt on your life? Step back, Ryder growled, shoving one of the reporters. A warm hand on his back guided him forward. No comment, he said. Did you fire Shelby Clark? Harrison said nothing and took another step forward. Ryder physically moved another reporter. Is Clark responsible for shooting Mr. Freeman? Another one shouted, waving a microphone at him. No comment, Harrison repeated woodenly, holding tightly onto Ryder's hand as the big man pushed through the crowd and the path Brian's security had cleared toward the waiting car. What about your previous bodyguard, Mitchell Anders? Can you comment on his death? Someone yelled. He froze. Deja vu swept around him, and the crush of reporters suddenly resembled the crowd when Mitchell had been gunned down on these very steps. Except that Ryder replaced Mitchell in his new scenario, and his knees wobbled. He couldn't seem to get his legs to work. He panicked and stumbled. Ryder's strong arm around his waist held him up, and the man guided him into the back of the town car and followed him in. Harrison scooted to the far side when the door closed. It will pass. Maybe, he swallowed, squeezing his hands into fists. Harrison. He pulled his hand away when Ryder reached for it. I need to make a stop. He turned his face from the man's searching gaze and gave the driver an address to a nearby building. Babe. Ryder looked confused, and Harrison had to steel himself before he broke down. The next thing he had to do was killing him, but he didn't see any other way to keep Ryder safe. You know that the next celebrity to post a naughty picture online will take their attention away from us, Ryder joked. I think it'll take a bit more than that, he murmured. Chapter 20. Ryder. No, he said flatly. No way in fucking hell. Yes, Harrison insisted with a stubborn tilt to his chin. I don't agree with this, Logan said. Surprise of fucking surprises. Logan now had an office in Denver. And somehow, Harrison had known the address, but Ryder hadn't. He gazed at his friend accusatorily. Why didn't you tell me you finally had an office here? Have you checked your email? Because I sent both you and Harrison the address. Logan eyed him. No, damn it, he hadn't checked. He gnashed his teeth. But you didn't tell me about this stupid plan, Ryder snarled, throwing up his hands. It's not a stupid plan, Harrison's voice lifted. Logan held up his hands. It's not my idea. Well, whose brilliant idea is it then to leave him defenseless? Ryder! Harrison took a deep breath and blew it out. And you, he turned on Harrison. What the hell are you thinking? Harrison's blue eyes filled with his temper. I'm thinking of keeping your ass safe, that's what I'm thinking. By taking me out of the picture? Are you fucking out of your mind? Harrison turned to Brian Sanders, who just happened to show up a few minutes ago. He suspected that Harrison had texted the Trudel security manager. Are you ready? Harrison asked Brian. Brian looked worried but nodded his head. Harrison, don't do this, Ryder pleaded. I have to. I can't stand by and let Shelby kill you. I can't. Harrison turned to leave the room, but Ryder gripped his arm, keeping him still. You're safer with me, he insisted. Am I? Harrison rounded on him. Ryder jerked back. The words landed like a slap. You said so. Well, I was wrong. You couldn't keep me safe at my office when we were shot at, or at the cabin, or even at the restaurant with your family and those damned reporters. Harrison was right, and the words crushed a heavy weight of guilt on his chest. You said I took a bullet for you. Harrison closed his eyes for a brief moment. And you're lucky that's all that was done. You could have been killed. Harrison dashed at his cheeks. Why are you doing this? He gritted out. Because I have to. Harrison squeezed his hands tightly. What about us? He asked woodenly. That has to wait. Harrison dashed at his face. Wait? Wait for what? Until a psychopath killed one of them? He held Harrison's turbulent gaze, failure clawing at him. He'd been so sure of Harrison's love. It hadn't dawned on him the man was having second thoughts. He's not having second thoughts. This is about something else entirely. I don't believe you, he rasped suddenly, narrowing his eyes. Well, believe this. I'm leaving here without you. Tears fell from Harrison's eyes and trailed down his cheeks. Ryder stood frozen, unable to react, his mind racing at this new turn of events. After another moment, Harrison turned and left the room with Brian following. Ryder spun back to Logan. He's right. I failed him. He sank into the chair in front of Logan's desk, clenching his fists. Did you? He's unharmed and he's alive. I'd say that you did an outstanding job. He rubbed a hand over his chin and mouth, staring at Logan. Brian can't protect him like you can, his boss went on. Don't you fucking think I know that?
Well, I can't do jack shit, Logan growled. Your man has it in his head to keep you safe, and he severed his contract. You didn't believe all that bullshit, did you? Logan eyed him. No, I didn't believe any of that bullshit. I know why he's doing it. He loves me and wants to keep me safe. He had to come up with a plan. Well, my hands are tied. I can't do anything without a contract. You're right, you can't, but my hands aren't fucking tied, he growled. So get the hell out of my office and go patch that shit up. Felix and Brick just walked out before you and Harrison got here. Logan waved a dismissive hand at him. Ryder stared at Logan and then stood, pulling out his phone. If Harrison thought he could walk away that easily, he really didn't know him very well yet. But he soon would. Felix, are you and Brick still close to Logan's office? Yeah, we just pulled out of the parking garage. Why? I'm here. Can you turn around and pick me up? We'll be right there, Felix said and ended the call. What are you going to do? Logan asked. What I should have fucking done before he left, Ryder growled. Taking the stairs downward, he jogged across the lobby of the new office building and out the front door. Logan had picked a prime spot not far from Trudel Industries. Standing on the sidewalk, he heard a voice behind him and spun. Harrison was leaving the building with Brian. Grateful that he needn't hunt Harrison down, he stalked toward the pair. Brian gave him a nod and stepped aside. Harrison froze, eyes wide at his approach. Felix and Brick pulled up in Felix's SUV. Excuse me, Brian, he growled, coming toward them. Harrison's eyes were red-rimmed from crying, his beautiful face blotched. A wet paper towel was clutched in his hand. Ryder kept coming, and a shocked Harrison took several steps back. Reaching the younger man, Ryder bent and lifted a struggling Harrison into a fireman carry over his shoulder. Harrison squeaked and then clutched at his back, legs kicking. Let me go! Not in this lifetime, he growled and slapped a hand to Harrison's ass. Brick jumped out and opened the back door of the SUV, and Ryder dumped Harrison inside and then crowded him so he had to move over. He didn't trust that the man wouldn't bolt if he went around to the other side. Ryder, stop it! Drive, he told Felix when Brick was inside. Felix punched the gas, and Ryder took Harrison's hand and linked their fingers. Your place? Felix asked, catching and holding his gaze in the rearview mirror. No. Harrison's apartment. The security cameras are back online, but I need you both watching the building. Ryder, Harrison hissed. He squeezed his fingers just enough to keep Harrison from escaping. After a moment of trying to get away, Harrison's fingers suddenly clung to his. Ryder turned in his seat and studied the beauty at his side. So noble, trying to protect him. Trying to keep him safe because Harrison loved him, and Ryder knew it to the bottom of his soul. He pulled the younger man into his arms and buried his face into Harrison's bright hair. After a moment, Harrison snaked arms up and around his neck and hung on. How many times do I need to knock it into your head that I'm not going anywhere? He whispered roughly against the man's jaw, tipping Harrison's head back with his mouth. Once that slender neck was exposed, Ryder kissed a tender line upward before he kissed Harrison's pretty pink lips. The kiss lingered after the first initial heat, and he lifted his head to gaze down into Harrison's flushed face. I can't have you hurt, please, Ryder, Harrison said on a half-sob and buried his face once again in his neck, hands clutching him desperately. Till death do us part, baby. I'm not walking away, and I'm not letting you either. Chapter 21. Harrison. I've always fantasized about making love to my bodyguard. Ryder lay sprawled in his big king-size bed, looking sexy as sin. Harrison roamed up, straddled his hips, and ran his palms over Ryder's bare chest. I'm not your bodyguard anymore. Ryder smirked up at him and clenched his fingers into his bare ass cheeks. Oh, well, I can fantasize. Harrison wiggled his cock and balls down with a slow grind on the naked man beneath him. Leaning over, he gave Ryder a slow, aching kiss. He couldn't believe he'd almost fucked this up.
They talked long into the night, and the funny thing was that Ryder had known all along what he'd been doing in Logan's office. God help him, but he'd been ecstatic when Ryder had tracked him down on the building's front steps and whisked him away. Some men might think that embarrassing. Harrison thought it romantic as hell. Just like a fairy tale. And he knew in that moment that he was in this for life. Ryder was it for him. "Guard my body," he teased huskily when he lifted his head. Grabbing the lube and condoms on the side table, he scooted back and rolled the sheath down to cover Ryder's hard cock and palmed some lube. He wrapped his hand tightly around the man's cock and started a slow stroking glide. "You're mine," Ryder's voice growled, and his hips lifted from the bed. "Say it." "I'll have my own personal bodyguard lover?" Harrison's head lifted, Ryder's question overwhelming him. He wanted it so fucking badly. His eyes moved lovingly to catch and hold Ryder's heated gaze. The man's hips gyrated beneath his touch. "Say it," Ryder growled again when he didn't answer right away. Harrison smiled and lifted back up with knees on either side of Ryder's hips and ground down before he eased upward enough to reach beneath him and position the head of Ryder's dick to his entrance. He held Ryder's eyes. "I'm yours," he said, and pushed down, taking Ryder in one hard push. Fuck," Ryder groaned, hands lifting to grip hard at his hips. He agreed with that sentiment and bent forward, taking Ryder's mouth. Harrison flipped over on the bed to lay on his stomach. Bending his legs at the knees, he waved his feet in the air behind him, then tapped his heels to his butt. With his chin to his crossed arms, he studied Ryder. The morning sun glinted on the man's dark hair. He could picture spending the rest of his life with Ryder. "What?" Ryder asked and flipped down the newspaper and looked at him over the top of a pair of reading glasses. Sexy as hell reading glasses. "I love your parents. They love you. Are you sure you're ready for a Freeman Thanksgiving? I overheard you accepting Mom's invitation." "Of course. I've never had that." He yearned for it, and it must have come through in his voice because Ryder's big palm suddenly cupped his cheek for a brief moment. "Well, you'll get plenty of it with my family. So much so, I imagine you'll get sick of it." "Never," he laughed, scooting up to kneel. Ryder smiled, folding the newspaper. "I can't believe your mom is a romance writer," he smiled, remembering the shock when Gina had showed him books lined on a shelf with scantily dressed women in the arms of bare-chested men with her name on the front. That plus their rental properties help pay for that big house. I kept telling them to downsize, but Mom insists they need it for when family visits. I guess since Romero and the kids moved in, that's a good thing. Harrison nodded, pulling on his lip. "Your dad talked to me about my situation. He knows a lot about this stuff." I told him. He was a police captain and has a wealth of experience. I usually run everything past him. "I used to do that too," he gulped, blinking at the sudden sting in his eyes. "Run everything by my dad?" A lump formed. Ryder placed the newspaper aside. "Tell me about him." Blinking to keep the tears at bay, he smiled. He had such a big heart, but a shrewd head for business. He'd give the shirt off his back if he thought the person was in need, but he hated liars and thieves. Oh, and he had horrible taste in women and jaded views on love. He huffed, and Ryder made a soft sound of agreement. Ryder brushed his fingers against his temple. "I'm so sorry you lost him." "Thank you," he whispered. "I know he would have liked you." "Logan speaks very highly of him," Ryder said. "Despite the crazy-ass will?" Harrison returned with a smirk. Ryder chuckled and leaned over to kiss his nose. "Your dad and I might have had some words over that." Harrison smiled and lifted a hand to run his fingers through Ryder's dark hair, brushing it back from his forehead. "I've got you. I forgive him." Harrison leaned in and placed his forehead to Ryder's, absorbing the man's essence. "And on that note, I need coffee." "Coffee, Ryder agreed. Harrison gave a huffing laugh. "Don't laugh, it's your turn," Ryder squinted. I know, he complained with a smile. Springing from the bed, he stretched beneath Ryder's heated look and bent over to tug on a pair of sweats. "I don't know why you insist on getting dressed. I'm just going to rip those off you when you get back." A happy burst of sound came from his throat. "Maybe that's why I do it. Ever stop to think of that?" He laughed when Ryder eyed him like his next meal. And for good measure, he plucked Ryder's shirt up from where it hung draped over the small desk chair and slipped it on. The shirt was miles too big, but he loved it because it smelled like Ryder. Spinning, he placed a hand sexily on his cocked hip. Ryder's eyes heated up further. "Save that thought," he said with a wink. "If you insist." Ryder picked up the newspaper with a snap and then sighed when his cell phone rang. Harrison giggled and left the room. There was a teasing side to Ryder that he freaking adored. Grabbing 2 coffee pods and mugs from the cupboard, he bypassed the coffee pot and flipped on the Keurig coffee maker. Once heated, he popped in 1 pod. It started filling the cup just as a knock sounded on the door. At the familiar secret knock, he smiled, doing a little jig on his way to the door. Chapter 22. Ryder. "Anything?" "No sign of him." The cabin could have been his last-minute Hail Mary. Ryder rubbed at his nape. "He won't be showing his face around Denver. We've got law enforcement on the lookout. Security and the video feed departments have been notified, as well as the apartment building. Shelby Clark won't get past us." "Thanks, Logan." "No worries. I'll talk to you later." Ryder tossed the phone to the bed and stretched. Being with Harrison relaxed him. The man understood what was important in life beyond money. It was refreshing. He'd been able to let the past go. He loved Harrison. They hadn't said the words yet, but Ryder was getting ready to. He reached and slipped open the nightstand, checking that the ring box he'd placed there last night was still in its place. With his mother's help, he'd picked out the perfect set. Some people may say he was jumping the gun, but he now knew what he wanted. He also didn't want Harrison losing the company his father had built from the ground up. If Harrison turned him down, then Ryder would wait. He couldn't do anything but wait. The young man had stolen his heart. Flipping the covers back, he rolled to his feet and tugged on his jeans. Harrison had either gotten distracted or was contemplating breakfast in bed. Harrison spoiled him that way. Wandering out of the room, the smell of coffee drifted on the air. He scratched at his stomach and stepped into the living room. The door was open. Wide fucking open. A dark, curly-haired man lay on the floor, trying to use his one arm to lift himself up and holding the back of his head with the other. "Harrison!" Ryder called out loudly. His heart lurched and thundered in his chest. He sprinted to the door near the fallen man and looked out into the hallway. Empty. "He took him." "A man with dark hair?" "No, red hair," the man gasped. "Fuck. It's Toby. What's your name?" "August," the man said, tears racing down his cheeks. "I'm so sorry. The guy jumped me coming into the building and knocked out Thomas in the lobby." "All right, August." Ryder reached and lifted the smaller man and carried Harrison's best friend to the couch. "Call 911. Report your attack and tell them there's been a kidnapping. Tell them Toby Grant. You got that?" "I will. Be careful. He's got a gun." His blood ran cold and he spun, running back into the bedroom. He shoved on shoes, a shirt, and grabbed his gun and an extra clip before he was back out the door in 45 seconds. He skipped the elevator as he saw it had already stopped at the lobby and took the stairs. Leaping down each stairwell until he reached the bottom, he shoved open the door and sprinted down the hallway and into the lobby, where he saw Thomas lying on the ground. An older woman stood with her hands to her mouth, a younger one trying to comfort her. "Call 911, he ordered. "I did," the younger woman said. He crouched briefly by Thomas. He felt a slight pulse in the older man's neck. "The guy went that way with another one." The woman pointed to the garage hallway. "He has a gun." "Thanks. Stay here with him." Ryder turned around and ran through the hallway and into the parking garage, heading toward the underground exit. Yanking his phone out, he called Logan as he ran, his gaze roaming over the area. "Ryder?" Logan asked, surprised. Oh, fuck, I lost him. Fuck, I lost him. He broke at the sound of his friend's voice. What? How? It's Toby. He wouldn't have opened the door. Somehow Toby got a hold of August, a friend of Harrison's, and got through the door. Son of a bitch. Brick and Felix are back across the street. I'll call them and I'll send Jackson. Hurry. His blood ran cold. The parking garage exit appeared empty. The metal gate closed, but a car could have already left. Brick and Felix ran through the same side door and reached him. Felix reached him first. Where do you need us? One of you guard the exit. The other start searching stairwells and cars. Got it. Go, Felix yelled at Brick, and both men ran. Felix toward the gated exit and Brick toward the parking garage stairwell and elevator. Ryder turned and sprinted up the ramp. You fucking lost him. Think. Fucking think. His footsteps stumbled. They were supposed to have years together. He needed a chance to tell Harrison he loved him. Racing up the next level, he peered inside vehicle windows on his way. He doubted Toby would take Harrison on foot. They had to be in a car. If they left by car, they'd have to run him over to get past him. If Toby did that, Felix would kill the fucker at the gate. Reaching the second level, he spotted Brick checking the stairwell. Ryder jogged upward, checking in cars and SUVs up the ramp to the next level. Jackson's hog roared in the distance. Ryder's cell rang and he answered it. Are you there? Logan shouted, and it sounded like the man was running. Yeah, Felix has the front exit guarded and Brick is helping me search the parking garage. The woman in the lobby said they went into the parking garage. We can't be far behind. Okay, I'm on my way. Jackson should be there. I hear him. Ryder hung up and worked his way up to another level and came upon a young couple. Don't shoot! The man pushed the woman behind him and lifted his hands palms up, eyes wide. I'm looking for 2 men, Ryder called out, jogging closer. One big, the other not so much. One has a gun? No, sorry, the man said and lowered his hands. The woman shook her head. Thanks. Ryder ran upward, chambering around in his gun. He paused to listen. The parking garage was quiet. Had they somehow slipped past him? He refused to believe that he'd lost him. He looked blindly down at his weapon. Ryder, Jackson shouted, jogging into view. What do you need? Fan out. Fuck. He needed to get his head on straight and stop letting emotion get in the way. Pivoting around, he sprinted upward. Chapter 23. Harrison. The fucking door. He shouldn't have opened it. How badly was August hurt? The gun in his face had kept him from calling out to an unsuspecting rider, and now he wished he'd done something, anything but go with Toby. He stumbled when he was shoved forward against the parked SUV. Get in! No! Trying to stall, he refused to get inside the vehicle. I said fucking get in there! Toby raised the gun high. The gun came down and Harrison raised his hands, blocking the blow, but it hit him in the mouth, splitting his lip. His back hit the SUV door handle. If he got in the vehicle, the chances of Ryder finding him were slim. Toby raised the gun and hit him again. His cheek stung and he pressed at it, his hand coming away with blood. When Toby lifted his hand one more time, Harrison cried out. Okay, he shouted and opened the driver's side door. Toby shoved him into the SUV. Harrison climbed over the center and made a desperate grab for the opposite door. Toby caught him before he could touch the handle. The blows to his head and face were quick and brutal, leaving his ears ringing, nausea rising, and his face bloody and swollen. After a moment, the driver's door closed, trapping him inside the vehicle with a madman. For several long minutes, there was nothing but silence filled with his own ragged breathing. This is all your fucking fault, Toby said. All your fault. His stomach churned. Toby had lost all sense of reason. Harrison wiped at his nose and sniffed, but it was clogged and his shaking hand came away covered in blood. Toby, shut up! You're going to have to talk to me eventually, he said quietly, holding the back of his hand against his bleeding mouth. Why? Toby growled. You're my friend, he said through a wave of nausea. No, I'm not. What are you talking about? He whispered. You're only my friend because I bumped into you. I've been watching you for months before we met, and you never even saw me. Toby started rocking. But we became friends after you bumped into me, he said, pushing down a wave of terror. Toby's laugh sounded ugly. You went out on dates with everyone but me.
I took you to events, but you never let me fuck you. We were friends, he choked out, his heart lurching as tears sprung to his eyes. You let Edward Crane fuck you. It was one time. Wait. How did you know that? He'd never told a soul outside of that police station room. I've been watching you a long time, Toby rocked back and forth. And then Shelby. Fucking Shelby always in the fucking way asking you out for date after date. I never went out with him, he said, softening his voice as Toby grew more agitated. And now you never will. What did you do to Shelby? He whispered. Toby smiled cruelly. He found out I was sabotaging the video upgrade. I made him beg before I killed him. He's not really all that good of a fuck, kept crying like a fucking whiny bitch. You weren't missing much. He stared in horror at Toby. For a moment he couldn't find his voice. The image of Shelby tied up and raped, then shot, made him gasp for breath. Oh, God. You killed Shelby. He was gonna expose me, Toby roared. But you killed him. I did it for us. You're fucking sick. Toby reached over with his free hand and slapped him in the face before punching on him, using the butt of the gun. Harrison curled over, trying to protect his head. Once the blows stopped, Toby sat back in the driver's seat. Harrison's ears rang and he swallowed blood. A long string of bloody spit hung from his lips and dropped to his bare feet. Struggling to breathe, he gasped through his mouth. Through a haze, he spotted a folded umbrella on the floorboard. Why do you say those things to make me mad? He didn't respond. All he could do was hold on until Ryder found him. Somehow Ryder would find him. They were still in his own parking garage. So close, yet so fucking far. Sit up, Toby screamed. Drawing in a slow breath to stave off the pain in his face, he winced when his side and back, where the number of blows had been the worst, flared in pain. Leaning back against the seat, he panted for breath. Toby started the engine of the SUV and backed violently out of the parking spot, crashing into the car behind them. Shoving the SUV in drive, the man tore down the parking structure. The SUV careened down the garage, and suddenly Ryder was there. Harrison held onto the handle and sobbed as Toby pressed the accelerator and gunned it. Ryder was pointing the gun at the SUV, but pulled up and away before firing. He had one split second to hold Ryder's gaze as they approached. Toby barreled toward Ryder, who waited until the last minute to jump and roll out of the way. Harrison's head whipped around and his eyes clung to his love. Ryder rolled to his feet and tore after them before cutting over to the stairs. Ryder! Toby took the last parking garage corner and the tires squealed. The violent jerk of the wheel slammed his shoulder against the door. Reaching the garage's gated exit, Toby gunned it and crashed on through. The SUV tore through the metal, taking the gate with them and halfway down the street. Harrison pressed a hand to the dashboard and grabbed the handle over his head. He whipped his head around and saw Felix come running out of the garage and down the street after them. Toby floored it and the tires burned around the closest corner. Harrison kept looking over his shoulder, and a few seconds later, Felix tore around the corner. Felix kept coming, and a few moments later, Harrison saw Ryder come running around the same corner, cell phone to his ear. He turned back around in his seat and gripped whatever he could. Where are we going? He shouted to keep Tony's attention from going to the rearview mirror. My place, Tony yelled at him. Harrison eyed the door handle. How much would that hurt if he opened it and fell out? He casually glanced behind and could still see Felix and then Ryder running down the sidewalk. Did Toby even realize it? Surprisingly, Toby slowed the SUV and whipped into a parking garage about a block away. His heart pounded in his chest. Ryder was minutes away. Toby gunned the SUV up 2 levels in the parking structure and pulled into a parking spot. You live here? He asked through numb lips, hands shaking as he struggled to keep from throwing up in his lap. Yes, I fucking live here. Do you know how long it took me to get this place? I wanted it to be close to you, but your building was full. Now that Shelby's gone, we'll have an opening.
Toby's laugh sounded diabolical. "I won't go into your home. I'll scream." "Shut up," Toby screamed at him. "Toby." "Why? Just tell me that. Fucking why?" Toby turned on him. "I don't know what you mean," he whispered through swollen lips. Fear kept him from looking around. "No? Why that bodyguard? Why fucking him?" Toby snarled. "I didn't plan it," he whispered. "I planned for us," Toby screamed at him, spit flying from his mouth as veins bulged in his neck. Harrison froze, goosebumps traveling down his back and sweat dripping down his nape. "Toby," he kept his voice even and hid his shaking hands between his legs. "Please let me go." "It's all because of him," Toby raged, tears streaming down his red, blotchy face. "You were turning to me when you got my letters. I sent you the nice letters and flowers." "Did you send the angry ones too?" "Yes," Toby hissed. "After that fucker Edward, I was so angry at you. You were supposed to turn back to me." Toby's head snapped up. "And you would have. But then that fucking bodyguard showed up." You... Toby leaned forward and pressed the barrel of the gun to Harrison's forehead. Rage swept over his fear-ravaged face. Harrison gasped and closed his eyes, sending up a silent goodbye to Ryder. "Why don't you love me the way I love you?" The words were whispered in his face. "Toby?" Fear crawled up his throat when the gun stroked down his cheek and nudged beneath his chin. "Shut up!" the guy screamed and shoved away. "Just shut up and let me think." Toby started repeatedly tapping the gun against his own forehead. At least the gun wasn't aimed at him anymore. He nudged the folded umbrella with his foot until the handle was free from beneath the seat. When Toby closed his eyes, tapping the gun against his head, Harrison reached down and gripped the soft side of the umbrella. Swinging it up as hard as he could, he smacked the handle into Toby's face with one hand and opened the SUV with his other. He fell out of the vehicle and landed on his ass. The concrete was hard and unforgiving. He cried out when his elbow cracked the asphalt and bruised his already throbbing back. Toby fired, and the bullet went over his head. Harrison slammed the passenger side door shut and lurched to his feet in a crouch. Suddenly, strong arms closed around him from behind and a hand covered his mouth. Ryder. The man's muscled body covered him from behind, warm and hard. He gasped, trying not to cry, but it was too late. Sobs were coming out only to be muffled beneath Ryder's tight grip over his mouth. "Harrison! Don't run from me!" Toby was out of the SUV, coming around the back end. Ryder pushed him to the front of the vehicle just as Toby reached their side. From there, they dodged to the other side, keeping out of sight. Ryder kept guiding him farther until they were at least 5 vehicles away. "Harrison!" Toby screamed. Ryder held a finger to his lips. He nodded, holding the man's gaze, never looking away. He lifted and placed his hands tightly over his mouth to keep his sobbing hiccups from being heard. "Harrison! Come on! I won't hurt you!" Toby yelled, his voice moving in the opposite direction. Harrison clamped his hands harder to hold back the hysterical sob that wanted to escape. "Stay here," Ryder whispered, and he clutched at the man's arm. "No," he hissed, not afraid to admit he was more terrified of losing Ryder than he was of Toby killing him. "Hey," Ryder whispered and folded him into his strong arms again. Harrison clung tightly. "I'll be right back. Please, stay here. Promise me." Harrison couldn't stop shivering, but he finally nodded. Through tears, Harrison watched as Ryder disappeared around the side of the van. The minute Ryder was gone, he regretted staying behind. But he'd promised. Tugging his knees to his chest, he made himself as small as possible before resting his bloodied face on his arms and prayed. Chapter 24. Ryder. Moving at a good clip, Ryder covered the distance between him and Toby. From his peripheral vision, he saw Felix and Jackson closing in. "He's mine," he snarled. At the sound of his voice, Toby turned, but Ryder was already on him. He caught the fucker's gun arm before it could swing around and delivered a blow to Toby's diaphragm. Toby gasped and dropped the gun. With the picture of Harrison's beautiful face beaten and bloody, Ryder unleashed everything he had upon the sick fuck in front of him. He hit the guy rapidly in the face until he felt the man's nose break beneath his fist. His next several blows, aimed lower, broke a few ribs. Toby stumbled backward, righted himself, and lunged at him. A fist caught Ryder in the mouth. Toby bounced back after delivering the blow. "I'll kill you!" Toby screamed and charged. Ryder spit blood, dodged, and moved in. He planted a heavy fist into the guy's already ruined mouth and aimed another hard blow to the ribs in the same spot. Toby gasped and swung wide. Ryder ducked and came in with a quick kidney punch and another savage blow to the face. Toby fell to his knees, gagging and spitting blood. Ryder closed in. He gripped Toby's hair and yanked back his head. Leaning in, he stared into the fucker's bloody face. "Be thankful I don't fucking kill you," he snarled, and then brought the man's chin down into his upraised knee. He felt bones crack and heard teeth crunch and break before he released him with a hard shove that sent the guy flying backwards to land on the asphalt. Ryder snatched Toby's gun off the ground as the guy rolled to his side in a fetal position. Spinning, he found Harrison with Jackson and Felix standing several yards away. Thank fuck Felix was fast, or he wouldn't have found Harrison as quickly as they had. Harrison stared wide-eyed toward where Toby had finally stopped rolling and now only moaned. Good. He hoped the fucker had trouble walking permanently and ended up as somebody's bitch in prison. He stalked across the distance, raging inside at Harrison's swollen and beaten face. He wanted to return to Toby and end the fucker, but Harrison was reaching for him. Sirens filled the morning, and cop cars suddenly swarmed into the parking garage and screeched to a halt nearby. He didn't stop walking until he had Harrison wrapped up gently against his chest. His head dipped, and he pressed his lips to the top of Harrison's head when the man started sobbing softly. It was only then that Ryder let his own tears fall. The emergency triage was noisy, and Harrison looked so small beneath the white sheet. It made Ryder want to kill something. Preferably the fucker who lay a few rooms away, handcuffed to a gurney, having his nose and jaw reset. He pulled his head away from the nurse who'd just finished applying the last butterfly bandage over the cut on his cheek where Toby had gotten in one of his 2 hits. "It's fine," he grumbled, and stood from where he was sitting on the bed across from Harrison. Closing the distance, he sat in the chair next to the bed and lifted Harrison's hand to his mouth. The nurse quietly left the room. "I'm so fucking sorry I didn't find you sooner." "I shouldn't have opened the door, and not without getting you first. I thought it was August," Harrison whispered. He reached up with his free hand and gently brushed the hair from Harrison's forehead. "You couldn't have known, baby," he whispered tightly, bringing the man's hand to his mouth and keeping it there. "No more secret knocks," Harrison whispered with a wobbling smile, and traced trembling fingers over Ryder's raw knuckles. "I love you," Ryder said gruffly. He couldn't hold the words back any longer. "I know it's too soon. I know there's a shit ton of reasons why we shouldn't. I know that it's taking a risk because we don't know each other that well yet. I know—" "Ryder," Harrison interrupted his verbal vomit. "Yeah. I love you too." He closed his eyes against the onslaught of emotions and bowed his head, resting it against Harrison's hand. Gentle fingers came up and stroked through his hair as he fought back the lump in his throat. "I said let me through," a man's voice roared. He turned and stood when August shoved his way through the curtain. "Oh, honey," August cried, racing to Harrison. Ryder stepped back to let August get in closer. The pair clutched each other like long-lost soulmates and started crying simultaneously. He stood there unsure of what to do, especially when the small man plopped his butt into his chair and clung to Harrison. "I was so worried." "How's your head?" Harrison held onto August's hand tightly. "I'm fine." August's mouth trembled. "How's your head?" "I'm okay. Ryder saved me." August shot him a dark look. Not soon enough to save your poor face. Ryder scowled back at August. Hey, none of that. Be nice to my man. Oh, sweetie, I'm so glad you're safe. August threw his arms around Harrison. Gently, Harrison grimaced. Oh my God, sorry. Now, tell me all about you and Ryder, and don't leave anything out, August said. I already told you. August rolled his eyes. Well, tell me again. I have to live vicariously through you. Harrison laughed softly, catching his eyes over the top of August's head and smiling. It wasn't any one thing. It was a dozen moments weaved together, Harrison said, holding Ryder's gaze with a trembling smile. Ryder's eyes clung to Harrison, returning his love's smile. Taking up a spot against the wall, he waited patiently while the pair talked. Some 30 minutes later, August left with a promise to be back when Harrison was assigned a room. The nurse poked her head through the curtain before stepping inside. Your room is ready, Mr. Trudel. I still don't see why I need to stay overnight, Harrison grumbled. Doctor's orders, she returned with a bright smile. Harrison gave him a big-eyed help-me look, and Ryder shook his head. Stay overnight, baby. Please, Ryder begged. Harrison sighed and nodded, reaching a hand out. Ryder took the hand and walked beside the bed as it was wheeled out of the room. Chapter 25. Harrison. I still can't believe it. What's that, baby? That Toby killed Shelby? I'm so sorry. Ryder came to sit on the edge of his bed beside him. He'd stayed in the hospital overnight and had been released the next day. That had been 1 week ago. Ryder had moved into his bedroom the day he'd come home, and hadn't left. Harrison didn't mind one damned bit. He loved having Ryder in his apartment in bed. When he'd pressed the man about work or obligations, Ryder simply told him that he was his priority. Carson had called them a few days ago and said that not only was Toby responsible for killing Shelby, but they found the original letters in the guy's apartment he'd used to make copies in his attempt to frame Sheila and Shelby. Toby had a copy of the news report that boasted of their location at the cabin. One reporter confirmed that Toby Grant had been the leak at Trudel Industries in an attempt to frame Shelby to take the focus off of himself. Carson confirmed that John had interrupted Toby planting evidence in Shelby's office, but since the strike came from behind, they'd all assumed it had been Shelby. I keep thinking this is my fault. I shouldn't have encouraged Toby. I don't think I did because I thought we were friends, but I can't help feeling responsible for Shelby's death. No, don't do that. This is that sick fuck's fault, not yours, Ryder told him sternly. After a moment, he nodded. Carson had also confirmed that they had found Shelby's body in an abandoned warehouse. Harrison had already sent money to the man's sister to help with funeral expenses. Ryder's hand dropped to his head and fingers combed gently through his hair. Stalkers are crazy. His voice wobbled. A person is dead because of that bastard. I hope he gets the death penalty. Not in Colorado, he won't. But he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars, Ryder assured him. It would need to be enough. Burrowing into Ryder's arms, he relaxed beneath the man's large palm, stroking down his upper back and to his waist, and then repeated the motion. They sat like that for a long time. He tipped his head back to look up, and when Ryder kissed his lips, his own lingered. He rubbed his lips over the stubble growing along Ryder's jaw. He was madly in love with Ryder and had made the decision to not follow his dad's last will and testament. Drawing in a deep breath, Harrison steeled his nerves and sat up and away from Ryder. He scooted up on the pillows and held the man's penetrating stare. Harrison searched Ryder's face. What is it? A furrow etched between Ryder's brows. I'm going to give up the money, he said. What? Why? Ryder sounded surprised. Because I won't be forced into marrying. You don't want to marry me? Ryder asked, sounding confused. The question was so out of the blue he froze, gulped, and then words came flying out. What? No, yes, of course I do. He swallowed and gulped again. Do you want to get married? With a pounding heart, his voice rose to a higher pitch. To you I do, Ryder rumbled with a wink. You do? He blinked, still struggling to catch up to a conversation that was going much differently than he'd imagined. Yes. See, problem solved, Ryder smirked. Ryder, no, he shook his head. I'm not marrying you to solve a problem. You love me. You also just said you wanted to marry me. Ryder's smirk turned smug. A laughing huff escaped him. I'll think about it. Harrison caved. He wasn't going to force Ryder. That's not how their life together should start, he reasoned silently. They could just live together forever as far as he was concerned. He wanted more than anything to marry Ryder, but he'd wait for the right moment. Ryder frowned and lifted both his hands to his lips. Let me put it this way. Can you picture spending the rest of your life with me? You bet your ass I can, he said, affronted that Ryder would even think he wouldn't. Well then, Ryder returned, a bit victorious. Harrison chewed his lip, trying not to smile. You're thinking too hard, Ryder murmured. But you've already married a rich man and didn't like it, he wailed. It was to the wrong man, darling, Ryder drawled, pulling him closer and holding him very gently. It was to the wrong man, Ryder said again, whispering it against his temple. He gulped and held on to Ryder tightly for several long moments, resting his head against the man's muscled chest and feeling the strong beat of his heart. Ryder eased him back and Harrison gazed up. So? What do you think? Ryder pressed him. I want to say yes so badly, but I don't want to trap you. Baby, please, please trap me, Ryder urged. Please say yes. Excitement raced over him and he flung his arms around Ryder's neck, wincing but not giving a care. He couldn't hold back any longer. Yes, yes, I'll marry you. Thank God, Ryder breathed out and dipped his head. Harrison pressed his mouth to Ryder's lips in a long, lingering kiss that sealed his fate forever. Ryder pulled away long enough to tug the bedside drawer open and placed a ring box in his hand. Inside sat a matching set of gold wedding bands. If you don't like them, we can get something else. They're perfect. He threw his arms around Ryder's neck and peppered the man's face with kisses. He loved the identical traditional gold bands with nestled diamonds. It was some time later when Ryder led him out of their bedroom and into the front room. There you guys are, August jumped up. I thought you were going to sleep all day, his best friend complained. August had taken up residence in his spare room since the day of the attack. The man announced he'd given up his apartment when in Paris and now needed a place in the interim. Harrison loved having his best friend around, and it wasn't like August was crowding them. The place was huge. They had the west side and August had the east. They came together in the middle. Good morning, he smiled when August kissed his cheek and then poked his tongue out at Ryder. Child, his lover grumbled, but he heard the affection in Ryder's voice. Everyone loved August. With his bubbly personality and quirky humor, there wasn't a soul on earth that didn't like him. I ordered breakfast and it came 15 minutes ago. August rushed to the table and started pulling out several massive breakfast burritos. Harrison lowered gingerly into a chair while Ryder snatched up napkins and plates for the table. Unwrapping one of the burritos, his mouth watered before he could even take a bite. I'm starving. I bet you are. You've hardly eaten a thing this past week, Ryder frowned. Don't start that again, he said around a mouthful of food. I don't get hungry unless I'm burning calories. Which is code for crazy talk. Ryder took a huge bite of his wrap. August's giggle was muffled by a bite of food, and Harrison grinned at his friend and slanted a look at Ryder. You burn it just by moving. I mean, look at your muscle mass compared to mine, he teased his man. Ryder snorted and took another bite. Speaking of muscle mass, August said to Ryder, do you have any single hunks at your bodyguard company? Harrison laughed. It hurt, but it felt so good. Ryder's eyes popped wide and he smirked. There are a few. Ooh, do tell, August paused, holding his food suspended in the air. You'll meet him at our wedding. What? August shouted. Ryder, Harrison scolded.
I was going to tell him."
"Oops," Ryder said, but didn't look a bit sorry. Ryder gave that sexy-as-sin smirk and continued to eat.
"You brat," August turned on him. "We just decided like 5 minutes ago." "Well, you should have ran out of the room and told me that second," August complained in a dramatic voice.
Harrison laughed, and even Ryder stopped eating long enough to chuckle. Chapter 26. Ryder. "Want to take a drive with me?" Harrison's eyes lifted from the laptop before he shoved it away and stood. The swelling had gone down dramatically in his love's face, and his open wounds had become scabbed over. Ryder brought Harrison's shoes and socks over. The smile he adored flashed out, and the man stretched his arms high over his head. The t-shirt rode upward, showing off flat abs, and Ryder adjusted himself. "Where to?" Harrison inquired. "My place. I thought you might like to get out." After 2 weeks cooped up in the apartment, even he was going a bit stir-crazy.
"Oh, God, would I?"
Harrison shoved on his shoes and tied them and lifted a jacket from the closet. Ryder chuckled and collected his jacket and gun from the bedroom. Re-entering the room, he found Harrison waiting in the living room.
"Want to go with us?"
Harrison asked August, who was dashing out of his room tugging on a jacket.
"Oh, normally I'd love to, but I have a meeting with a fabric distributor."
August kissed Harrison's cheek and dashed out the door.
"I'm not bringing my laptop," Harrison said with a grin.
"You're not?" Ryder smirked.
"Nope."
Harrison's lips pursed. Ryder couldn't resist. He dropped a tender kiss on that pretty mouth and smiled when Harrison wrapped his arms around his neck. Drawing Harrison out of the apartment, he kept an eye on the younger man on the way to the garage. Even though it had been a few weeks, Harrison was far from healed physically. Emotionally, the young man had started seeing a trauma counselor. Tucking Harrison into the Jeep, they were soon flying down the highway toward Colorado Springs, listening to the latest pop music that Harrison loved. Pulling into his driveway a little over an hour later, he shut off the engine. Harrison carefully stepped out and gaped at his house.
"I love it."
"Thank you. Felix lives there." He pointed to the house across the street.
"He does?"
Harrison turned and took in the nice front lawn. "Yeah, I think he's home," Ryder said, and let out a loud whistle. Dogs started barking from the backyard, and Harrison grinned.
"He has pets!" Harrison's face lit up.
"Technically they're Logans, but Felix likes to keep 2 of them around."
"Oh yeah? Why?"
Harrison looked at him curiously. "He's learning to become an expert in canine search and rescue." Ryder came up and closed his arms around Harrison's waist.
"Hey, you two, come on over,"
Felix yelled, stepping out of the front door of the house and onto the front porch. "Brick is here, and we're just about ready to start a barbecue. I think a few more of us are coming." Ryder glanced at Harrison.
"It sounds fun."
Harrison's smile was wide. "You have enough food?" Ryder called out.
"Are you kidding? Brick's here."
Felix laughed at someone over his shoulder. "Yeah, let me show Harrison the inside of the house, and we'll grab some chips and be over," Ryder called back. Felix waved and disappeared. Ryder linked his fingers with Harrison's and drew him into the house.
"Oh, wow,"
Harrison said. Stepping inside, he went to the front room curtains and pulled them open.
"The view is fantastic."
"I like it. It's one of the reasons I bought the place."
"Did you move in first, or did Felix?"
"Felix was here first, and then he told me about this place. I bought it about a year ago. Almost lost it in the divorce, but my lawyer managed to hang on to it for me."
"Oh, babe."
Harrison came over and curled his arms around his waist. "It's okay. Everything is settled now. It's working out perfectly." He kissed the top of Harrison's hair and set his cheek to rest against his head. Harrison was safe, and that was all that mattered. Toby was sitting in jail up on charges of kidnapping and murder. The guy would be spending the rest of his life in prison. The gun Toby had used to kidnap Harrison also matched the bullets pulled from Shelby, the ones retrieved from the bricks of Harrison's apartment building and the cabin. Thomas would make a full recovery from the blow to the head, but was taking things slowly as ordered by the doctor. It was discovered that Sheila had used the large cash withdrawal for her crystal meth addiction, and the 2 criminals she had paid were her drug dealers. Ryder and Jackson had words with the men, and Sheila had checked into a drug treatment facility. The woman had stopped harassing Harrison for more money, and had even become content with living on the $10,000 a month. Once sober, Sheila had sought out Harrison and apologized. His love had forgiven her and invited her to the wedding. Felix's place was loud. Not only was Brick there, but Jackson and Logan both had driven down from Denver for the day. Hayden showed up, but stayed on the opposite side of the party from Brick. "I'm so happy for you," Jackson said, tapping his beer bottle against the one in Ryder's hand. Ryder smiled and took a swallow from the cold bottle. "Thanks, man." "I think Hayden likes him too," Jackson chuckled at his dark look. "Don't worry, Harrison can barely take his eyes off you." Ryder smirked. He wasn't worried. He'd noticed the same thing, and Harrison's looks made him feel 10 feet tall. "Hell of a shiner you got there," Hayden told Harrison and handed him soda. "You should see the other guy," Harrison joked, and the bodyguards laughed. "I like him," Felix said, giving Harrison a wink. "So Duchess is going to have a litter of puppies soon. Would you like one, Harrison?" Logan told Harrison. Duchess, hearing her name, trotted over to be petted by Logan. "Really?" Harrison's mouth fell open. "Really?" Logan smiled, caressing the black bull mastiff's dark, shiny fur. "You have had a dog before, haven't you?" "No, but my grandfather had a dog." Harrison gazed down at Duchess as she wagged her tail and pushed her head into his hand. Harrison smiled and stroked her head. "See, you're a natural." Not to be outdone, Duke, the other bull mastiff, trotted over and poked his head into Harrison's hand. "Is this the father?" Harrison slid a hand down the big male's head. "No, the father is Echo. He's not one I bring around parties," Logan said. "What does he do?" "Echo is a guard dog," Logan murmured. "That sucker will take off your hand," Felix muttered. "Only if he wants the food you're holding," Brick snarked. "Came right up to me and took the hamburger bun and all from my hand." Felix threw up his hands all dramatic-like. "He was hungry," Logan grinned. "That thing is always hungry," Jackson added with a laugh. The rest of the group joined in with the laughter. "Careful, Harrison. Those things will leech you out of the house and home," Ryder teased. "Why don't you have one, Ryder?" Harrison asked, laughing across the distance. "Because I'm never home." "Well, I'm always home." Harrison's face was smug. Ryder chuckled and lifted his beer bottle. "Touché." "Logan, when is she due?" Harrison asked. "In about 2 weeks." "I'll take one," Harrison told Logan, and made his way back over to him. Ryder slipped his arm around Harrison's waist and pulled him close. "Now I need to come up with a name." "True. Now that I think about it, a big dog might be in your best interest," he murmured. "I'll have to wait until he grows up to take a bite out of crime," Harrison snickered. "What will I do until then?" "I'll protect you." Ryder's head lowered, and he brushed a gentle kiss against Harrison's lips. "Never worry about that," he said huskily.
Harrison slipped his arms up and around his neck and kissed him.
Ryder smiled down into Harrison's flushed face when he lifted his head. Epilogue. Ryder. Rubbing sweating palms on a small silk cloth, he tucked it back in his pocket. Jackson slapped him on the back. "You look good in a tux, brother." "I'm nervous." "Why? You've done this before." "Yeah, but not like this. The other one was a fucking circus. This one is really important to me." "Take a breath," Roman said from his right. "It's important because you love Harrison." His dad was right. He hadn't known what love was until he'd met Harrison. He thought he knew with Warren, but he'd been wrong. The ceremony music started, and the two men at his side left him and walked through the entry that would take them across a small stage positioned in the front of the room. A movement drew Ryder's gaze to the other side of the stage. August and Uncle Dean stepped out and approached the altar from the opposite side. Across the distance, he met and held Harrison's gaze. His lover looked unbelievably stunning in a black tux with blue trim that matched the color of his eyes. Ryder's own tux was black with a gold trim that Harrison said brought out the honey in his eyes. There wasn't any honey in his eyes, but he went with it because he'd never disappoint Harrison. On cue with the music, they stepped forward and approached each other. Harrison's face was completely healed from the attack 3 months prior. His beautiful, soft-hearted lover was finally safe. and just about to become his husband. He looked out over the small, exclusive country club room. Rows of chairs were lined up in the large room filled with family and friends, all smiling and watching him cement his life to this man forever. Reaching the middle of the altar at the same time as Harrison, Ryder took his love's outstretched hands and held them firmly. They turned toward the local judge, a friend of Harrison's family. "We are gathered here together." The ceremony went by in a blur, and suddenly he was turning to Harrison and sliding the ring on his finger. "It's hard for me to say what you mean to me in words. Just know that I will love you fiercely and completely for the rest of my life," Ryder spoke. Harrison smiled at him with tears in his beautiful blue eyes and slipped the ring up to Ryder's knuckle. "Ryder, I stand here before you and our family and friends to pledge my love. I've been waiting for you for what seems like a very long time. I never knew what true happiness was before I met you. My darling, I will love and cherish you forever." Harrison's voice was strong and sure. Ryder blinked back the sting in his eyes as the band slipped over his knuckle and rested tightly. "I now pronounce you husband and husband. You may kiss your man," the judge declared. Ryder dipped his head, sliding his arms around Harrison to pull him close. Harrison slipped his arms up around Ryder's neck and lifted his face. The kiss that was meant to be light was taken to a whole other level. The shouts and hollering in the room brought him back to his senses. Harrison was smiling and flushed when he lifted his hand and drew the man around to face the crowd of loved ones and friends. "I now give you Harrison and Ryder Trudel Freeman." The room grew deafening as people swarmed closer, offering congratulations and clapping them on the back. The reception was held at the same place. Tables and chairs were lined with food and drink. He'd lost sight of Harrison when Gina took him over to meet her cousins that had driven in from Arizona. Movement near the back of the room drew his gaze, and he found Gunnar standing in the shadows. Making his way across the room and through the door, he held out his hand. "Ryder," Gunnar rasped and shook his hand. "I'm glad you're here. I wasn't sure if I would make it. Yet, here you are. It's hard to turn down an invitation to a wedding," Gunnar smirked. "Felix get your truck back to you?" "Eventually." "What the fuck are you doing here?" Jackson snarled, coming up behind him and trying to go around. Ryder put out an arm and stopped Jackson from advancing. "Jackson, it's been a long time," Gunnar drawled. "Not long enough, you son of a bitch." "Jackson, cool it. I invited him." He scowled at Jackson and his friend scowled back. "What's going on?" His younger brother Reed stepped out and took one look at Jackson and Gunnar, crossed his arms and squinted. "Nothing," Ryder smiled at his brother. "It's cool, Reed." "Oh, okay. Mom wants you and Harrison to cut the cake," Reed said, looking doubtfully from him to the other two and back again. "Congratulations, Ryder. I'll call you," Gunnar told him before he gave Jackson a hard stare. "Take care, Gunnar," Ryder said, and released the hold he had on Jackson's bicep. Jackson straightened his suit jacket with a snap. Gunnar's long strides took him out of the room. "Jackson, not cool at my wedding. What the fuck is up with you two?" "Shit," his friend muttered. "Sorry." "Forgiven." He smiled and jerked his head. "I've got to get back in there or my husband will come looking for me." "Darn right I will," Harrison's soft voice reached him. "There's cake to cut." He spun and beheld the love of his life looking sexy as hell. In another moment, he stepped toward his future. Harrison. "Let's sneak out," Ryder whispered against his ear as they re-entered the room. "No, I want to enjoy our day," he pouted, and received a kiss. "I know. I'm just teasing. Are you ready to get our baby next week?" He wrapped his arms around Ryder's neck and smiled up at his husband. "I suppose." Ryder swayed them back and forth. "Have you picked out a name yet?" "He's going to be big." He chewed on his lip, thinking of the 10-week-old bull-mastiff puppy he'd picked from the litter of 8. "And?" Ryder smiled down at him. "So I need to pick a name that he can grow into." "And?" Ryder chuckled. Maximus, and we'll call him Max. It's perfect. I know, he grinned cheekily. Ryder's head dipped and he ran lips along his jaw. Now can we leave? Ryder whispered wickedly near his ear and nibbled down his neck. I'm getting waved at frantically from the sidelines, Harrison grinned, tugging Ryder with him. Pain in the ass, behinds, Ryder complained. The guests want cake, Harrison chuckled softly and lifted the cake knife. Ooh, Ryder said and came up behind him and reached around to hold on to his hands and the knife. Harrison wiggled his butt back against Ryder's crotch. You're going to get in trouble doing that.
Remember, they're filming this, Ryder chuckled.
I know. Our own personal porn shoot when we watch it later, he laughed. All right, you two, children are present, Romero called out loudly, and the guests laughed because all of the children were in a small room with Maggie playing board games. Harrison felt his hands guided, and the knife sliced through the cake, accompanied by loud cheering. Ryder lifted a piece and smushed it to his mouth, and laughing, Harrison took the bite and licked his lips. Yummy, Ryder said, and kissed the cake away. All right, you two, I'll take it from here, Gina said, and August stepped up to help her. Ryder cleaned him of all traces of cake and then pulled him away before spinning him around and pulling him close. How long do we have to stay? He laughed at his husband. Don't you want to party with me? Ryder looked contrite. Of course I do. I think you just want to party in my pants, Harrison said, tongue-in-cheek. Ryder's chuckle grew, and Harrison found himself caught up in the man's strong arms and swung around and around. The room overhead spun. Whooping, cheering, and laughter started around them. When his feet touched the ground, he found himself on the dance floor. Laughing hysterically, Harrison clung tightly as Ryder danced him around the floor like a goof before pulling him close. We already had the first dance, he laughed, breathless. Yes, but this song I picked out especially for you, Ryder said proudly, and Harrison's heart melted. Ryder waved at the DJ and drew him close. Harrison swayed in his husband's arms as the music of Say You Won't Let Go by James Arthur floated over the room. He doubted life could get any better than this. But if it did, count him in. This concludes Without Warning by Reese Knightley. Narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2019 by Reese Knightley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Reese Knightley and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.